Fusion is like putting two mediocre things together, but just because it's different, I don't necessarily think that means it's gonna be really good. But we wanna just cook really good food at the end of the day. That's what it's about. You have like the rich, salty meats, but then you have these different light, refreshing sides that have all these different spices. And so I think it just makes for like a really interesting plate, but also something that complements each other really well. We grew up in Texas and having respect for Texas, but also growing up Pakistani and having respect for that culture, it just felt like a natural move. The first thing that goes on the smoker is a brisket because that takes the longest to cook. And us being a food trailer and our smoker being outside, we have the elements to deal with as well. Brisket is king in Texas. That's kind of what everybody judges you on, and it elevates the whole experience. You know, everything could be popping and the brisket's off and the whole tray feels off.
These briskets we've been getting are like hella marbled, so been having to go a little less on the fat cap than normal.
It just so happened to be that the meats that we wanted to use from Creekstone and Superior Farms were halal by default. But when we're open, our goal is not to limit ourselves to just the Muslim community. Our goal is whoever comes, be it you are a barbecue enthusiast or you are a first timer, that it really sticks out and it's really good barbecue.
These briskets, I just took them out. Normally we'll let them sit for a little bit, but just want to make sure that the rub sticks to them.
So all the meats have their own rubs. We want every meat to be unique to itself. So it is like a lot of work out of a food truck trying to make a bunch of rubs. Space is tight, but I think in the end of the day, we're doing it because we want that experience to be really good for people that are coming to eat. So I think that's what makes our brisket different. It's gonna be heavy on the Kashmiri pepper, cumin, coriander. So pretty much Pakistani cooking, anything that needs a little bit of heat or just anything, Kashmiri pepper is kind of like the go-to to it. Just replacing cayenne with Kashmiri pepper. The majority of the flavor is gonna still be salt and pepper. You know, we're in Texas after all, so 90% salt and pepper, and then that just gives it a little small nuance to those Pakistani flavors. That's how we season our briskets, with the Pakistani Lowrys, I guess you could say.
Man, Lane, look, when he pats the seasoning in, he beats the hell out of it.
Yeah, to get it all off.
Yeah.
This game, I just got done cold smoking a sausage. And he came over, and there was one that had an air bubble in it, and it was bothering him a lot. And he was like, "I'm gonna buy that from you." I was like, "You got it." And he gave me $5 for some reason, so I just put it up there to just, you know, anytime he comes.
Should I go watch him make sausage and then when you see a bubble, give it back to him?
Yeah, troll him. Everybody in barbecue knows Goldees are the GOATs. In 2021, Texas Monthly list came out, Goldee's got #1, and it went from a handful of people in line here and there to people showing up at 5 a.m. in the morning when they open at 11. So I started working at Goldee's in 2022. They had already got #1 from Texas Monthly. Got to see, you know, like how busy, crazy everything was. We would spend between 4 of us, and granted, I still didn't really know how to trim briskets that good, but Blaine, Chuck, Johnny, and myself just trimming briskets all day. So you can imagine how many briskets we were going through. Those guys are pretty fast, and Chuck's pretty fast at trimming briskets, and it still would take us 7-8 hours to get through them all. So I think that really just helped me getting into my own spot and just knowing what it takes to be at that level or how much hard work goes into it. I was there roughly 18 months, a year and a half or so, give or take. I'm still friends with all the Goldee's people. They come eat whenever they're off. I come eat at the trailer, I'll go eat at Goldee's. You know, we get just as many people coming here at the trailer that are like, "Oh yeah, Goldee's told us about you," you know? They're supportive just as much as my family is. The restaurant is called Sabar BBQ because barbecue takes a lot of time, and Sabar in Urdu, which is one of the main languages spoken in Pakistan, means patience. I think patience is important when you're cooking barbecue because you can't rush it. The meats need that tender, slow fire to kind of get to their peak potential. And I think also if something goes wrong or something happens, I always kind of come back to the name, and it's like, well, patience. So, you know, eventually it'll work out. So it kind of keeps me humbled, kind of grounded, that no matter how bad it is or whatever, eventually it will kind of end up working out when it needs to. Pakistani food it's like my culture, you know, we grew up eating this food. We would go to Pakistan every summer or every other summer because my grandparents had a house over there. So now that I got older, now I like crave those things. So I think it's just like having a sense of appreciation for it. Whenever we were gonna open, I knew dal chawal was gonna be one of the sides that was gonna have to be on the menu.
Right now, this is just the lentils, the turmeric, like cilantro stems, and like salt for the water. Let it cook for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. And then after that, by then the turka should be ready too. So we can then get all that going.
Dal chawal is lentils over rice. Beans are really popular in Texas barbecue, so we don't really eat beans in Pakistan. So instead of red beans and rice, we do lentils over rice.
So what is that, turka?
Turka, yeah. So, which is a temperance. Basically, we're just cooking these onions and some spices. So, mustard seed, you know, cumin, coriander, garlic, ginger, just a whole litany of spices. So, this kind of gives them that body that, like, you know, separates them from other elements, you know. The turka is ready. We just have to salt it before we add it to the dal. You'll see like a noticeable difference from the dal that we had before. Like Dayne was saying, like a soup consistency. So you can see like how we have all those spices, the onions, the tomatoes now in here. So
It doesn't matter what your background is over there in Pakistan. You have money, don't have money, whatever. It's just like comfort food. You want to have it once a week. It's simple, tastes good, delicious, filling. It just kind of hits the spot. The menu's small. I think we have 9-10 items on the menu, but everything on the menu, there is a reason behind that item. It was items that we grew up eating, but then when you eat them together, they also make sense. So we're just rotating the briskets. We're putting the lean ends towards the fire. And the reason that we're doing that is because they're getting pretty close to being done. And then also just kind of scooting the briskets a little bit away from the fire because we're going to be cooking a little bit hotter and we don't want anything to crisp up on us. So the smoker that we have here is a 500-gallon Austin Smokeworks. Put some skids on it, and now it's in like an enclosed smokehouse because we're not trying to cook in crazy elements over here, and it doubles down as a storage space too for us.
yeah, so for right now, we'll just cut these up, cut up the tomatoes, and then the onion, and then just salt and sugar.
So this is a very common Pakistani thing?
Yeah.
What is it called?
Kachumber. Kachumber is like the Urdu word for cucumber. Again, it's the same like with dal, where like every household has their own like variation on it. I grew up eating something similar to this version.
Osama's been here almost since we first opened. He's a jack of all trades, kind of does everything. Register, sides, prep, cooking, everything. And then my cousin Salman, he's been with us for probably a year now, and he just comes on the weekends. I mean, both of them, they just love, you know, what we're doing here. So I think that's something that can't be taught. You know, them liking everything as much as I do, you know, shows into the food and then shows into our customer service as well. Whenever we have get-togethers with the family, extended family, and you know, normally I'll take the brisket or whatever, my uncle will always say, 12 kante bananu, 12 minute khannu. That's in Punjabi, which means it took 12 hours to make, but 12 minutes to eat. So it's not an official quote, but I think it resonates good because it is really true.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Everything takes time, you know, it comes back to our name, you know, it's just patience. Sabar BBQ is located on the corner of Main and Vickery, so we're just south of downtown Fort Worth. Vibe of Fort Worth is pretty laid back. Sister city to Dallas, you know, Dallas gets all the hype, all the love, everything. So I feel like Fort Worth is kind of the laid back, you know, sibling, I guess you could say. So I guess it's fitting that I'm here because I'm kind of the same way. So I think that's kind of the vibe here.
This is the lamb ribs. So it's like the breastbone. It's a breast ribs with the belly attached to them.
So what are you looking for when you're trimming?
Just like a nice shape on them, pretty much, because they do have a good bit of fat on them. It's like all this is all fat, and then there's like a little bit of meat in there. So, I mean, it's thin. It's gonna burn up. Won't really do much on the smoker, and it won't like have any shape to it.
We do the lamb ribs in place of the pork ribs. The ones that we get are the breast with the belly attached to it. So there's a lot of fat in them. And our take on them is we take influence from Muslims of China. In Xi'an, they have the Muslim quarters where they grill over direct heat lamb pieces on skewers, normally with like Szechuan peppercorns, cumin, white pepper. And so it just kind of felt appropriate to pay homage to those people. Instead of, you know, direct heat cooking it, why not just put those same spices and slow cook them?
Crunching them, it makes it much easier versus trying to get your knife in there, you know? Comes off much cleaner. That's how you French and lamb rack. We don't really mess with any of this other stuff on the top. Like to have that little like kind of band of fat towards the end right here. That's like my favorite part right there. Just like a little bit of this meat, a little of that fat band, I think it's delicious.
We got the Yemeni influenced lamb chop, and so that's gonna be heavy on the nutmeg, black pepper, cinnamon, just really, really delicious. So the food trailer, it used to be a horse trailer. Lane from Goldee's BBQ had the hookup on it, got me the trailer. I found somebody who was an artist, and I literally was like, hey, I just wanted the nuances of a Pakistani truck art. So in Pakistan, they have these huge trucks that have all this crazy metal artwork on it. The people end up spending more on the artwork than the actual truck is worth. And they add all that metal to it, trying to make it all fancy. It's like a source of pride for them. Some small nuances that we went with it, you know, trying to give it that Pakistani feel, but there's also small things to it, like Texas-wise, there's like the blue bonnets on there, you know, the smokers on there. So it's just have respect for both cultures, you know, not trying to side one way or another. Truck art is truck art, and then Texas is Texas, you know, but together they kind of work. So on top of the trailer, we have small words in Urdu, and there's different meanings behind them. So some of them means like, one means delicious, one means fresh, one means tasty. So just different things that we offer at the trailer that, you know, if you know Urdu or can read Urdu, that's for you to kind of read while you're waiting in line. My favorite meat on the menu depends on the day. Briskets, you know, it's brisket, it's really good. It's gonna be our most popular thing. We'll put our own spice rub in it to kind of give it our own take on it.
There's a slice of patty for you.
I love the rub on your brisket.
Yeah.
Tastes like an incredibly executed brisket, like a brisket that I would find at like Goldee's, right? But it has a nice twist to it that just makes it stand out. If I closed my eyes and I ate that, I'd be like, wow, this is absolutely fantastic, but this is definitely a Sabar BBQ brisket.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And the second meat we're gonna have is the Szechuan lamb ribs. Definitely kind of the star of the menu, I would say. It just kind of has all the elements of a really good bite, in my opinion.
That is so good, man. The lamb flavor is not, I wouldn't call it gamey. It has a nice flavor to it. Almost like a floral taste to the lamb.
I think it's the Szechuan rub. It's got a lot of aromatic spices to it. And then being on the smoker for 6 hours, I think that also kind of helps dampen out that gaminess or whatever it is.
That is so good. Honestly, it doesn't even need the sauce. I'm going to try it,
Yeah,
but
try it
it
with the
is
sauce.
so good.
Yeah. That's like the chili crisp barbecue sauce.
Dude, that barbecue sauce is crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, when I was eating it, I was like, wow, this does not need sauce. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Then when I ate it with the lamb, I was like,
Just like complements it really well.
great. It's like an amplifier. It's like it's Super Saiyan. Like you made the lamb rib go Super Saiyan
Lamb
too.
rib on steroids.
Yeah.
We started doing a Yemeni influenced lamb chop. We'll throw it on the smoker and it's served medium. And so that's kind of like the newest thing that we've had. So, you know, just to have something different on the menu.
Wow. It's so rich in flavor. It almost is like,
It's like eating a steak almost.
yeah, it almost tastes like
Yeah.
beef almost.
Yeah.
What is that? That is so good. Dude, this is absolutely the best lamb chop I've ever had. Period.
Heck yeah.
I don't even like lamb, you know? I mean, I'm gonna have to stop saying that. because
Salmon had
I just
good
had
lamb.
a rib and I was like, it blew my mind. I just had this chop,
Yeah.
blew my mind. I think I like lamb now.
That's what's
You made
up.
me a lamb believer.
There we go.
And then we have the tandoori turkey. So, you know, it's gonna be just the tandoori spices on a turkey breast.
Those spices work so well with the turkey.
Yeah.
That is really good. Because of how unique that flavor is, I would say that is the best turkey I've ever had.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, that is
Okay.
so good, man.
That's what's up.
Dude, so far I'm like blown away by everything I've tasted so far. Like this is
Oh yeah.
spectacular.
So the sides that we offer are, the first one is gonna be dal chawal, which is lentils over rice. We top it off with some crispy jalapenos. So in between bites of your rich fatty meats, getting a little bite of dal chawal in between, I think it kind of brings it all together.
Incredibly flavorful. And I love the little crispy on it.
Yeah.
Adds that little extra texture.
Yeah, for sure.
Home cooked food right there.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Like
that's
like,
our comfort food right
yeah,
there.
absolutely.
The second one is gonna be a fruit chaat. It's pretty standard as far as what we serve. Like we keep it pretty simple. We do red apples, green apples, oranges, grapes. It's heavy on cumin, coriander, dry mango powder. We'll add some fresh mint to it as well. So it's gonna be sweet, salty, savory flavors in your mouth.
Wow, I like that a lot.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite side that we do.
Jeez. It's a little spicy when the salt just like wakes it up.
Yeah.
That is a perfect compliment to a barbecue tray.
Oh yeah.
I gotta take some of this home, man.
Please
This is
do.
crazy.
And the dessert, which is a dessert, but you can get it as a side, is gajrilla, which is gonna be carrots cooked in milk, saffron, sugar, and cardamom.
So first of all, the flavor of it is once again very comforting. Like a rice pudding or even like cornbread. Like, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
like on a cold day, you get like some cornbread and you have that like nice warm feeling inside. That's what that does. But what's also interesting about it is the effect it has on my palate. Like as soon as I ate that, all the spice, all of the like richness in my mouth was like gone. I've never had a side do that if it wasn't, you know, like a coleslaw or something like
Yeah.
that. Usually those type of sides will like cleanse my palate. All right, I'm ready to go back into the barbecue.
Yeah.
Somehow you made a sweet, comforting dish that does the same thing.
Oh yeah.
That is amazing. So I've already heard so many good things about Sabar BBQ. You guys are killing it, even out of such a small food truck. And I'm telling you right now, after eating this tray, I am still blown away, even with that high expectation that I had. Like you
Appreciate
guys
it.
are making some of the best barbecue in Texas, without a doubt.
Appreciate it, man.
So our goal isn't to get rich off of barbecue. We just want to serve really good food and want to make sure that when people come, they get a really good filling meal. You know, that's what makes it worthwhile.
I've spent the last several years traveling all over the country filming barbecue stories, from small towns in Texas to cities like Los Angeles, New York, and beyond. I've planned a lot of trips over the years, and one thing I've learned is that travel planning is a skill, real work, and it's something you can build a travel advising business on. And that's why I'm excited to partner with Fora. If you've ever thought about starting your own business, you know how quickly costs can add up. You're paying for software, training, memberships, and all kinds of tools before you've even gotten started. What I like about Fora is that they bring everything together under one subscription. As a Fora advisor, you get access to professional booking technology, comprehensive training, a supportive community of travel advisors, and more than 7,000 preferred travel partners, including hotels and cruise lines around the world. Fora also includes over 700 on-demand training sessions and live coaching every month, so you're not left trying to figure out everything on your own. Whether you're learning how commissions work, understanding the travel industry, or building confidence booking trips for your clients, there's a path to help you grow. If you're someone who loves helping others plan amazing trips and want to build something of your own, check out Fora using the link in the description below. Thanks again to Fora for sponsoring this video.
So the first thing we do on a Friday morning, come in, start the fires, load in the briskets. We've already trimmed them, seasoned them. Even though we are only open one day a week, we're prepping every day of the week, whether it's for catering, food truck, or Saturday. That's all we can do. All right, just kind of chill after this. No, don't get out of the way, man. So my career prior to barbecue goes back to 2007. I was a nuclear medicine technologist here in Charlotte.
So I met Garen at the hospital. I worked at the front desk in radiology.
I was a technologist for 5 or 6 years, and then I started cooking brisket for fun. My guinea pigs, per se, were people at the hospital. I was addicted to it after that. It was like, man, when am I gonna cook my next brisket?
What are you doing right now?
Just making sure everything's balanced. Yeah, there's no worse day in barbecue than whenever you get a jam up in a rotisserie.
A local brewery opened up in a town close to where we live, and he decided he would just kind of go chat with the owners and say like, hey, I'm trying to do this barbecue thing, and maybe we can work together in some capacity. We don't know what that looks like right now because we're just literally in our backyard.
It gained traction pretty fast. So in 4 years, we went from being under a tent. 2 years later, we were in a food truck. And then 2 years after that, we bought the restaurant in Peachland. But just feeding people, just seeing the excitement, seeing the friendships form, I just got attached to that. A little bit of marbling in there.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, local mark?
I mean, it's local. It's just eastern North Carolina.
Okay,
Down towards the
so it's
Hole.
in North Carolina.
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah.
So we're knocking this shine bone off and just kind of trimming these up to make it a little more symmetrical. No real super jagged edges that are going to get too burnt up and crispy on the pits. Then when my associate Aaron gets back up here, we'll lay down a layer of our pork rub seasoning on them.
So North Carolina is definitely a hog-centric state. It's what I grew up with. Barbecue to me was always pork or chicken. Family reunion was whole hog, pig picking style, but I have never stepped foot in a hog house. My upbringing has always been close to farming, heavily involved with cattle, beef and dairy alike. My grandpa was voted in the Livestock Hall of Fame. I can't tell you how many farms I have been to.
This is Ridgeview Land and Cattle. This is a cattle herd and farm operation that my wife and I own. There's a funny misconception in North Carolina that nobody eats beef barbecue, everybody eats pork. There is way more cows per capita in North Carolina than there are pigs. I know if you get way towards the coast, that's where hog and pork farming was traditionally really big, but I know more people that eat beef than pork. You're standing a cow.
Yeah, hey. Every time I don't look.
About halfway, and I was like, oh god.
Good one.
Yeah, good enough.
So right here picking up some cheese, and this particular creamer uses Jersey cattle. It's known for having a higher milk fat. It takes farmers to put brisket on our market line. Like so, the appreciation for farmers knowing day in, day out what they do is, I can't even put that one into words. It takes some true grit to be a farmer.
Gonna get a little warm back here for this part. So we're foil wrapping the points of the briskets just as a little bit of heat shield. That meat back there tends to be a little more delicate than the flats, so we don't want it to overcook.
Wow, great color on it.
Oh yeah.
Jeez, so early too.
We use all natural brisket. It's no antibiotics, hormones, steroids ever. It's the creme de la creme of cattle. So cooking barbecue in North Carolina, humidity can change, definitely affects how the pits are drawing. The weather's gonna be the weather, but knowing whenever any proteins are done, you just have to be able to make that decision on the fly.
When Garen gets his mind on something, he goes for it 100%. And so barbecue, I quickly realized, was one of those things.
So we got our white brisket, which is actually pork belly cooked like a brisket. Yeah, these will go till they get nice and soft. Tomorrow, when we slice them up, it'll look like a piece of brisket, but it's actually the other white meat.
So what are these meatballs for?
Burgers.
I know y'all did a burger.
We do it for our tater tot casserole, and it also goes in the beans.
Where does the meat come from? Is that like brisket?
Yeah, the trim off the brisket.
So a lot of the sides we do, there's a lot of prep beforehand. I've never cooked in any restaurant. So our sides are definitely a culmination of my travels in barbecue. Went somewhere, just been inspired, that brought a new side to our menu.
So y'all don't have a mixer here?
Nope.
You're it, huh?
That's right.
Yeah, 2 mixers right here.
A pretty traditional yeast dough, but it comes out really nice for the kolaches and lends itself well to the sweet or the savory application, so perfect for the kolaches.
I think I know what good food is supposed to taste like. It's just the point A to B to get there. People's figured it out before, like, I can do this. I've never had restaurant experience, but yet we built a whole entire restaurant from scratch. The fact that we did what we've done makes no sense. So John G's is located in Peachland, North Carolina. It's a super small town, located about an hour outside of Charlotte. The population's like 429. We got a couple neighbors, maybe it's 431 now. Population probably triples on a Saturday. So super small town. Can't emphasize that enough. If you blink, you'll definitely miss it. As you can see over here, we got a real cool pit house with an awesome burn down barrel. And this is what barbecue looked like to me growing up. Typically a fundraiser, fire department barbecue, very community based, never beef. It was always chicken or pork. So there's really no lodging, hotels, motels in Peachland, but there is Westwood.
This estate was constructed in 1937. We can lodge up to 20 people. We have 10 suites. You can get massages. You can shoot sporting clays. It's a great place to come and relax. Hope that people will come to Westwood and feel as if they're home away from home.
I cannot recommend it enough. It's only 15 minutes from the restaurant. So Kelly's my wife. She is crucial to this restaurant. She is the glue that holds it together.
Today I'm working on 2 weeks of schedules for staff and answering emails as they come in throughout the day. And that's really it, just kind of buttoning things up for Saturday. So that's what I'm finishing up on Fridays usually.
She grew up taking dance, and that was where her passion was, but she kind of let that go in order for this to happen. Oh. Clearly there would be no John G's without Kelly. I guess the most challenging part about cooking brisket, it's not like I grew up doing that. Brisket was never a thing in my family. And literally my learning to cook brisket was just trial and error. I had never ate brisket until 2009. So the first time I ate brisket, I was blown away. Snow's was definitely one of the first true bites of Texas barbecue that I ever had. Everything's out in the open, so you could see every move, every footstep, every coal, everything. The hardest working people I had saw up until that point. It really inspired us to just dig deep, get after it, put everything we had into this. So John G's in Peachland is only open on Saturdays. I would work Monday through Friday, go home Friday, trim out brisket, cook all night, serve it on Saturday. Me and Kelly would clean up on Sunday and I would go back to work on a Monday. The other side of that is Peachland being in the middle of nowhere. It's not like people can clock out go eat lunch and make it back to their job.
Oh, I fell right in the intersection, remember that?
So even though our restaurant's located basically in the middle of nowhere off the side of a highway, you really never know who you might be in line with. It could be Carolina Panthers, movie stars, MMA fighters. So one of the funniest moments recently, Seth Curry came in the restaurant and this guy with his daughter starts walking towards us and he's like, "Can I get a picture with you?" But he was looking at me. Seth kind of asked him like, "Hey, you want me to take?" And the guy's just like, "No, like I'll get a selfie." So we took the picture, and the guy walks off, and I'm kind of laughing, like, I don't know what Seth's thinking. It was pretty comical. So our breakfast service is almost considered a speakeasy. You'll see it in the post, we'll mention it, about tacos and kolaches. We serve those from 9:30 to 10:30.
And what are we gonna do for breakfast? Okay.
So we make our own beef fat flour tortillas. The tortillas have been in the making for years. There's no way I could count how many tortillas I've tried for him to say, "Is this right?"
House-made tortilla, brisket, eggs, salsa verde, cowboy candy, and queso fresco.
And then we make kolaches, which I could give you a whole history lesson on kolaches versus klobasniks and on all of that, but I won't. Most people just call them all kolaches. Usually a bacon popper, a chicken bacon ranch. We do a sweet and savory version of kolaches. Strawberry, right now we're doing a key lime, finishing out the summer, which is a huge hit with everybody. My favorite thing though right now is our brisket breakfast taco. You can find me right before service starts if we have any tortillas left eating a brisket breakfast taco.
You ain't trying to cheese, I don't know where you at, man. You ain't down here, I don't know where you at, you're missing out. Treat yourself, don't cheat yourself.
Okay.
Thank y'all. Appreciate you.
My daughter's got that. And then we'll fly you home on Saturday. And we'll bring you stuff back. So
Pops is Kelly's dad. He has gotten the name Pops over the last 5 years. It literally is the highlight of his week, talking to people, tell them the story. I never know what he's gonna tell them, but they always get a good story.
started out, they give me a school now and then, a jail. And he says, then a zoo one time, he says, now I'm
Branching out.
I'm going all over the country.
That's so cool.
He's 80. Like, I literally have no idea what he's telling people. He'll flat out tell you, he's like, "I'm the greatest bullshit of all times." So like, I'm like, what is he telling these people, man? Pops is notorious. Yeah, 100%, man.
All right, story time's over, Pops.
People get there early. By the time 11 o'clock rolls around, there might be 200 or more people in that line.
They might have been here since the night before. They might have been here since Friday.
We take our time connecting with our customers.
We want it to be welcoming.
We do tend to have fun. We've got the precision pig. If the meat slicer hits your targeted weight, if you order half pound and they get 0.50, you get a precision pig.
If a birthday comes through the line, we put a candle in their brisket and we sing happy birthday, and they love it and I love it.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Brad. Happy birthday to you.
So our service is set up market style, a la carte. You can order half pound, whatever you want, and get however many sides you want. Pay for it at the end and it's yours. So my favorite meat is the brisket, a little bit of lean and fatty. I have appreciation for both.
Cheers.
Cheers. If you told me that was cooked on an offset smoker, I'd be like, yeah, absolutely. That's the only way you can get the sweetness on the fat. You get the meat cooked properly where the bottom part of the point, that flat muscle, isn't like still tight, but then the point isn't all mushy. Dude, that is an excellent brisket.
We have white brisket, which is actually pork belly, but we cook it like brisket. It literally looks like a piece of sliced lean brisket, but it's fatty and white.
Wow. What's interesting about the pork belly. There's a lot of times because it's so fatty, the pork just like punches through and it tastes just like a very porky bite.
Yeah.
The smoke in that is perfectly balanced with the porky flavor.
Yeah. No sugar rub at all. I mean, it's straight brisket rub, but just it's got an element of sweetness to it to me every time. So our spare ribs, mainly traditional Texas, but finish a little sweeter than most that I've had.
Let's try it. Stand out is the texture on this. Almost like barkiness to the top. And it has almost like a grilled pork taste to it. And then you get that nice tender meat at the bottom. And then spare ribs are like so fatty. It's like, this is crazy good.
And then my favorite side would be brisket fried rice. Brisket fried rice paired with our house-made yum yum sauce.
Cheers. Oh man. Flavor explosion.
Yeah. That one moves fast, man.
I see why.
That's one of the top of the sellout board every week.
I was already anticipating that this was going to be like one of the best barbecue places I've been. Oh my gosh. You know, like I'm still like a little shocked. There's a reason why people are sitting out there.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
When somebody comes to Johnny's Barbecue, I definitely want to make them feel welcomed. I want them to leave with more than just a full stomach and some leftovers. I want them to make friends. Bonds like that are just what make it so special to me.
I first met Miss Tootsie when I was probably just a grade school or less.
Kerry was just a young boy running around in town, barefoot, overalls. And at no time during that period did I ever think that someday he would be my boss.
Snow's Barbecue began, I guess it was 2002. I mentioned to her about coming over here and opening a barbecue place.
And I told him, I said, we need to sit down and talk.
And we did that in my shop, had a several-hour visit, and
he said, do you think we can be ready by the 1st of March? I said, I'm ready tomorrow if you have the pits ready. So he got busy and got to building them, and we were able to open up March the 1st of 2003.
I built all of these pits that are here. If you can see the craftsmanship on these, there's nothing that's great, but they were put together in the 1st of 03, and they're still here with us. Opened up Saturdays only 2003 and rocked along for 5 years until 2008 when Texas Monthly recognized us as #1.
I think there's a lot of things that go into making good barbecue. Everybody does his own thing. The individual cook has to get used to his own product and what he wants his product to be like.
I mean, in 08, did we have some good barbecue? Yes, we did. Is it better today? Yes, it is. The name Snow's Barbecue comes from Snowman is my nickname, and it was just shortened to Snow's. And how I got the nickname of Snowman, when mother was pregnant, I have an older brother, 4 years older. When she was pregnant, an elderly gentleman asked him, did he want a little brother or sister? He said, I want a little snowman. And it just stuck. I was Snowman, and still to this day, Snowman. Snow's Barbecue is located in Lexington, Texas. Population of about 1,000 or 1,100 now. I was born and raised here. It's just a small rural farming community. You'll hear the cows mooing on Saturday morning from a block down the road to you're sitting there eating and thinking, last week you may have heard that sound and now it's on your plate. It's kind of comical.
These are the direct pits, and these are real common out in this area. This is just like the pit over at Snow's. Obviously it's just brick, but they'll load coals in through here. And then you got your grate over here, and all the barbecues set on here. And then we'll burn wood over here. Call this thing a torpedo, but it looks like one. Just a big Esperon barrel.
That's massive.
Yeah. So I started working at Snow's in 2015 in April. It was actually on my birthday. I was just a regular ordering food, and that's That's when, unfortunately, Tootsie's son got sick, and he got diagnosed with cancer and was unable to work.
When he developed the brain cancer and had surgery, Carrie hired Clay to come in.
So I met Miss Tootsie probably when I was 3 or 4, really small. Tootsie was badass to me before she was famous. And so I came up here and I said, hey Tootsie, do you remember, Craig Cowgill's son? And she said, oh yeah, you almost died in my meat market.
Well, I remembered him as a little bitty tot. And I remember one Saturday morning he choking on a piece of bread or some meat. As the years went by, and then I learned to know him after he came to work for us. And Clay has done a wonderful job with the barbecuing and cooking.
So my shift normally starts like around 6:30, and around 7 I'll light the fire. Brisket will go on around 8:30. When I'm cooking, I don't listen to music. I love doing this, and so I want to be able to hear my thoughts and kind of focus on what I'm doing. And as the fire burns down, sometimes that log will fall off and it'll hit the door. And if I'm listening to music, I'm not able to hear that. And once it hits the door, my fire can die. So I like being able to hear it. When I first step into this smokehouse area, I'm excited. I'm ready to work. It's kind of like my office in a way.
I'm from the old country yet. I'm from the old school, and that's the way it is with brisket. Briskets were ground up into ground meat and other stuff, because it's the sorriest cut of beef on the animal. Nobody wanted to fool with it. And someone has worked with it and found out you can make a good cut out of it. It takes a lot of tender love and care, but you can come out with a very good product.
Most everybody in Texas or in the area seasons very basic, salt and pepper plus a little. We use salt and pepper only and kind of let the meat speak for itself.
The foil method, you get away with so much because this area will touch and I'll have everything great color, but then where it was touching the other brisket, it'll be, green looking. And then I put it in foil and this thing melts.
In building the brisket pit, I didn't really have a lot of knowledge of exactly what I wanted. I knew what I wanted my end result to be able to hold a lot of brisket. And I built that one, and it, we put in excess of 600 pounds on it in a cook.
It is. It just is.
People will start lining up on Saturday mornings as early as Friday evening.
When was the last time y'all were here?
I've never been
4
here before,
years
so
ago.
we're
Okay.
so
And we've
excited.
been talking about it for 4 years, and we came, and the line was all the way in the back corner already over there, but there were people from all over the world.
I mean, I can probably remember 1 week in the last 5 to 8 years that when I got here at 1 o'clock, there was not somebody already on the porch.
Nice meeting you. See you tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. These are a little greener than normal, but that's okay. What I'm doing is just switching from the briskets that were in the hottest spot to the coolest spot on the pit and vice versa.
Clay he's very, very attention to detail and does an exceptional job at what he's done. And we've started doing some classes throughout the year with him. Everybody we've had in the class have left extremely excited and felt like it was well worth their time spent here.
So how do you know where to put each brisket?
I memorized this shit, man. I used to I told a guy from class, he was like, how do you memorize them all? I was like, I name them all. And then he was like, what's this one's name? I was like, that's Bird. And then he showed me the same brisket 10 minutes later. I was like, why are you showing me Bird again? He's like, oh my God, you do memorize them.
Friday night and Saturday, that's a pretty long day. He'll come in, you know, 6:30 to 7:30 on a Friday night and leave at 10:30 to 12 on Saturday mornings. And in our brisket cooking process, if you're sidetracked for a minute, you could burn them up. I really can't say enough good things about what he does for this business.
You said this one is your favorite pit right here?
This one, I mean, I like all of them. Like, my favorite way to cook is on those, like cooking pork steaks over there. Because that's a lot harder. And I can teach you how to do all this in one day.
Yeah.
And it's going to take me a couple of months to get you to do this right. At about midnight, I'm going to light this big firebox so that Carrie can have coals to cook pork, steak, and chicken. And then I'm going to manage that and keep loading him up full of wood throughout the entire cook that we have until next morning.
I get here on Saturday mornings now, usually around the 1:30 a.m. mark, and then somewhere right around 2, I'll put the pork and the chicken on. My favorite cuts of barbecue would probably still be the same the whole time we've opened, is the pork steaks. It's nothing other than a pork butt or a pork shoulder that's cut into about 2.5 inches. It's just a popular item that has become more popular in Texas barbecue. The indirect smokers and stuff that we use today just were not available or popular, but cooking over direct coals is, I mean, it's really like no other. The smoke of the coals, the drippings of the meat, and the mop sauce that we use drips on the coals, and the aroma again comes back up. And I mean, there's really nothing like it, and there's very few today that still do that. I mean, it's not the most economical way to cook at all, but you know, it's part of the origin of barbecue and where we started.
My dad said he had me cooking bacon by myself at 3. He could leave me alone and I could cook bacon. So I've always loved cooking. I would always cook ribs and different things and experiment with them. And throughout my entire life, it's always been my favorite thing to do. On the ribs, I cook everything bone side down, and then I'll rotate from my hottest spot to my coolest spot every hour so that I'm not burning the bottom bone side, because they're that side down the entire cook. Ribs, I'm gonna rotate around a whole bunch. We don't wrap them in foil when we cook, so I gotta pay attention to them, make sure I'm not burning anything. I'm gonna mop everything down here first, so that hot mop isn't dripping now on my hands. I only did that one time. It only took me one time to learn.
You learned up.
I was like, oh, that's a simple fix.
These have already got pretty good color. We'll flip them and cook them a while. Pretty hot on that other side, and then shortly before we open, we'll turn them back over. Get a little finish. The mop sauce. The mop sauce is just a concoction of several different items that we put together, and again, it is basically the same thing that Miss Tootsie had used for many years. It's a combination of water, onions, butter, Worcestershire sauce, mustard flour, which is just a ground mustard seed, and vinegar. Whether it be Clay, Tootsie, or myself, we're all gonna make it a little different. Do we measure anything that we mix here? No, nothing. Try not to bring that back to a heavy boil, just getting it back good and hot. I won't boil that vinegar very long. Boil that vinegar a lot, you'll boil the acidities out of it. Tenderizer, it kind of takes away from it. You know, yes, the seasoning and the cooking is important, but the mop sauce that we use here plays a crucial part in this ending result. It not only has a flavor profile to it, keeps the meat moist. We'll cook for a long time. Them pork steaks and chicken both will cook from 6+ hours. You know, you stop and think, you're cooking a damn chicken for 6 hours, but we do. It's like I said, that's probably where if somebody's gonna make a mistake is doing it too fast.
So our briskets are 7 pounds. They cook for about 9-10 hours. And about 5 to 6 hours in, they get wrapped with foil. It kind of steams in the tin foil, and it kind of breaks down and melts the brisket in a way.
We will wrap ours in aluminum foil that, you know, a lot of people have different opinions, but it's kind of everybody's personal touch. But ours will finish their cooking process in aluminum foil.
So my favorite thing about cooking barbecue is maybe 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when it starts to get real hectic, and you know, there'll be a point where I won't sit down for like hours. I'm cooking probably 130 pieces of meat, you know, by myself. And so I don't have time to think about how tired I am. You know, I've got to make sure I'm not burning anything. I have a brain that never stops, and it's almost like my brain is a storm. And it gets almost like chaotic, you know, like let's say I'm watching 150 pieces of barbecue and I'm tired and I'm sweating, and to me it's almost like meditation in a way. The more and more hectic it gets for me, the calmer my mind gets. Okay, done.
Our baby boy, Colby, works here. When I say baby boy, he's now 25, and my son will come in usually around 5.
So how long have you been doing the sausage for?
Probably 4 or 5 years now.
You like doing it?
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Once it gets done, on this side, I'll pick it up and spin it all the way around. Once it's done, we just keep it all separate in the coolers. Keep the boxes full, or try to anyway, not run out.
When we opened here, I think Colby was 4 years old, and he's been working with it all the time, and has just in the last several years really taken more of a responsible role.
What's your favorite thing about just barbecuing in general?
Doing it all together, all of us here. Yes, sir.
Larissa, which is the oldest that works here, currently she works our to-go line out back that's either locals or pre-orders that people can call and get an order to go. My goals or dreams for the future of Snow's Barbecue would be to, you know, our kids to continue to run it if that's what they choose to do when I'm gone. They have been part of our growing process that I'm back to so thankful for, with how many people contributed to getting us where we are today, and my kids are definitely one of them, and they play a huge part in it.
You smell the mop on here? Smell the vinegar?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's how you can tell if you got enough vinegar, if it makes you want to cough.
Yeah.
See how like they're so red and pretty?
Mm-hmm.
And there's no like red sauce mop on there. Okay. This is what I'm looking for. I got breaks in the ribs, and then I can turn it over and put my finger through the back of the skin. And that's how I can tell.
We know when the pork steak is done. I mean, for us, it's more of a look and a feel. Pork steaks, I will judge them more with a fork. There's a time frame in there to where they're gonna be really tender. Will they be brisket tender? Not quite, but again, that's the cut of meat and the cooking process, but very close.
That's a good one.
Yeah, wow.
Clay has been very good within his briskets, that he's able to bend them and know how far they are.
So see where I'm touching the lean? What I'm feeling for is how soft the lean is. I don't care about the fatty end, because that renders quicker. I want to feel how soft the lean is. That's all I'm doing. Amazing.
Thank you.
You're welcome. My favorite part in the shift is probably around 6:30. Seeing people show up in the morning was like my second breath. It's just I love what I do. Keep rotating. Keep rotating.
The secret, rotate.
Clay does his job and we don't get in each other's way. He's got his cookers he's on with the indirect heat. I'm on my cookers with the direct heat. And Clay has been a very wonderful man to work with. It took me a little time to get used to him, but I have really enjoyed him.
Miss Tootsie comes to work now on Saturday mornings, usually 6:30-ish, times back in the earlier days where she'd start the fires and everything. But she'll come in now at 6:30 or 7 and she'll finish the pork and the chicken that I put on at 2.
What I appreciate about her the most is her work ethic. And she loves barbecue, she loves to cook barbecue.
I've been in the barbecue business since 1966. I got into the barbecuing by accident. My husband worked for a meat market in Giddings. They were shorthand one day, and so the boss asked him if I would come in and help. Well, it ended up from 1 day to 1 week to 1 month to years. So we bought the meat market, and I had it for 20 years until my husband suffered a stroke, and we had to get rid of it then.
She comes in earlier morning and it's more of a relaxing time for her, and that hasn't been an easy transformation for her to get into that. She's one that's always had to have her hand in it.
Then after Chef's Table, that opened up another new world. Since then we have people from all over the world that come to visit Snow's and to meet me and to take pictures with us.
Well, Miss Tootsie's notoriety has been instrumental to a lot of people in the business. That's very rewarding.
Instead of all the awards, certificates, and I just don't go for that. I go for the joy and the pleasure of seeing someone's face light up when they recognize me. I lost my husband in December of 15 and my son in March of 16. God closed those doors. They weren't coming back, but God opened up so many other doors for me to walk the path that I have met such wonderful people. I give all my praise to God that He has given me the strength and courage and enlightenment to continue.
First in line.
I know it. You're excited. Well, I know
That's
he's
awesome.
going to give the ticket away for first in line, but
Yeah.
I don't mind being second.
Yeah.
Number 2 is a good spot.
We'll do a raffle before we open up. I let the line just self-number theirself, and that's usually a chore, but that's easier than having tickets or numbers.
I'll probably do the first half raffle and then open it up and then come do the back half, and then we'll give the Yeti away about 8 maybe. Keep it going. Gotta say it out loud.
Lone Star, Tito's vodka. We serve all that at our free bar, which, not many places have a free bar at 7:30 in the morning.
Can I get 2 Lone Stars?
And now we have the merch building on a Saturday. That'll be staffed with 2 people in the merchandise building.
Let's go with this 1 sticker also, please.
Woo! Where's 142? 57. We'll get you back up there. All right, I've got 4 prizes. One of them is a Yeti Brody. We've got a Yeti mug. And then we've got 2 other prizes on there. Let's let the lady draw first. Is that all right?
Oh, that's sweet. Thank you.
I am pretty sweet.
20 ounce Yeti!
20-ounce Yeti.
Thank you.
We've divided this country way too much for no reason. Whether you're this side of the fence or that side of the fence, the dividing line is way too strong, and you should be nice to everybody. We've all got one goal, and that's to be productive and to serve our Lord, and that's what we've done. So many people will cook today what they're gonna serve tomorrow. and hold it in warmers.
So you guys don't have warmers here?
No, we don't have any warmers.
The girls will come out, we'll have a runner that'll come out and grab barbecue as it's needed inside. Okay, I'll take the 2 pound brisket, 2 pounds of pork ribs to go.
73.60.
Yeah, I'm gonna need chicken too.
Yeah, 73.60.
The style of barbecue that we cook at Snow's, I would call it the old traditional style of barbecue. We don't do plates. We sell it by the pound. It's sliced in front of you. You know, as you come through the line, we don't push people through in a hurry.
Thank you so much.
The first customers.
Here we are. I know, we're so excited. This is amazing.
Wow. Yeah, let me
Look at that, huh?
That is a platter right there.
It is.
My favorite cuts are probably the pork steak. When I first came in and I reintroduced myself to Tootsie, I had some pork steak. And I've never had a piece of food that like jogged my memory so far back. But I took one bite of that pork steak and it was the same bite. And it literally took me back to where I was probably like 3 or 4, eating there, swinging my feet off the porch table. And I was like, oh my gosh, it's the same thing.
Oh my gosh. We are so excited. We are unbelievably excited. They came to feed from Phoenix, Colorado, Florida, New Hampshire, California, and Iowa. So it's been really great.
This is one of the best places where it's gonna create a really good barbecue memory. The memories here are better than the barbecue.
My birthday today.
Hey.
Where did we came? Last Snow's barbecue.
You again.
It's you. Yeah, it's me.
I knew you would come back.
Every year for my birthday, we come here just for you to slap that brisket. You gotta slap it. You gotta slap it. Hey, now. Yeah, I won the whole thing now.
What am I most proud of? I guess the fact that we're 20 plus years into it and we're still rolling along. I'm working side by side with my family while I'm doing this.
I know I won't live forever. There's no way of knowing how much changes will take place till the next generation. Yes, I think they can carry on. I have no problem thinking that they can't.
People don't understand the barbecue family, as we call it. We are a tight-knit family, and that's probably the most rewarding of all of this is the people I've met and bonded with. Could name a couple of them, you know, Wayne Mueller, Louis Mueller and Taylor always had an open door.
You'll get 4 sausages, and you'll get the burnt-ends, and you get the 3 sides.
Thought I'd treat them to
Yeah.
the world's best barbecue.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're gonna get a beef rib.
2 of them.
2 of them. 2 beef ribs.
2 regular links and 2 jalapeno links.
So I'll give it to you in a pound, okay?
And then half a pound of fatty breast.
Is that it, Clay?
That's it. So people have come in here before and eaten this beef rib, taken one bite, and said, hey, I want to do this for the rest of my life and open up restaurants because of this. It's so good. It's magic.
So, oxtails for destination is by far the meat that makes us different and makes us special. It was Walt's idea in 2021 for us to do oxtail, and it gave me the inspiration to finally try it.
I'll be for real, that tenderism and them black diamonds. Tenderism means you don't need no teeth for the meat. That's right, that's all you gotta do. Bring your gums, and boy, tenderism gonna touch you.
So, the oxtails they took off pretty fast. When the video started going viral, people started coming in almost right away.
You don't have to believe me. Just come to Destination Smokehouse Eatery, southern part of California, the city called Marietta. Guarantee you will see.
The energy and the vibe here of the people who come here to eat and also the people that work here has really been a blessing. Right now we have a DJ, we have him every Saturday and Sunday, and it's an energy, it's a vibe. A lot of people say it's like a family reunion or a cookout, but it's a place for everybody. That's what's so cool about this.
Yeah, I like meeting them customers. They be smiling, they be thinking we faking, till they sit down and eat and find out, guess what? This for realnism too.
My dad told me it's very basic and it's not profound, but he used to tell me all the time, excuses are for losers. And all he meant by that was, stop making excuses. If you want to accomplish something, get it done, figure it out. And I was like, okay, Dad, I get it. I get it. We like to save these juices for other purposes, so that's why we put them in these pans. You can see he's putting that right there. And the crunchiness of the bark. You hear it? I don't know if you can hear with that mic. Crunchy. So there's some nights we pull briskets off and then a few hours later we're putting more meat on. So we cook a lot of food here. It is a nonstop operation and we have a lot of great people doing it. So our style of barbecue is destination barbecue. It's smoked meat, there's no way around it, but this is destination barbecue. We are in California, from New York City, and I just was inspired by what I saw people doing in Texas, but we put our own spin on it, so it's just destination barbecue. So this right here is our rib rub. I just made it this morning to do a small batch. There's brown sugar in here, there's salt and pepper that you can see, there's granulated onion, granulated garlic, and a little bit of dry mustard. And I have no problem telling you that because as my brother here and I know, we can teach a million people a recipe, but they're not gonna cook like us. It just is what it is, right?
100%.
Right, go. So all the rub started with me. I was influenced by a lot of competition cooks. So of course I bought into the lie that it was just salt and pepper from a lot of people. And then you find out Lawry's is like this magic MSG trick that everybody's using and pretending like it's all salt and pepper. So it started there, but I simplified everything with ingredients that made sense to us. Our pork and our turkey starts out with a very brown sugar heavy rub, but each protein does get a slight adjustment. So the restaurant's called Destination Smokehouse, and there's a few reasons for that. Started out, we called it Destination Coffee Bar and Bistro. That was our original name. We started as a coffee shop. Destination was really just a way in the small town that we were in to let people know that this could be your destination. I had no involvement in the coffee shop when they opened too, by the way. It was open for 3.5 years without me. And when my father had passed away late 2018, no one wanted to run the coffee shop anymore. I had a realization that you can't F up anymore, your dad is gone. So I jumped on it because I had no other prospects and I didn't know how I was gonna win, but I knew I was gonna win. But this is a 38-year-old guy who never drank a cup of coffee. So I had to learn how to make coffee. There you go, double cortado.
That's good.
Yeah, you're the man, dude. I like that. I'm telling you.
You still got it, man.
Oh, you're the man. I appreciate you so much. You don't even understand. I ran it for about a year until I met Walter Johnson.
I started working in 2020, and I met Nick. And I've been with him ever since.
I met him in January 2020 under the assumption that he was a retired old man who just wanted to help us out in the kitchen a few days a week. He taught me more about the restaurant back of house than anybody up until that point. And it was a huge eye opener.
Hey, check this out, man. I'll try to give you a break.
It's over with now.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna show you. Nigga like a little brother to me, you know what I mean? Yeah, now I got love for him.
We are brothers. There's no way around it. Walter was very influential. It was all his idea to do barbecue. Coffee shop was doing okay, but we knew we needed more food.
I say, Nick, man, look here, we gotta do something, man. Let's do some barbecue. Yeah, idea, man, we're gonna try it. I said, let's go to Home Depot and get one of them little grills. We don't need the kitchen, we just need the little grill. And that's how it began.
We did 10 slabs of ribs. He cooked them his way, direct heat. He did, I don't know how many pounds, but a lot of half chickens, and we sold out of both in about like a 4-hour window, and to us, that was a lot. We were really like happy. Good shot. Yes, good shot. Thank you.
Oh, for sure. Hey, I'll take them back.
All right, cool. Unfortunately, something like so abrupt came up that the guy that whenever I called him answered the phone, he wasn't answering the phone. I later found out he was going through some really serious personal stuff and he was unavailable.
I wasn't there because of family matters, but when I got back, it was all good.
I learned to cook barbecue from absolute zero to where we are now. I was watching every video on earth. Aaron Franklin, I'm gonna learn from this guy in his PBS videos and YouTube cooks, Malcolm Reed, Harry Sue, and Mad Scientist Barbecue. So that was how I learned how to cook. Walter was gone about a month. When Walter came back and he tried my brisket for the first time, in his face, it had about 5 or 6 different emotions on it. I just watched him and I was like, he's a little bit shocked. And he's also looking like, wow, I'm proud of my guy. Man, I don't know how he figured this out or who taught him, because when I left here, he wasn't even cooking ribs.
Look, recipes and this and that. Destination got a recipe. Nick, booyah.
I'm new to this game. I'm in it 5 years. I'm proud of what I've accomplished, but I would never say that people that have lived and breathed this a lot longer than me, that I know more than them, or I'm gonna explain something that's in their blood. I love every bit of it, but I have so much respect for the people that when they started this, there was no glamour to it. And I'm just happy to put out the food that we do and just keep doing it. The sides are made from scratch. We don't make our own noodle for the mac and cheese, but everything else is from scratch. We make the cheese sauce for the mac. Sweet potatoes come in as sweet potatoes. We cut them down. We make all of our sauces ourselves.
All right, now what we got going on here?
We are preparing here the cornbread. It's a new recipe for Destination Smokehouse. It's becoming on the fall. We prep it with a lot of corn and a pinch of Brazilian taste.
Ooh, that's great. Can't wait to try it.
So far, the people have tried that. I made the first batch. I could not save any. Our employees just ate it all.
Yeah.
We have a lot of people here with different backgrounds. Our head chef is from Brazil. Renato is a genius. He has put so much flavor into our food, especially everything, but especially the sides. He has had his hand in them, everything. As far as the operations of this restaurant, the way the kitchen functions and the flavor of our food, Renato, there's no one else. It's Renato.
So we wanna get the smoke taste on it, and you're gonna change it for different doors, so you can get the color and the perfect cook time for everything. And I'm gonna make right now the bread pudding.
Ooh, okay.
It's smoked bread pudding.
Okay.
So I'm gonna try that as well.
Oh, nice.
So we have all offset, they're 1150s. We have Big Red, it was named obvious because it's big and it's red. The military smoker, not very creative, but it's got the 4 branches of the military on each door. And then the big one we call the Silver Bullet or the Silver Missile. And then the 2 new ones we actually named Riggs and Murtaugh. People joked and called Walter and I a lethal weapon barbecue one time. So one's Riggs and one's is Murtaugh. So.
You know that's for sure. This is a legal weapon. Destination. What?
Only one in the nation.
Booyah.
Ragu.
Marietta, California, in the southern part. This was the tenderism capital.
If the barbecue's good, it takes a lot of love, a lot of passion, a lot of care, and it's not something that you just try and mass produce, you know? When that happens, everything changes, the quality changes. Old Luis, Hector, Renato, Marcos, Butcher Bill, those guys, the 5 people, are the backbone of all the food that we cook.
So for the spritzing, we do 50-50 mix, just some water and apple cider vinegar. I like to use apple cider vinegar because the vinegar, it helps with the tenderizing of the meat, but it also adds a really nice, beautiful color to the meat as well.
So how'd you get that nickname?
Walter gave it to me, actually.
He was William back then. William, very quiet, very short sentences, took a lot of time to think about his response before he said it, and he is probably one of the best brisket trimmers I've ever seen in my life.
I believe he said it was kind of like from like a movie, but they called him Buffalo Bill.
Well, he was a serial killer, so I guess you with the knife makes sense. Huh?
Knife man, yep.
I turned over the cooks 100% to him and Luis. January 5th, these guys can do it just as good as me. What they're doing right now, I would never take credit for. They work their tails off, and it's a nonstop process.
Oh yeah, that's 2 for $6 cheeseburgers.
Let's see what we got here.
Do it then.
Wow.
A little bit.
This should just be for fun.
#1 in the nation. And what we practice on down here to a perfection is tenderism. And you better knew it.
Walter is an amazing person. He is so much more than what people see on camera. He's very smart. His life experience puts him in a place where when things are bad, they're never as bad as you think, right?
If you spell the word L-I-F-E and take off the L and the E, you have if you wake up in the morning. So you got to take in concept, that little 4-letter word and that 2-letter word got a great deal in what we're doing right now.
Like, his biggest gift to me is he's shown me ways to be a little bit better. You know, when my dad passed away, that was my elder as far as men went, you know? And when he passed, there wasn't really anybody else. So he's taught me a lot about keeping things in perspective and not dreading things that are not worthy of it, you know? I've piggybacked off of so many of his sayings. He came up with ragu. He used to say it all the time, like, Walt, what the hell does that mean? It sounds so cool, but I have no clue what it is. He's like, ragu, like the sauce, right? It's instant, right? Out of it, you don't have to make it. So when something's like good or instant or like automatic or a guarantee, you just say ragu. And I use it all the time.
I can't tell you where it came from, but it came out my head through my mouth. Yeah, and I just come up with stuff like that.
All right, so they look okay. See how it's just going in and out so easily? And see how that one, I pick it up, so that one needs a little bit more. So you want everything to finish at the same time. You don't want some stuff to overcook. But anyhow, long story less long, details matter. And this is proof right here. So we have YouTube, 150,000 followers. Instagram, which is our biggest account, we have 619,000 followers right now. Biggest impact Walt has had on this business is by far getting our name out to people through these videos. People travel from all over the country, even over the world, because of the videos he's seen. We had people in from London recently. We've had people in from Africa. We've had people in from Germany. It's crazy.
No idea about no viral. I had a rotary phone. Yeah, so we had to dial the number. Now, you just say something, take a picture, and you go everywhere. That picture made you come here. That's a good thing. But when you get here, that food gonna keep you. And that's how I look at it.
The thing I appreciate most about Walt is his energy, his personality, his vibe. He just wants to see people around him happy.
That's that big old dinosaur bone. I wanna make sure they right though, cause I'm come down here and check them at 9 then. So if it, boy, look here, this is tenderism at its best. I'm trying to tell y'all, you better come to Destination Smokehouse Eatery, Southern California, City be Marietta. Boy, this is what, it don't get no tender. Look, ain't gonna hurt nobody to get on down. You bring yourself down here, and I bet you find tenderism. I bet you that here at Destination.
Come on, how everybody doing? How are you?
Yes, how are you?
So we have counter service. You're gonna get in line and you're gonna order your food. We're gonna prepare it in the kitchen and bring it out to you. We do our best to give full service once the food comes to you. Pork ribs, a little bit of sweetness, a little bit of savory, but good smoke flavor, great pork flavor, not gamey at all, not tangy, none of that.
What you think, Nick?
It's good.
Now, outside, and
It's good.
This is one of the best ribs I've had, like seriously.
You being serious?
I'm being dead serious, yeah,
Damn.
because not only is it cooked well, but I love the flavor on this
brother.
rib, yeah. Love that little kiss of spice that's in there.
Cool.
It really like brightens it up, makes it very unique. I love this,
Thank you,
yeah.
brother.
Our oxtail, it's probably the meat I'm the most proud of because so many people want to do it now and they're trying so hard and they're not getting the product that we're getting. Just the flavor, you can't get anywhere else and it hits.
It's crazy how like fatty and tender this is. Like, look at that, it's just crying to come off the bone. Look at that.
Ragu. Yeah.
Wow. Damn.
But I eat oxtails and I'll 5, 4. I know oxtails, I don't know nothing else. We have Wednesday, Tuesday, Thursday, you know what I mean? And that's the way it is. Tenderness, I mean, no teeth.
Our brother Walt here, it's a blessing to have him here when he's here, but he's very elusive, so he's got to go. Walt.
Hey, I'm sorry about this, but if you want to know the truth, somebody in the family finna get some ass checked and
There you go. That's the truth.
That's actually true.
Well, hey, it was a pleasure meeting
Yeah,
you.
man, I'm gonna see you again.
Yeah, sounds
Hey,
good. Let me know when you come out to Tennessee.
Favorite meat right now is probably the brisket, only because we've just taken these huge steps with the brisket right now. It's phenomenal. A little bit of smoke.
The fat's rendered too, man. It's just melting like butter.
Cool.
This is easily one of the best briskets in California.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I will take it. Thank you, brother. I will take it.
I've been in a lot of places in California. Very good.
Pork belly, phenomenal. We cube up pork belly, call them pork belly burnt ends. Again, sweet, tangy. Ragu.
All right, so good.
That's a good taco. My wife, Vanessa, she inspired these tacos to be like this. I call her my muse because she's inspired a lot of things, but this is one of them. And I wanted to do tacos right.
Dude, look, it's gone.
No way. Perfect.
No, I love that, man, because I'm from here. Like, that's a California taco right there, man.
So our sides, very traditional as a start, because we do the mac and cheese, phenomenal. We use ratatouille as a noodle. It's kind of like cheese flavor bombs, you know, because the cheese just coats it so well. We make our own cheese sauce. It's extremely cheesy, extremely flavorful. It tastes amazing. I feel like I need to get some warmth over here though to heat it. Yeah, right, Ragu.
Cheesy, a little bit of spice, seasoned so well. Oh my gosh, that mac and cheese is so good. I love the shape of the noodle too.
Ratatouille.
What the
So the
heck?
name comes from because it looks like a radiator, right? Ratatouille.
That mac and cheese is so freaking good. And
Thank you.
I love the thoughtfulness of the shape of the noodle. It makes it a very unique experience.
Yams have a great flavor to them, such a balance with the sweetness. Yams and mac, I can't choose. They're both excellent. I eat the mac more, but the yams are they're special. It's really worth trying. Let's try these yams. And we just hope that people like it. But thank you, brother.
Spectacular, man.
You're the man.
Sweet, spicy. More barbecue places need to do this. This is so good. I'm telling you, it's not just hype. Do not sleep on Destination Smokehouse.
The videos might get people here, but they stay and they come back and they spread good word because what we do here with the food and the service is something that a lot of people feel is special. I take a lot of pride in that.
Destination, #1 in the nation. Yeah. But yeah, that's it. Just seeing how it's growing, man. That's pretty cool, pretty cool.
I'm giving my community a very authentic craft Texas barbecue experience, but I'm trying to stay as close to my roots as possible. It's an interesting combination because Iraqi cuisine does not have the same style of low and slow cooking as Texas barbecue does. Iraqi cuisine is very much about like kind of the hot, fast, coal-based cooking. that type of flavor profile is not that common in Texas barbecue because again, it's all about the smoke rolling over the meats. This is the interpretation of my expression of the perfect tray of barbecue. This is a Wagyu brisket from Wagyu X. It's graded platinum, so this is their very top grade. I am culturally Iraqi. I'm Muslim religiously, and that has a huge impact on my day-to-day, what my philosophy is on life. Halal is the method of preparation and slaughter for meat that allows for a Muslim to be able to consume it. In general, the slaughter needs to be done by hand. It needs to be done in a very humane manner. It needs to be done very quickly. It cannot suffer during that process. Halal is very important to the Muslim community here in the United States because the vast majority of meat here is not halal. And that's why I go out of my way to find Wagyu X, a local supplier that's able to provide me with super high quality Wagyu that is halal.
So today you're at El Rey Ranch. It's one of our many ranches inside the Wagyu X program. Wagyu is just Japanese for black cow, and so they came from Japan. We found the traits that we liked with the bloodlines that we preferred. That way we could have a very high quality full blood animal, but also have an American Wagyu cross cow that had a very good eating and high quality eating experience. And then we married those two things together.
The cows have different pasture areas, so what they do is they cycle them through. So every 24 hours or so, they're moving one herd to another part of the ranch.
I'm gonna get you a good shot, okay?
If you think about the marbling scores that we use at Kafi BBQ, we almost exclusively source their platinum grade. So you can definitely see a difference in the marbling. Marbling meaning the amount of fat that exists inside the muscle on the meat. And the more intermuscular marbling there is, the more tender generally it's going to be and the juicier it's going to be. Let me show you guys the marbling on this. It's just stunning. It's going to be intermuscular marbling for days. So Kafi has two hidden meanings. So one meaning is that God does not require anyone else for his being. The second meaning is that you require no one other than God for your own sustenance. It also has a great other meaning, which is if you're at an Arab household and there's tons of food and you've been eating all day and you cannot have any more, so you tell them Kafi, Kafi. So that means like enough, I'm done. I'm sufficiently provided for. So we want you to feel that way after you leave Kafi BBQ. That's our beauty. So this is the basis of the whole restaurant. It's the M&M 2000 rotisserie offset. With the volume and demand that we have at Kafi BBQ, we really have to use our rotisserie. It's just, it's able to handle the volume that we're throwing at it a lot more efficiently than an offset would. There's a smoke box in the back. You build your all wood fire. There's no gas assist, there's no electric assist, there's nothing like that in that rotisserie. So you're getting that clean wood flavor on your meats. And what you're able to do is you're able to basically get 3 smokers in one. Mixing this up. This is the...
It smells amazing.
Yeah, this is the spice mix of the brisket rub. This was developed for about a 6-year period. Lots of experiments. You can see it's a pretty rough, it's a pretty coarse consistency. And that rough consistency really helps with bark formation. And so that rub is gonna have a lot of umami to it. It's gonna have a lot of citrus notes to it. It doesn't stray too far away from that Texas style experience that you're looking for, but there's always gonna be something where you're like, there's something else in here. And I'd love for you guys to tell me what are the 13 ingredients in there. We're here in Irving, Texas, really close to the Dallas airport, 8140 North MacArthur Boulevard. No one's dumb enough to move to Texas to open a barbecue spot from somewhere else. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I had moved here for the Muslim community. We're actually situated really nicely next to a very large Muslim community here. And so being part of the Muslim community was really, really important to me. And I wanted to be closer to communities that I really cared about. A lot of people think Ethiopia is the origin of coffee, but it's not. It actually was transported from Yemen to Ethiopia. And so Yemen was where coffee was originally cultivated, but it had been an afterthought for so long by the farmers there. People were growing pot, which is like a chewing tobacco type. And that was bringing in more profit, so they were just clearing out their coffee fields. There's also other communities that sort of have little pockets here and there. So one of the places we go to sometimes for ingredients is kind of the Koreatown area. So this is like a substitute for vanilla in Southeast Asia. Oh wow! So they make like pandan custards and stuff like that out of it, and it's got this like beautiful green color. We're gonna pick up some garlic chives. It's one of the few places I can find that ingredient anyways, so it's been great to have it close by. These are the garlic chives that we're gonna test out today. And the sausage. That's what makes this area so cool. It's because there's so many different communities here, and they all kind of mix together to form this awesome spot. I brought you something for your diet.
Oh, finally! Today is my cheat day. Like yesterday, and like the day before that.
This is the full beef belly plate. It's not a trimmed one. So it's a different spec than what we use for our burn-ins. Basically what we're doing here is we're gonna cut it in half, and we are going to cure it individually. We also make the beef bacon ourselves. That is a crazy undertaking for us to go through. It takes 2 full weeks for it to cure. It would have been a lot cheaper and a lot easier for us to go buy halal bacon from the grocery stores or from our supplier or something like that. But we just found this to be of such a magnitude different quality that we wanted to do that for our customers. The first barbecue experience I had, I was in a Costco and I saw a Traeger salesman, and he immediately saw my beard and was like, this guy needs a Traeger. And he was right. At the time I was living in California. In California, there's no codes that allow you to have an offset smoker at all. So Traeger was basically the only option. I found a brisket. It was an Australian Wagyu brisket. It was the only halal brisket I could buy online. Made it for friends. I thought it was decent at the time. I think in hindsight it was not that great, but everyone's first brisket's gonna have some problems. Then I made a couple more briskets after that. Then I moved to Texas, and all of my new friends here wanted brisket, and I was like, okay, fine, I'll do it. They all want Texas barbecue because being in Texas, being in Dallas, you want to be part of that food culture of barbecue. So my goal with Kafi BBQ is for my community, the Muslim community, to be able to come away thinking I was able to have the best of what Texas barbecue has to offer. What the bacon looks like sliced. So that's exactly what we want. We want like that really nice fat in there. You see it's already almost starting to melt. Beautiful house-made bacon. Most Muslims have never been able to enjoy a Texas Twinkie because the vast majority of Texas Twinkies out there are made with pork bacon. Also, the vast majority of my customer base had never really had a true authentic Texas style sausage before. And the reason for that is because even if it's 100% beef sausage at another barbecue joint, it's gonna be cased in pork casing because pork casings are a lot easier to work with. What we do is we are sourcing lamb casings from New Zealand in order to be able to provide a halal sausage to our community. Before we stuff these into casings, we do some test batches. So we're gonna make sausage patties out of these. And what we're trying for is we're trying to add a little bit of heat to them, kind of like a breakfast patty, seeing if the meat crumbles in the pan versus sticks together. If it sticks together really well, that means that we got the bind right. If it crumbles, obviously we need to go back to the drawing board a little bit. One of the things that was probably the most surprising to me when I visited my family in Iraq is just how generous my family was. The most generous people were always the ones that had absolutely nothing. They had the simplest house, they had no income, they had very little food, but they were always the most hospitable. The Iraqi culture and kind of my heritage, generosity is kind of the biggest cornerstone.
Thank you.
The cilantro too, I don't know. I think it might be too much. One way to describe prayer is, let's say you had a really important business meeting. You know, what would you do to prepare for it? We're trying to have that meeting with the most important person in our life, which is God. God, I love you and I am a devoted worshiper of you. I am doing this check-in to remind myself that my purpose on this life is not what I was doing right before this. We have to treat it as though it's the very last prayer we're ever going to do in our life, because you don't know how long your life is going to last. So what we're looking at right now is we're looking at the briskets. The bark has basically fully set. It's not really going to get any darker than this. So all we're trying to do is we're trying to protect the flats to keep them thick and moist and not overcook while we render out the fatty part of the brisket. These foil boats just basically provide a little bit of a cup for the liquid to just seep into the bottom and to protect the flats from overcooking. There's an aspect of Islam that's a little bit difficult to describe. It's a phrase called qadar. To quote Drake a little bit, God's plan. It's a lot more complicated than that simple phrase, but in many ways it's a little bit similar. I can only fight so much against what is kind of the direction of my life. And my goal in life is to find my purpose and to find what it is that I can provide to others. And if there's going to be a door that closes, that God is naturally going to open another one. And it's up to me to go through that door. Every single time that you come to Kafi BBQ, every single item on your plate is made from scratch. Starting from the bread that we make in-house and we slice for you on the line. The same with our mac and cheese. We make a big pot of cheese sauce and we boil pasta throughout the day, like 20, 30 times. We're boiling small batches of pasta and we're saucing it with the cheese sauce. Our baked beans. We also use some sausages that we have left over from last week's cook, some brisket trim. So you can see we're just kind of breaking down little blocks of bark that we collected off the board during service. It's got a really nice depth of flavor. It's gonna be pretty salty. So in lieu of like adding a ton of salt to the baked beans, we actually use this as like little salt blocks. So you're getting super high quality ingredients. You're getting a very meaty side dish, and it's definitely very filling. It's great. So pomegranate is by far my favorite fruit. Pride myself on being able to open pomegranate, you know, in a really fun way. It's kind of opening it like a flower. There's a pomegranate flower. Those are the different petals of the pomegranate. So the way that I like to eat pomegranates is I like to eat them while they're still kind of together in a bunch. You just kind of take one of these and you kind of click it into your mouth with your teeth. Pomegranate. It's really good for you. This is our pomegranate juice. So it's fresh squeezed, cold pressed, refrigerated. See the color of it is just beautiful.
What is this used for?
We use this in our pomegranate glaze for our beef belly bernets. So let's show you guys the marbling on this Wagyu beef belly. So look at that. There's still plenty of meat in here, but there's definitely quite a bit of fat. This is gonna be one of our fattiest cuts. And what we're doing here is we are basically cubing it up and we're going to be putting this in our house-made pomegranate glaze. That pomegranate juice, that's actually the most expensive ingredient we add to any of our meats at Kafi BBQ. I want to get that super clean pomegranate flavor into the burnt ends. As my favorite fruit, it's gotta have that flavor of eating a fresh pomegranate. One last one. I can fit it on the tray. There we go. These are the 3 sausages we've got this weekend. Let's give it a little snap. See that piece of mango right in the center there? Oh yeah. Really nice and moist. Give it a nice crunch. Oh yeah. Got a really nice flavor to it. That's gonna be the most like specific flavor at all.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be like anything else.
Yeah, really juicy.
What we decided to do here is we wanted to give like a really nice aesthetic to the restaurant. The term I gave was upscale cowboy. Barbecuing is all about cooking meat outdoors. So I wanted to bring that outdoor feel in. So we built kind of like stone barriers to kind of bring the stone feature in. All of our tables are end on end wood grain tables. The outdoor furniture, we ended up working with a lady in Turkey that hand makes that type of seating. So we have benches with that Majlis style seating in it. Each seating pod holds about 20 people. We're trying to give a relaxed vibe for people to be able to enjoy their meal, enjoy spending time with their family and friends. So we do 11 a.m. until 10 p.m. or until sellout, and we do that on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. Kafi BBQ, the #1 most sold meat here is gonna be brisket, as with any barbecue spot. It's gonna be smoky, it's gonna have that beautiful smoke ring, really nice bark.
Cheers. That's a Texas brisket right there, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness. I love the crunchiness of the bark. The saltiness is so perfect because of how fatty that is.
Yep.
It's such a nice fatty. Like it's like more buttery than greasy.
Yep.
You know, it coats the mouth and oh my gosh, that is the best Wagyu brisket I've ever had. Easily, like hands down.
Awesome. Next up, we have our ribs. So these are our Wagyu ribs. So we've got the back ribs and we've got the dino ribs. Everyone asks me what's the difference between the two. So back rib is gonna be the least common of the two ribs in Texas barbecue. And it actually comes from the bone part of the ribeye when they're making boneless ribeyes.
This is the meatiest back rib I have ever seen. And
It's dripping, look at that.
Crazy, man.
Look at the juices just dripping right off.
That's ridiculous. It's so delicious.
So the dino rib is gonna be a really fat, juicy piece of meat on a very large bone. It's generally recommended to have a couple people to be able to take on a dino rib.
What I noticed about it is a lot of the flavors from the rub are a lot more present than the brisket. Is it the same rub?
It's the same rub.
Wow.
It's the same rub.
It's a very nice experience. The flavors of that rub are a lot more brighter in that. And I absolutely love that.
We've got our pomegranate beef belly burn-ins. It's basically like little pieces of meat candy. Really nice, pleasant pomegranate flavor to it that we glaze over a period of time. And we finish it off with some extra glaze on the line. It's like candy.
Wow. I just have 4 different kinds of beef and they all tasted distinctly
Very different, right? Yeah.
That is so good. That beats the socks off of a pork belly burn-in. Like, it's not even close.
Well, I've never tried a pork belly burn-in, so I have no idea.
Honestly, you don't need to. Wow, dude. Have you ever had a pork belly burn-in?
I don't think there's any meat that's ever made me want to cry before.
I need to take some of those home, dude. That is crazy.
A Texas Twinkie is a jalapeno pepper. We stuff that pepper with smoked cream cheese that we smoke ourselves, smoked brisket that we make ourselves. Then we wrap that whole thing in our house-made Wagyu beef belly bacon. And then we glaze it, and then we cook it again.
I can't tell the difference between that and like a
regular
Twinkie. One. Yeah, like you nailed it. I know that means a lot to you because you wanted the Muslim community to be able to eat Texas Twinkie, and like I can say confidently, like they're getting that experience in there, and they're getting not just a Texas Twinkie, a really good one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sides are not an afterthought at Kafi BBQ. Are tallow fries. Tallow fries take us 3 days to make. So we get the potatoes, fresh potatoes, into the restaurant. We're cutting them from scratch, soaking them for 24 hours in the fridge in a brine, and then frying them in our pure rendered Wagyu tallow. We're trying to make the absolute best fries in the world. You get the tallow, you get the salt, you get the potato. It's just a very clean flavor.
These are the most savory French fries I've ever had in my life.
Want some?
Dude, these are crazy good. You gotta give me some of these frozen so I can make them out.
I'll get you some. Baked beans are super important to us because we're able to provide something to the Muslim community that they wouldn't otherwise be able to try. And that is my favorite side. So if you're gonna ask me that question on the line, I'm always gonna give you the same answer. It's gonna be our baked beans.
I do not like beans, so this is gonna be very interesting. I'm a little worried right now because I'm very full, and I would be like really sad if I ate these beans. I made the gag face. So I'm hopeful. I believe in Salah that these are gonna be like so good. I'm gonna be like, whoa, I like beans now. Wow. Why I don't like beans is because it's so grainy and mushy. That is actually like quite pleasant. That's really good. Should have never doubted you, man.
The most popular dessert here is the cardamom banana pudding. Cardamom is a very warming spice. It's the spice that my dad uses to make his tea every night. And I took that same idea and I put it into the cardamom banana pudding because it is gonna be your last bite. And you're like, all right, I've had a great experience here at Kafi BBQ.
That cardamom flavor is so nice. It's so pleasant. Oh my gosh. It's not loud, it's not extreme. It's like a very respectful exclamation point at the end of the tray. That is so good. I mean, I watched all this stuff being made. I saw all the care that was into it, and I was still shocked at how amazing everything was.
Awesome.
And I don't understand how there's not a line out of the door every single day. Like, this is phenomenal.
Thank you. One thing that's really fascinating about my faith is this concept called ihsan. An ihsan is the idea that you're doing something for the sake of achieving the best that you possibly can achieve. I'm gonna go above and beyond to try to create that perfect tray of barbecue for my community, and I want them to feel that in eating that food.
Hoodoo Brown is an outlaw legend from the Wild West. He was a sheriff, a justice of peace. He was actually also the leader of the Dodge City Gang, and that's kind of where like the whole Hoodoo Brown, outlaw barbecue kind of idea kind of spun from, because outlaws take what's not theirs and make it theirs. So in Connecticut, we don't really have a regional cuisine of barbecue. That's kind of where the outlaw whole theme comes from, is like, we're gonna bring all these regional barbecue specialties. We got Texas with the beef, Carolinas, with the pork, Kansas City with the burnt ends. We decided to go along and take all those regions and bring them to Connecticut. Any chance that we could show people why we love what we're doing, we're all about that. Tuesday through Thursday, we open up at 4 o'clock. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we open at 11:30. So the fires actually don't really stop here. Once we start cooking Monday at 6, they don't really go out until Sunday morning when we're finishing up for the week. Our hours of the cooking cycle change depending on when we're open.
We kind of have a weird schedule. Somebody's here 24/7, so it's just all over the place for our cook schedule for sure.
Ribs are coming off at 6 o'clock in the morning on weekends, and then on weekdays they're coming off like later in the afternoon as well.
Yep, and then get stuff loaded. And it will be all good to go.
Brisket's such a big deal in Texas. I just think it's like a showstopper. It's the definition of barbecue. It's fatty, peppery, it's salty, and that's what makes it special.
So when did these get seasoned?
So these got seasoned last night by our seasoning guy Miguel downstairs. And these are going on now, and they'll probably be done around 10, 11 o'clock tonight.
I went to a barbecue school with a world-class pitmaster, and everything was hot and fast. Everything was brisket in 5 hours, butts in 5 hours. 2 years after I went to that barbecue school, my father gave me and my brother for Christmas a Texas trip where we basically had a barbecue concierge. And the first place we went to when we got there was Louis Mueller's, and Wayne was there, and he handed us a piece of brisket, and it just was like the ultimate punch in the stomach. Everything that I knew about what good barbecue was, I was wrong. And it was the most eye-opening trip. I came back and I immediately gave up on hot and fast. I started cooking longer, and then after that, I was like, I found it, it's right here, this is it. This is the most perfect brisket in the world. How could you not fall in love with Texas barbecue? It's long hours, it's community, it's family, and I love that. And we really wanted that to be part of our life here.
This is the worst part about sausage. Having one to hand stuff everything, so you touch every single link. And then you get to hand touch every single link again by cutting it.
You're meticulous.
Yeah, touching like 400 pounds of sausage a week.
So basically when it comes to sausages, it's literally just me and my brother, Alan. I'll make the recipes up in my head. He'll mix it, weigh out my seasonings. He'll help me grind the meat, but I'm the only one that mixes. I'm the only one that stuffs.
Our lead pitmaster is Tyler Hodge. He's also known as the Sausage King of Connecticut. Chris had a logo made and stickers with the Sausage King of Connecticut, and he placed them all over the restaurant without telling Tyler. And they were probably up for like a week and a half, 2 weeks before he noticed. And that was kind of like where it all began, and it's a deserved nickname. I mean, he makes the best sausage that I've had. It's the most professionally looking homemade sausage that I've seen, meaning it looks like it was made by a machine, but it was made by hand, and it's special.
What's your number one tip when it comes to sausage?
I learned by reading and looking at a lot of different things, figuring out what works for you and what doesn't work for you. So like, I do things completely un-textbook, very old school style. So like, I don't add much liquid to any sausages where a lot of people do. And honestly, just like getting your hands dirty is the best way.
Yeah. Loading the pork butts for tomorrow. Get them started for Ryan. When Ryan gets here tonight, he'll finish them up, wrap them, get them ready for service.
Yeah, this has been probably one of the most extensive shoots I've done in terms of the cooking. You guys literally have something going on like 24/7.
So we have a bunch of smokers here. We have 3 Moberg 1,000-gallon smokers. We have one of them's on a trailer, 2 are on skids. We got a 500 trailer Moberg, and then we have 2 laying 108s, and then we have a BQ whole hog cooker. Some of our Mobergs have names, some don't. We have the one's called the Green Monster. It's green. Our first one we bought is called Mo Vaughn because it's big, it's black, and it hits dingers. He's one of my favorite Red Sox baseball player of all time, and it was a good homage to him because when we first got that smoker, like our food got so much better, and it was just like, we're hitting it. We're hitting it out of park. Someone's like, you're hitting it out of the park, and it was like, oh, Mo Vaughn. My favorite thing to actually cook is whole hog. It's an adventure to me. It's starting with a burn barrel. It's being up at night, just messing around with fire. It's a night where I could just cook a whole hog is therapeutic.
Pretty normally we'll do hogs, and we have one pulling this morning, so we're getting ready for tonight. We're gonna crisp up the skin, so we got everything.
My favorite spots to hang out in the restaurant. You know, I love being in the kitchen. I love the vibe of the kitchen. I love the sound of it, the noise. Kind of put your head down, go to work. Hoodoo Brown's been open for the last 10 years. May 22nd of this year, we celebrate our 10-year anniversary. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears. You know, as everyone knows, it's stressful owning a restaurant. So before we opened, I actually didn't work in a restaurant at all. I'll be honest, the first day, I didn't even want to open the doors. I was so nervous. I was expoing and carving at the same time, and I was wearing a leather apron, and I thought I was hot, and I thought it was so cool. And I was also doing the overnights on top of it. So I'd be here till about 5 in the morning, and I'd get subbed by the next guy, and then I would go upstairs to my office, and I would sleep for about 4 hours, and do it again the next day. And I was so clueless. But you know, what we do here is we constantly evolve. We are never done with what we want to accomplish or who we are. We always want to get better.
So this belly's frozen. So basically I'm just trying to pry it open and flatten it out as much as possible. Basically try and flatten it out so then it'll protect the skin when I put the salt on it. Some of these edges are curled up, so I'm just trying to flatten them out, make it so it's just uniform.
So the crispy pork belly, which has kind of become our signature thing, something that we worked on a while before we opened, and we just kept on trying different ways. And the skin will get crispy, but a lot of times the fat would just still be super fatty, chewy, hard to bite through. So we ended up going to the oven, and then we turn our oven to 400, and we pop that in for, you know, anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. And so you kind of just watch it, and we're literally just going for, like, you know, you take a knife, your finger, and you hit that, and it's like, oh, it's done. So one of the things I'm most proud of since we've opened is the Big Belly Tour. And it's a tour I did twice, 2 summers in a row, because we really want to spread the gospel of how good and unique crispy skin pork belly is to barbecue. The first year I think I drove 13,000 miles in 45 days. And then the next year I did 10,000 miles in 30. I towed a smoker, a 500-gallon Moberg. I had an oven in my trunk and a generator in the side of the smoker because I need that to get the skin crispy. Half the people I didn't know until I rolled up to their restaurant with my grill. And I mean, what a great way to meet someone where it's like, hey, you're ready to cook with each other? It was so cool how many people were willing to just open their doors to us right away. The people at each restaurant we went to, we would give them the pork belly and then they'd make some dishes out of it. Some people would do one, other people like Heritage, the madman that Danny and his team are, they would do like 3 dishes. They donate all that money that we made from those dishes to the charity we're involved in. The charity is Hogs for a Cause. That's what I think is really cool about barbecue now, is seeing people use their platform as a vehicle to do something else. At the end of the day, barbecue's fun, the food's great, but like that only goes so far. And we really care about the people we meet, the people we could help, and trying to do more. And it was some of the best moments of my life. Hoodoo Brown is located in Ridgefield, Connecticut. We're about an hour and 10 from New York City, you know, 2.5 from Boston, 3 hours from Philadelphia. It's the best of all worlds because we're close enough to a lot of major Northeast cities, but we're far enough in the woods where you would have no idea when you're here that we're close to any cities. It's pretty special, and my family all lives in town. My father owns a burger shop, a butcher shop, and a bagel shop, so this is our little piece of heaven, and we love Ridgefield. Chris Sexton is my partner here. He is one of my best friends.
So I've known Cody since we were in 6th grade. He moved to town, so that was in 1998. I've been in the restaurant industry since I was 20 years old.
He's a jack of all trades. He knew what I didn't know about restaurant, because I never worked in a restaurant until the day we opened. You know, without his expertise and knowledge of what goes on, we would have been totally just flailing around, not knowing what to do. You know, we have a lot of high school kids and we have a lot of schedules that are in flux, and he does such a good job working with these kids, giving them the perfect schedule to have their life. He really likes to hire athletes, student athletes. They understand teamwork, they understand fast-paced environment, they understand a work ethic. We have a great workforce. It's awesome, and I really am thankful for that for him.
So for us, we wrap briskets, well, I'd say more Aaron Franklin style, pink butcher paper, 18-inch, double folded. We spray pretty heavy so it folds nice, because I'm all about like a really tight wrap. You just wrap, no tallow, no boat, just paper wrap, and it goes back on the smoker until it's done. Do you have tips ripped? Tips ripped. Cool. I don't think there's much else.
Hi, how are you guys? Good.
Mad rush right when you open, right?
Always.
I like restaurants that are themed, so we had fun with it, and we took that kind of Hoodoo Brown outlaw mentality, and we added, you know, Western photos in our dining room. We have a wanted poster sign in our bathroom so you can take a selfie. Busted up wood all over the place. The whole restaurant is, You know, half of it's busted up wood, half of it's corrugated steel. We really, really wanted to make people in Connecticut and in the Northeast feel like they were being transported to a different area down south.
Do you want some time or know what you're having? Yeah, what can I get for you?
So we're a full-service barbecue restaurant. You know, we have hostess, waiters, busboys, busgirls, bartenders, barbacks. You know, it's a little bit different than what you get at most barbecue restaurants, but for us, it's fun because it gives us a little more opportunity for a conversation.
We want you to come sit down like you're eating a meal at a 5-star restaurant, but you're getting that hometown background barbecue flavor.
Rhino ribs and slaw. Enjoy.
Barbecue may not be the cuisine you think of when you think of Northeast and Connecticut. Connecticut is known for pizza. Connecticut pizza's been a thing for years, but you know, probably over the last 10 years, it's becoming a major focal point for the cuisine in Connecticut. Got Sally's, Pepe's, Modern in New Haven, but that typical New Haven charcoal style is cool because they're cooking with coals. So when I taste it, I literally feel like I'm eating almost something barbecue because it's got that smoky kind of char flavor like a brisket would have. So we have a lot of specialty drinks here. You know, we want anyone who comes in the bar to be able to get anything they want. And, you know, we have the beers, we have wine, and then we have some pre-made cocktails like a huckleberry lemonade.
Huckleberry vodka, lemonade, a little raspberry liqueur. Just a super simple sipper, easy to build, easy to make, super fast, super easy. At Hoodoo Brown, everything here is big, bold flavors. And you need something that can stand up to it and also cut that richness. So we love to have cocktails that can stand up to the big, bold flavors.
We got some pork belly, brisket, intersub, potatoes, beans for you. Appreciate it. Of course, enjoy. Pretty exquisite beans.
So we have 2 combos on our menu. One is the Holy Texas Trinity, a full rack of ribs, a pound of brisket, and 2 sausages. And then the next one is called a table breaker, and that's for our groups of say 8 to 10. 2 half chickens, a full rack of ribs, a beef rib, and then you get 2 choices of 1 pound of meat. So we have our Texas style brisket that's been cooked for about 16 hours. You know, it should be, you know, the fat should be rendered well and nice and juicy. Salt, pepper, onion powder, garlic powder.
It's like that brisket like butteriness, you
right?
Know what I mean? Like so beefy, so
definitely.
delicious.
When you get a good brisket, it just always hits.
I gotta get another piece of that. That was so good.
We also have beef ribs, brisket on a stick, dinosaur bone, all of the above. It's all those. Those who could eat a whole one, more power to you. I don't know how they do it, but man, I see it. I see it too much.
I'm very impressed with how well it's cooked.
Awesome.
Like how rendered the fat is, how tender the meat is, but it's not mushy though.
Yeah,
it still has texture to
right?
it.
Tyler, Ryan, and Alan, they do such a good job. I'm very proud of them and very lucky too. And our sausages are made all in-house. They're made with all the extra scraps that we trim off of our pork and our briskets.
So you said this is the Thai chili? Okay. Oh,
wow. They got a green color, yeah,
that's
right?
a showstopper,
Yeah.
just that green. Yeah, let's see. Oh my gosh.
I think this is a chicken sausage.
It's crazy how the texture of that, it wasn't until I tasted the flavor, I could tell like, wait, this isn't pork. Like it was so juicy.
Yeah.
It could have been a pork sausage, right?
It was, yeah. And we ate it, I was like, it's definitely, exactly.
Shout out Tyler, man, these are great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
I love whole hog too. I love seeing where all the cuts come from. I like watching them cook differently and trying to figure out why. I love the different taste, texture, and then I like just chopping and mixing it all up together and seeing if you could distinguish what you have in your mouth when you're eating it. You know, we're heavily influenced by, you know, whole hog cookers of Sam Jones and Rodney Scott and even Elliot Moss and, you know, Zach Parker. That's good.
That's crazy good. Okay, so I gotta say this, okay? So for these videos, these trays are sitting for like 20, 30 minutes before we dig in because I gotta take pictures, I gotta do B-roll. Like this pork is like so juicy, delicious, salty. It's like perfect, man.
Cool.
That's just vinegar in there.
Just vinegar.
Oh my
and
gosh.
there's like a sweetness, and I think it's just like the mixing of the kind of different cuts, like it brings out different flavor as opposed to just pulled pork.
That's one of the best whole hogs I've ever had.
Awesome. Heck
That's
yeah.
crazy how
Yeah,
good that is.
that's
right?
really good, yeah.
I'm really not exaggerating.
And
That is
sometimes
so
you'll get
good.
it and they look at it and it's like, oh man, it looks dry, but when you move it around, like
It's not.
It's not.
All barbecue places cancel pulled pork and do this.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
This beats brisket. That is so good.
You said it first.
Yeah. Don't shoot me. Don't shoot me.
I love pork belly. My favorite thing is you could hear it when people bite it. Like you know when it's right when you can hear it across the room when someone bite into a piece of pork belly. And it's not so crispy where you're nervous about your teeth, but it's so crispy where it's like, damn, that's good. I think it's the best bite in barbecue.
Let's go. That's like one of my favorite bites in barbecue
Awesome.
so far. Yeah, that's so good. It's so pure. It's so porky. It's so like perfectly salty. This is so unique. Even though you look at it, you're like, oh yeah, it's a Texas barbecue tray.
Yeah, yeah.
But the actual experience as we're going through it together, really well executed. But it's allowing the meat to speak for itself.
Yeah.
Everything is shining so brightly that should shine.
Cool.
Right.
Barbecue gave me a life. It gave me a reason. And I'm all about spreading the gospel of barbecue for the rest of my life.
To me, barbecue has no rules. Barbecue is live fire cooking. Whether you grill it hot and fast, low and slow, barbecue is barbecue. We are an Asian-inspired American barbecue restaurant. I would not like to be known as a fusion restaurant. When I hear fusion, I think of something contemporary, high-end, pretentious, fine dining. Barbecue was created by the poor, for the poor, because of the low and slow cooking method. We have the chashu, which is low and slow. Brisket, ribs, low and slow. It looks like an American barbecue platter, but when they put it in their mouths, they will taste the difference. It's kind of like gateway food to the Asian cuisine. I'm not the poster child of American barbecue, as you can see. I'm not the typical gender, the typical race, but where there's a will, there will be a way.
You always want to leave a layer of ash that acts like a tertiary insulator after your actual insulation.
So typically our fires start around 4 a.m. Start your fire first before you do anything, because as you know, it takes time. It takes about half an hour for the fire to catch on and the smoker to be up to temp.
Keep our rub pretty simple. Like enough to give it a little heat, a little salt.
AP is AP, all purpose. It's gotta be very generic. So our AP rub is just basically salt, garlic salt, pepper, and paprika. Other than the pork bellies where we use our 8-spice Chinese powder.
The backwards walk. Is this something you've noticed at other places too?
Yeah, on the ramps for sure, man.
But every pit cook I know has a story of how they almost lost a whole speed rack of meat.
Yeah.
And it's like the worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Pork belly cooks weird. And if you don't have it like fully like flat all the way across, it'll curl up. You'll get these weird sections where it's 3/4 to an inch thick to like 3 inches thick, just because of the way the muscle is. It's gotta all be part of the homogeneous whole.
Seasoning is so important when it comes to barbecuing large pieces of meat like this, because this is our chance to dress it up. The only time we get to put flavor is with the rub and the sauce after. We don't inject, we don't brine.
We skipped using the binder because our rub is fairly fine, so it doesn't normally need that like extra help to stick really.
I've always loved Food Network. Even as a kid, I would always come home from school and like have a snack and watch Food Network. And I never thought I would be on Food Network doing barbecue. I was on Barbecue Brawl season 3. You have like 9 contestants and you have a challenge, and after every challenge, somebody gets eliminated. My only goal was not to be eliminated first. I cannot let them know that I just learned how to cook barbecued on YouTube, that I'm a phony. And lo and behold, I don't know how, but I ended up in the finale. But I didn't win, but I just really blossomed. I used to care about what other people think, and now it's like, well, I just do me, you do you.
Hot water to clean my table.
I made sure that I had a hose out here that had hot water and that all of my drains were connected to the grease trap. The best idea I've ever had in my life. The way I'm going to rebuild this fire is instead of doing it from the bottom up like I did for that one, I'm going to steal from that one and just drop it on top. So the smaller splits will catch and burn down into the base.
How did I learn how to cook smoked brisket? I learned through trial and error. I learned through YouTube. I learned through Jeremy Yoder, all things barbecue, and so many YouTube channels. Literally, I learned how to smoke brisket with a lot of failed briskets.
It's getting fires rolling, getting the meat out. You're cleaning as you're going. While you're doing all of that, you're keeping an eye on your temps. So it's a matter of like splitting attention, but not losing the thread. Like there's like a rhythm through the day. The fires have a rhythm, the meat has a rhythm. You have to like find your way through it, and every day's different.
What made me decide to blend my heritage with Texas-style barbecue was I was so fascinated and captivated by the cooking technique. In our culinary culture in Malaysia, there is no low and slow cooking. It's just the only barbecue we did was hot and fast. We grind up the fat, and that's the beef fat from the brisket trimmings, and we bake it in our oven for about 18 hours or so at a low temp. My upbringing did prepare me for running this business. Smoking and barbecuing is only 20% of running a barbecue restaurant. So the rest is all discipline, logistics, SOPs. I am Chinese by heritage, third generation Malaysian. I came here when I was about 6 years old. I had to go work with my parents in their gift shop when I was very, very young. You would see this 9-year-old behind the register after school every day in the summertime. So all of that has primed me to run a business. So stew yolk is what I like to call a meat cake. So with stew yolk, we've got the crispy skin, that's the icing, and then we've got the layers of fat and meat. Traditionally, stew yolk is actually the entire roasted pig. And so when you order, depending on where they're at in the pig, that's the part of the pig that you would get. And so yeah, the shoulder is inconsistent with the belly and so forth. So that's why I decided to make my own stew yolk with just the pork belly.
We'll put them down for 20 minutes. After those 20 minutes, we'll bring them out and start putting them for later, and we'll put them down another 40 minutes. Start getting crispy.
I knew that I need to lean on my heritage and just be authentic to myself and my customers. I'm not 100% Asian. I'm not 100% American. I'm just Asian American. But I'm not diluted because 我会讲中文, right? But I can also assimilate really well in American culture.
The thin spin. I have some really good Vietnamese coffee. Which one? Thin spin. Oh yeah.
Smokepoint BBQ is located in the middle of Garden Grove, which is the heart of Orange County. We are very, very diverse, predominantly in Vietnamese food and culture. I feel like you get the best coffees in Garden Grove. Vietnamese coffee has flourished here over the years, and we have so many creative coffee concepts here. There's Finn Smith, which is around the corner.
Yeah, Garden Grove is a very nice place. Well, it's pretty much very mixed, say, like a mix of Asian, mix of like everyone. So it's a good, lot of culture, I'd say. explore different cultures, food everywhere.
We have Little Saigon nearby, so there's a lot of Vietnamese American, a lot of Chinese American, a lot of Latinos as well.
So these matchas are actually imported from Japan. Yeah.
So Garden Grove, it's very chill, very laid back, not pretentious at all, and very approachable.
So what are you doing here? I am rotating the briskets because no matter how good you are at fire management or how perfect your smoker is constructed, you will always have hot spots that are hotter than others. So I'll rotate 2 more times. That gives me, everyone gets 1 turn all the way around. And then I'll rotate again after I wrap them.
So I've been in the food service industry for 16 years. I went to culinary school after college, after working my corporate job. Fast forward a couple of years, my brother and I stumbled upon an opportunity to open fast food restaurants, and by 2009 we had 3 franchise quick service restaurants. I also own another franchise we actually opened in the pandemic before we opened Smoke Queen. It's a chicken and waffles concept. I think running a successful barbecue business comes from tenacity, experience, and also having the right staff to support you. And I think I'm very, very, very blessed to be in this situation. I have so much favor from God to be here, to be thriving. People here are not dispensable. Like, they specialize in their own way. Like, even if you shadow Jared for a day, you still wouldn't be able to replicate what he does. Rosario is our kitchen manager. She oversees everything. Letty, the links are measured with her hands. We have no other measuring tool but her hands.
For the links, huh?
Yeah. That's how we get it consistent, right, Letty? If she doesn't come to work, we have no sausages. My barbecue business kind of started accidentally. I was a working mom running multiple franchises. I had almost 50 employees. My business had nothing to do with barbecue, nothing at all. And then the pandemic hit. We had to shut down indefinitely. I had all the employees come in, gave them their checks. Here's some food, take what you want from the walk-in. There's nothing else I could do. I understand that their livelihood depends on me. It's my job to make sure that they have a job tomorrow. And in that instance, I knew that I had failed them. You know, they have families that depend on them, and I just somehow failed them. I had built my businesses since 2005. Throughout my college years, took all the money that I made, put it into the business. Within a moment, it's all gone. For several months, I didn't know what to do with myself. And then one day, I went to Costco. There was a meat shortage when all these processing plants had COVID outbreaks and they had to shut down. At Costco, you can only buy 1 piece of meat per person. So, of course, I had to buy the largest piece of meat I could find that would last us for 2 weeks. And I saw the brisket and I thought, let me just buy this. I had the egg smoker from Vision Grills, the ceramic smoker. I hadn't used it as a smoker yet, and at that time I really didn't understand what low and slow was. So it was shit. Then I went out again and I hunted for another brisket because I felt like I needed that distraction. That's how I learned, from trial and error, from a lot of shitty briskets. And so that's how Smoke Queen BBQ started. Trying to sell barbecue as an Asian woman was not easy. I was just really consumed within my head thinking that people wouldn't want to buy American barbecue from a 5'2" Asian woman whose barbecue experience only extends to Tony Roma's, Lucille's, and Dickie's. I realized I cannot hide who I am. I need to do what feels right to me, and I can't pretend to be somebody I'm not. I'm not going to hold back on my culture or my flavors. In the business world, don't be afraid of a man, be afraid of a woman, because she has something to prove, and she will prove it. Smoke Queen BBQ is located in Cottage Industries. So Cottage Industries is a cluster of residential homes that have been converted from resident to mixed use. My landlord worked with the city for many, many years. She spent way more than her budget to build this place. And she's basically brought this dream alive because she has passion, not because she looked at the bottom line. The exterior of this building still looks like a home because we've respected the architectural integrity of this. And when you walk inside, it's kind of a quick service deli, and it just feels like you're just coming over to my backyard for some barbecue.
It's my second time, his first time.
So our service style here is quick service, market style. You come in, you order, and we give you a pager, and then when your food is ready, you pick up. Okay, so I built this business with Instagram. Everything has to be Instagrammable. I made sure that we had a big glass window, big cleaver knife, chopping the suyok, juicy meat oozing off the cutting board. That is so Instagrammable, right? We've got our ribs, which is more Texas style rib than a Kansas City style, meaning they're not fall off the bone. They are glazed with our house barbecue sauce before service.
Just look at that bite. Look how much meat is in there, and look how all of it is broken down. This to me is like right up my alley, where everything is so beautifully tender, but at the same time it holds up, right? Like I'm shaking it, it's not falling it off, but look at that beautiful clean bite. Man, I'm not eating this whole dang thing, man.
Then we have our house-made sausage. We have a lot of pork and beef trimmings from the ribs, the pork belly, and the brisket. So we grind that in-house, and we mix it with our green curry spice, kind of like an Asian interpretation of that jalapeno sausage that you would find in a traditional barbecue restaurant.
Shocked me at how bright it is. Usually when I get a sausage, it's like greasy and fatty and usually cheesy. What is that flavor I'm getting?
Cilantro root, a coriander, basil.
Basil.
We put fresh basil in there.
It's the freshness of the basil is really making it like pop. And then the spiciness of it, it's perfect because once again, it cuts that fat. This is such a well-balanced sausage. Oh my gosh.
Thank you.
Flavors are outstanding in this.
We have our pit madam. It's got our pork belly, brisket, and pulled pork in there. And sausage. We recently added sausage in there too, yes.
So this right here is absolutely the best value you're going to get here. This is like the cheat code, because literally I was hit with every flavor that I was just gushing about all at once in a handheld sandwich. Come here, get a lunch, grab the pit madam.
Not the pitmaster.
Not the pitmaster, the pit madam. Wow.
Then we have our pork belly char siu, which is pork belly rubbed with our 8-spice Chinese powder. When we serve it, we glaze it with our honey char siu sauce. You're gonna get that oomph of umami in that one.
That is so good. The sauce is so balanced. Like it does have that umami, but cradled with like such a nice sweetness. And then, you know, of course, the fatty pork belly, you know, the star of the show. It's such a great sauce to complement it because of how punchy that sauce is and then how fatty and rich the pork belly is. Such a perfect marriage.
We've got Cantonese style pork belly suyok. My Latino customers, I always say this is like chicharrón de chino.
You hear that? It has this underlying umami-like kick to it. I love your take on pork belly in both of these ways. You can't go wrong. You come here, get the pork belly, have the suyuk, have the char siu, like doesn't matter. You're gonna get your socks knocked off, guaranteed.
So for the sides, we've got my personal favorite, it's the slaw. We put Thai basil and mint in there. The dressing is made with sesame paste, sesame oil, and sesame seeds. Cheers.
Love that. It's nice, it's bright. It does what a slaw is supposed to do on a barbecue menu, but then it gives me like a Thai feeling, like the Thai peanut butter sauce. That is amazing.
Then we got our tallow fries. That's actually probably our best-selling item on the sides menu. We take all the fat that we trim out of the brisket and we actually grind it up, and then we put it in the oven for about 18 hours on low heat. And we take that oil and we put it in our fryer.
Oh my goodness, that is so good. Literally gave me like a nostalgic bite. Like, why am I getting McDonald's from this?
McDonald's used to cook with tallow a long time ago.
Really?
That's what I
That
heard.
is crazy. Oh my gosh, these are so good.
And then lastly, we have our ube cheesecake, which is actually a sweet potato that's purple. We've added a little bit of coconut milk to accentuate that flavor profile. It's got a very floral flavor, and it's so delicious.
Oh man, that is so good. That is ridiculous. The cherry on top to a fantastic tray. The flavors are so thoughtful, they're so delicious, they're so true to the culture that you're representing. But on top of that, the barbecue is done very well at the same time. So this is amazing, Winnie. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
It's a pleasure. That first experience, and based on that, they will come back again or they won't. We only get one chance to wow them. I think that is the hard part, but nothing easy is worth doing.
The Texas Monthly Top 50 Barbecue list is pretty much the biggest thing in barbecue. So it's kind of a funny story how I found out we made the list. Good friend of ours, Ernest Cervantes from the Burnt Bean, they made #1. And he calls me and he's like, bro, did you see what number you are? And I was like, I thought it came out at 8. And he's like, it's already out. And I'm like, send me a screenshot, man, please. So I looked at the screenshot and it was just like, oh my God. And it was just a whole surreal moment. But what I really find special about it is everybody who we have working, including me, including my dad, my pitmasters, none of us had experience. None of us worked at Franklin's. None of us worked at Goldee's. Everything we've done, we figured out on our own, and every day we just make it happen, man. We just make it happen. My whole family, especially on my dad's side, every kid was in sports and every one of them was a great athlete. So growing up in Texas, you watch Texas Longhorns, college football. And my favorite moment in sports history is the 2005 National Championship, Texas Longhorns versus U.S.A. And that year, Reggie Bush won the Heisman. I thought it should have been Vince Young, but it went to Reggie Bush. So I was like, man, this is huge for Vince. Like, they win this, that shows like he should have gotten there, right? So it was a crazy game, and it came down to the very end. It was a 4th and 5 with a few seconds left. And they were like at the 10 or 11 yard line. And they snapped the ball to Vince Young, and he's looking in the end zone. He doesn't see nobody. He rolls out, he gets to the edge and right to the pylon, and he scores, and they win it, man. And as a kid seeing that, I went crazy. I went nuts because that was my team. Preparation is huge when it comes to preparing for games, but it's the same thing in the restaurant business. I do like the rain, in the morning especially, where my mind's always 100 miles an hour. And just for a split second, I can take a moment, listen to the rain, hear the fires, just relax, and then it kind of calms you and brings you down, and then you can get back to it. Those first few logs we had in here, they already burned out, so we got a little bit of a cold bed, nothing crazy. So we'll throw some more logs on there, and I like to throw a little bit more like the rounds. It gives a little bit more smoke, and that's what I want in the beginning of the cook, to get some color on the proteins. And then later we'll start hitting with splits just for the heat. A couple of rounds right on top for smoke. One of my favorite athletes of all time is Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant is known for the Mamba mentality. The Mamba mentality is just being the best version of yourself and getting better every day. So it doesn't matter if you didn't get sleep the night before, you gotta be there. You gotta show up.
Sometimes I wasn't able to go home. Like for days I was there and I didn't get to go home. I would go to the office and I'd lay down there and just pass out, you know, maybe for 20, 30 minutes just to get some sleep and then come out and just keep going. And, you know, those were tough times, but I mean, that's what it took to get to where we're at.
So the process for the ribs started yesterday. We seasoned them in the evening. They sit overnight and I feel like that flavor penetrates a little bit better.
Our pork ribs go on first because that's what takes the longest. So we put our pork ribs and then right after that we put on briskets.
So the brisket, we're gonna cold smoke those for a good 2 hours, maybe 3, 150 to 200.
So we like to start pretty low and it just lets them relax and loosen up.
These have been sitting and walking for all night. So if you just throw them in and you're already at a 250, normally what's gonna happen is they're gonna like kind of tighten up. And that's when you get the curl on the lean and stuff. So we wanna slowly bring them up in temp. So we'll be about 150, 200 in the next 3 hours. And then from there is when we start cranking up to 250, 275 and we're rolling right there the rest of the day. So right now we got 30 briskets on for tomorrow.
Yeah, so currently we have a lot of guys in the kitchen in the pit room who do have culinary degrees. Danny comes in, you know, at 4:30, 5 a.m., makes all the sides by himself usually. And we have like 10 to 12 sides daily and he just gets it done and he never complains. He just comes in and does his job. And he'll be like, hey Danny, we got this catering on top of your daily, you know, sides you gotta make and it's a big, huge order and all right, I got you. And he'll do it, you'll get it done.
We're pretty known for our cornbread here. It ain't your ordinary mama's cornbread. Here we don't hold back. It's a honey butter cornbread, and literally that's what we put in. Honey and butter, and we don't shy away from that.
A lot of people call that God's cornbread.
Oh yeah.
Rob, he's like my right-hand guy. When he came on, I didn't have too much help in the kitchen. My mind was everywhere. I was all over the place. I used to make sides and go to the back to the pits and go cut and stuff. So when Rob came, he was a huge help. He was a guy who was hungry, he saw the vision and he matched my energy and I was like, all right, you know, we could do this together. Let's do it. And he's become a brother to me.
So for the backside, I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of Fiesta Seasonal. Give it a nice little golden color once it comes off. Give it that nice little salty bite right underneath with the beautiful fat of this Hakioshi beef.
16 mesh goes on our briskets and our dino ribs. Everything else, every other protein, I use 32. It's a smaller mesh. It gives better coverage to the meat and it creates a nicer looking bark. It gets darker.
So our flavor profiles at GWs are pretty simple. It's Central Texas style. It's salt, pepper, a little bit of seasonal just for a little extra punch. That's what we love.
We're just gonna come in here and place everything on. Our turkeys, we'll ball it up, kind of tuck everything underneath, plug it up. Here you see it has like a really nice color.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks good.
How I got into cooking and barbecue, just how I grew up, my parents used to watch Food Network a lot. So I was always glued to the TV and I was always watching it. And I loved the whole aspect of the restaurant, being a small local business, serving all this great food, making people happy. I loved it.
Right now we're just gonna cube up the pork belly. Took the ends off. It's just so we could get a nicer presentation. You get the nice cubes. So these ends though, so they don't go to waste, we're gonna chop them up into little pieces and we make a pork belly fried rice. That's probably been our most popular side as of lately. I mean, it's got pork belly in it and fried rice, can't go wrong.
When I graduated high school, I was so deep into sports and high school finish, and that was it. Like I didn't have no offers from, you know, college, anything like that. So it was like, what do I do now? Because all I ever wanted to do was play sports. But it was like, well, people say, do what you love. And my only other love was cooking. And I told my parents, and they were like, cooking? Like, they knew I loved cooking, but it was just never something I ever mentioned. So I gave it a shot. I went to culinary school for 2 years. And then when I got out, COVID happened, you know, and everything shut down. And shortly after, my dad actually bought a food truck because he wanted to do it together, because that was what I wanted to do, and he knew I couldn't find anything at the time. And man, when we started, we used to sell like 1 brisket, maybe 2 briskets. If we sold 1 brisket, we were happy. It was awesome. So slowly we started growing, and we had talked about opening a restaurant, a barbecue restaurant. And we decided to put everything we had into it, and we were gonna do it. And we found that location that we're at currently. So before GWs opened, the location was a Mexican restaurant. And we used to go eat there a lot. And we ate there so much to where I got tired of it. Now it's my home, like I live there. But the features do have that Spanish style to it. Spanish tile inside. The building on the outside, you know, looks, you know, that Spanish features. But the inside, you walk in, and we've done our best to make you feel comfortable. So the way the team functions right now at GWs, for me, I like to say right now we have the A team. In the front, you have my wife, Ribbee, Alec, my little brother, Gavin, and Rathan. Rathan started as a dishwasher, and now he's like one of our front of the house managers. And you know, those guys up there, they take lead in the front. And it's just, we want you to feel like you're at our house. You come in and, you know, you sit down, it's like you're at our backyard barbecue, and you're just a guest there. And you know, we want to make sure, you know, you feel welcomed.
But do you want pickles, onions, greens on that? And then how about any bread or barbecue sauce?
Yes.
Gavin, he is my little brother, my youngest brother. He is our meat cutter right now, and he helps me a lot at the restaurant. He's really grown a passion for barbecue, and Gavin is very artistic. He's an artist. He'll draw out the whole tray. You know, he'll draw your brisket and the ribs and the color schemes of everything, of how it's gonna present.
Everything should be in a frame. You know, like a work of art. The tray should have a certain flow to it. And that's what I'm teaching Alec right now, our other meat cutter.
Alec is one of the ones who went to culinary school, and he just has a big passion for food, and now we're teaching him how to cut. And he was always just in the kitchen, and he used to cook with us in the back in the pits, and now he's meat cutting, and he's learning that part of it right now. He cares, so I love that about Alec. I could tell him, like, I need something done, and I need it to be a certain way, and I know it's gonna get done. And Gavin's on top of him. Gavin's like, hey, you need to do this better, you need to do that. You know, sometimes we bicker or we get mad at each other. But at the end of the day, man, we love each other, and we're just a big family.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, my person.
Ribbee, my wife, since we've started this whole journey, even before the restaurant, we had our food truck. She's been there with us since the beginning. She manages the restaurant, she does the scheduling, she oversees the front a lot. And she also, being there with me, she keeps me in check as well. You know, there's times I was tired and exhausted, and I didn't know what I wanted to do no more. And she was like, hey, if you have this dream, you have to go after it. She's really pushed me to get where I'm at. So our current style is we're open till 4 p.m. or until sold out. I really don't like selling out too early. I don't like it. I mean, especially now you have people traveling from different states and different cities, and I don't want them to get there and for them to not have any food or to not get what they want. So we have Carlos. He hasn't been here too long, but just in a short amount of time, he's made a pretty big impact.
You know, beef ribs, you can almost kind of just forget about them. You know, they'll do their thing. But briskets, you really got to babysit them. The last task of the day is to get all of these briskets pulled off the pit. One of the first things that goes on, one of the last things that comes off, you know, and our goal with the briskets is to get them to, you know, where they're nice and tender, but almost to the point of being overdone, but not quite over that edge, you know what I mean?
I think the biggest mistake people make when it comes to cooking brisket is just not having patience. People think they can put it on at noon and it's gonna be done for dinner. It ain't gonna happen. You gotta wake up real early and just be patient with it and cook low and slow all day if you want a good brisket, right? So it just takes time, be patient.
No crispy edges, huh?
No crispy edges.
Oh, geez.
That's why they got me out here. They're like, Carlos, I need you outside, man. I'm like, I want to go inside. The AC feels good in there. No, it's because we don't want the briskets to get all crispy. I'm like, okay.
Makes sense to me.
The guy's a goofball, but he's a hard worker. He comes in, asks what needs to be done, and it gets done, you know. My favorite Kobe story is probably his last game. And I've heard a story where Shaq talks about, he saw him before the game and they kind of made like a little bet and he was like, I think something like, I bet you can't get 40. And he was like, all right. And then he gets 61 points and it's like, nah, that's badass. Like, tell me I can't do it and I'm gonna do it. That is Kobe Bryant. My favorite thing about cooking barbecue is that pursuit of perfection. That's what excites me. That's what it's all about. So I've lived in the RGV my whole entire life. The RGV stands for the Rio Grande Valley, and most people just call it the Valley. There's this phrase that they say is puro 956. And it embodies the culture of the Valley and that pride that everybody here has, saying that you were made here and you have these roots and that's who you are. It's pretty far south from Central Texas, from barbecue. San Antonio's 4 hours north of us. We're about 10 minutes away from the Texas-Mexico border. So being able to make the top 5 is crazy.
So where are you guys from?
Houston. We follow the Texas Monthly Barbecue list pretty closely. Just came all the way down here for barbecue.
First time and our longest drive that was 6 hours for us.
One of our favorite quotes is every second counts. And it just refers to, you have to have that mentality that you don't have time to waste. If you don't get this right now, you're screwed. You have one shot. The work culture that we have at GWs is really that Mamba mentality. And you see us daily just busting our ass and getting things done. We really feed off each other. If it's your first time coming to GW's, I always recommend getting the Trinity. Those are the staples of Texas barbecue. The most popular cut of meat at GW's is the brisket. People want the beef, they love brisket, so that's our most popular item.
Come on, dude. Look at that. Let's try it. Like beef butter. Wow. Excellent quality of beef on this. Killer brisket. Come here, you gotta get the brisket. Absolutely.
And then we have our pork spare ribs, Duroc pork, which is the best we can find. You know, we keep everything simple in the seasoning, but we bring flavor with that smoke.
It's unique from other Texas spare ribs I have because of the glaze. The glaze is a lot more thicker and sweeter to me. It just had such a nice mouthfeel. It just coated the mouth with this like nice sweetness and just really cradled that pork flavor. Really stinking good pork ribs and very unique to me.
We also have our jalapeno cheese, which is something that I like to be more creative with. It's a classic Central Texas style sausage.
All right, so there's a little bit of pepper and cheese. Let's try it out. Fantastic. A little spicy, super juicy, super fatty, rich. Really well-made sausage too. It's very tight, got a really good bite to it. Fantastic on the sausage.
And we also have our pork loin. That's something that I really enjoy. It's one of my favorite cuts. We season it pretty heavily and we cook it just right. And I mean, it's super juicy, flavorful, it's awesome. It ain't your typical pork loin.
Really good, juicy, tender meat on the inside. Yeah, that would be turkey for me any day.
And then, so we also have right now for our seasonal items, we have our Chinese orange pork belly. We cook them and we put our orange glaze that we make ourselves. It's got some orange zest in there and soy sauce and different flavorings. And then we garnish it with sesame and green onion. And it's just a perfect bite as well.
Oh my gosh, that is so good. The Asian glaze just complements the pork so well, so the pork flavor really shines through, and you can tell this is a really high quality pork. And you can just see it, like the fat is just so well rendered in this. This might be the best pork belly I've ever had.
And then we're doing our herb lamb chops. We take some dried herbs and we blend them in a coffee grinder and we pretty heavily coat it on there. And then we just cook it hot and fast so it gets a little char on there.
Let's try out this lamb chop. A nice crust all around it. All right, let's go for it. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of lamb, but it's not super gamey. It's actually, the meat is very buttery, it's very tender, and then that herb crust on the outside is killer. This is really good. Wow, so tender.
And then from there, we'll have different side options every seasonal menu. Our honey butter cornbread is one of our most popular items. It's almost like cake, it's so good. It's addicting.
Honey butter cornbread going in. Have you ever had the cornbread that like comes out of a box? That is like the Charmander. This is like the Charizard. This is the fully evolved form of that cornbread. It's cakey, it's moist. This cornbread is so good. I would eat a whole sheet pan of this stuff.
So we have our pork belly fried rice. So we threw it on the plancha on the flat top and let that fat render get a little crispy, and threw some eggs on there, and we cooked some rice and some carrots and onions and soy sauce and seasonings. Garnish it with a barbecue spicy mayo, and we top it with sesame seeds and green onions, and it's probably our best-selling side right now. It's really good.
Oh, that's awesome. I love that. It's just packed with flavor, so every like scoop of this coagulated rice egg flavor bomb is just so delicious. This should not leave the menu. This is so stinking good and very unique.
And then we have currently our chado lentils. So a lot of people coming in when we first started wanted chado beans. It's something just prevalent in our area that, you know, people are used to. With this menu, I was like, I'm gonna do chados, but they're not gonna be normal chado beans, they're gonna be chado lentils. So we cook them chado bean style, so it's got bacon and onions and garlic and tomato and jalapenos. So they're very flavorful. I really enjoy the lentils right now.
Wow. It has like spice, it has like a freshness to it. The cilantro on top just adds that like kick to it. Another killer side.
We have our strawberry cobbler. People were always asking for peach cobbler, and I didn't want to be, you know, the traditional peach cobbler. I didn't want to do it. Some strawberries and rhubarb with some sugar and some lemon juice for balance, a little bit of vanilla. And we make this really good topping, like it's a crumble with some oats and butter and sugar and pecans. So good, everybody loves that cobbler. It's really good.
Oh, wow. Peach cobbler got nothing on this. This is so good. Oh my gosh. Easily one of the best barbecue trays I've ever had in my life.
My favorite thing to do during the service, once the line's already started and it's flowing, I'll stand right next to the register and I just watch the line service. And I'll watch Gavin cutting and I'll watch the guys serving sides, you know, smiling and laughing with customers. And that's just the best part of the day right there.
We call this restaurant Southern Junction because the menu, the cuisine, is at the point where two completely different Southern cultures intersect. I grew up in Kerala, India, moved straight to Dallas, Texas. Like my entire history is based on the southern part of two different countries, two different sides of the world. So I figured, you know, put it together and now you have Southern Junction. I don't like using the word fusion because that now puts me in this box of having to force ingredients with each other, and that's not what we're doing here. Keep the flavors and the cooking techniques unique to what they are. You pay homage to that by making sure they play well with each other and complement each other on the meat tray. We've been nominated for a James Beard Award twice, finalists both years. We were rated number 6 for Texas-style barbecue joints outside of Texas by Texas Monthly. So it's not really authentic Texas barbecue, but it's Tex-ish. Southern Junction is located in Western New York in a wonderful little city called Buffalo. It's tailgate culture out here, so wings, beer, pizza, that's kind of what everything here was known for. Barbecue wasn't prevalent here at all, and that's where the Texas-style service really worked out in my favor, because when you're slicing everything to order and when you're interacting with people, you firsthand can just give people samples and get people acclimated to what we're doing.
We got barbecue or coconut curry. Yes, sir. You're welcome. Enjoy your meal.
When people ask me, oh wow, you're in New York, must be hustle bustle, this, that, and all that crazy stuff. That's New York City, that's 6 hours away. Western New York is its own culture. It's very laid back and hospitable. Like kind of a hippie culture, just a bunch of people hanging out, having a good time. You know, they call Buffalo the city of good neighbors. And the culture here lives up to that vibe. Southern India, specifically the state of Kerala, is very unique in that that is the one part of India where there's a lot of people that eat beef, and there's a lot of very, very tasty beef dishes that I ate growing up. Specifically, beef cooked over live fire, or beef cooked with a lot of very unique spice blends. So moving here, people are like, we don't know what that is, that's not even Indian. And I'm like, have you lived in India? No? Okay. Because I did. I grew up there. Our smokers get started up around 6 in the morning. We just keep it going from 6 a.m. till probably like 11 p.m. Got this shovel from a buddy of mine. It's like 100 and some years old.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I love this thing. It fits that smoker perfectly. For our smokers, we use primarily cherry wood. We cut in a little bit of oak here and there when it's in supply. For Western New York, it is the mildest flavored wood that I can pick up around here. Go by how many like Mississippis you could go before like you like moved your hand. So if you go to 3, then you're going decent. If you go through 5, you're too cold. If you touch it and you have to put your hand away, then you're grilling. So I'm like, oh man. Cart.
You can use that one.
This one? It's got that barbecue sauce label on it.
Oh yeah, no, that's just oil.
You guys always been doing oil binder?
I did it for years. I've never really liked using mustard as a binder. Honestly, probably more me than anything else, because if you put it on too thick, then your seasoning is like just flakes off, right? The flavor profiles in my barbecue rubs are salt and pepper. We let the smoke and the seasoning level do the talking. We keep it simple, man. I think half of Texas is out in the middle of nowhere.
True that, yeah.
That's what I liked about Lubbock. We're like when I lived there, it was like we're 6 hours from pretty much everything. Certain piece to it.
Yeah.
I started cooking Texas barbecue because I got my first real paycheck and I went out and bought a smoker and I thought I could cook brisket. what was this, 2005. So our dorms at Texas Tech used to do a brisket special. You know, a lot of people say, my first brisket sucked. My first brisket sucked. But it was addicting, the process of it. The whole start to finish, it was that thrill, right? Like when you cook for a crowd for that first time and you're like, whoa, this is cool. You know, I was like, I want to do this for a living one day.
What you got going on in this smoker?
Over here at the restaurant, we are very intentional of the proteins we source. But you know, a lot of times pork is like an afterthought. So one of the things we've been working towards was trying to build a relationship with our local pork farmers. And Mike's cool. The dude works like overtime and then supports his family with a homesteading farm. Like, come on, that's awesome. Mike taught me how to make sausage. He walked into my kitchen 5 years ago with a half pig over his shoulder and just dumped it on the prep table. He showed me how to break it down into the primals, and then we used, you know, those parts that we were gonna use for sausage. And someone who barely knew me at the time, and I was new to town and just starting out my business, and you know, I just sent out a quick message and I was like, if you're willing to help, and he's like, yeah, I'll be right there. Those are like some core things that have always stuck with me.
These guys are actually a combination of a pink pig and then this belted hog, which is the black and white, and that's a Hampshire, but these actually came from genetics out of Alabama. The color and even the way that there's actually intermuscular fat, like there's marbling in it, but the sows especially, systems like this, they usually breed them twice a year. So 20 piglets a year for 4 years if they keep that sow that long. A lot of people either send them off and they wind up like getting turned into pet food, or they wind up as like ground pork. It bugs me because I think that we can just respect them better by sending them off through people like you. And what's a better way to showcase that than barbecue? I've been trying to get somebody to sign on and do this for like 3 years now, and he was like the first one, like, okay, this is a way that we can definitely change things.
If I could just sell flat irons every day and get away with it, I would.
That's gonna cook up real well.
Hi, morning.
Hey, morning.
Hi guys. Oh, I thought I'm supposed to stand here and like gaze at you lovingly.
Oh no.
Our bakery department and our catering department is headed up by my very, very talented wife, Lydia, who is the maker of the best cinnamon roll in the world.
That is insanely good. The dough is so soft. I think that might be the best cinnamon roll I've ever had in my life. I didn't even know you're standing over there. That is so good.
Working in a business together, it's very easy to burn out. And she's very good at noticing that and going, it's time for a trip, time for a hike. Don't go into this spiral of negativity. We met at Chandler Street, which was the location for my old kitchen.
I was working at a mushroom farm next door, and I saw him like running food to people's cars.
You know, we got to know each other, and next thing you know, I invited her over because I was just trying to figure out how to bake bread. You know, just guided me through the process, and next thing you know, we're getting to know each other pretty well, and here we are 5 years later, and we're married, and it's fantastic. It's awesome. She is the most caring person I know. Currently, we use 3 smokers. We have a 500-gallon offset that was built by my friend Kevin, a 200-gallon reverse flow smoker, our 1,000-gallon offset smoker, that's our little Cadillac. It is built by my farmer friend Ben. We are also getting a 4th smoker, a direct heat box. It's about a 6-foot direct heat pit.
So this is a direct heat pit, is what they call it. So it's basically just a giant charcoal grill where you got the burn barrel behind it that's making charcoal. You gotta shovel it in the bottom, spread it out a nice layer. And the beauty of these is all that rendering fat's dripping down on that coals, coming back out is awesome flavor.
He's a skilled fabricator, so having his help, designing and building the pits that we use here day in, day out, It's been a game changer for this restaurant. He runs Olds Family Farms, and he supplies vegetables to quite a few farm-to-table restaurants here in town.
I'm running the farm here with my mother. My grandfather bought the farm back in 1963. My father ran the farm. Now it's me, and now my kids here are helping me along. So we got 4 generations on the farm, so that's pretty cool. We have the privilege of supplying restaurants in the city of Buffalo with some fresh and seasoned produce, and Ryan at Southern Junction is one of the people we supply.
And we use, because of the way he farms, you know, vegetables come in season. Some stay in season longer than others, so we get a little creative on what we use. For example, right now we use his vegetables for some garnish items like our fennel slaw. We use cauliflower for our smoked cauliflower from him when it is in season. Mom was always cooking something. She was always grilling something. She had a little knockoff Weber on the rooftop that she'd, you know, grill chicken on and stuff like that. Seeing my mom share it with all our neighbors and people just coming over all the time, eating it and going, what you got there? And it being really good and celebrated, which was very similar to like a backyard party in Dallas. Kerala literally translates to the land of coconuts. So Kerala cuisine has coconut as an aspect, as an ingredient in every little dish. We use a lot of chili powder, turmeric, coriander, cumin, cardamom, cloves.
We add the brown butter, corn mixture, and then we've got our sugar and fresh ground cardamom seeds. They smell like Fruit Loops. Every day we make cornbread fresh from scratch, and then during service we're just continually making cornbread. So it's like always hot. You're never eating cornbread that's more than like an hour old. It's part of our routine and our system during service. So.
I started working in a professional kitchen in 2011. I was working the saute line, the grill line, all that stuff, and kept my day job, so it was a slog for a little while. So I did that for many years until I moved to Buffalo when I had the opportunity to work with just this incredible chef, Scott. And I probably learned a lot more in that 1 year than most people in a lifetime.
What? Rice? Want more rice? Thank you.
My family just bakes a lot, so we always had cookies in the house, always had pies, and I think it was like a rite of passage for the women in my family. I've just always liked baking and I love eating, so I wanted to make food that I like to eat. Ryan told me about the bread that he ate in South India. He was describing it and he was like, it's kind of like potato bread, but it's white and pillowy, and I was like, that sounds like milk bread, I'm gonna try to make it. So I like looked up a bunch of recipes, and then I kind of was just making milk bread for a month straight, and I finally got the texture right, and then Ryan would be like, it needs to be sweeter. In Kerala, the bread's a little sweeter. So it's definitely like classic shokupan, Japanese milk bread, but it's a little bit sweeter. I just think it pairs really well with barbecue, and I think it's fun because it's a little bit of a challenge because it's not like your standard bread.
Ooh, buddy. Hey, dude. Wow. Awesome, thank you. Wow, it's so fluffy. It's crazy.
It's like a brisket. You gotta squeeze it, you gotta squeeze it.
Sounds good bread.
When I moved to Texas, the first thing I experienced was how warm and friendly everybody was. That was something else. You're eating all kinds of different food, listening to music that you've never heard of. I started listening to older Texas artists, Ray Wiley Hubbard, Townes Van Zandt. For me, that was like what Texas was all about, like just hanging out, cooking barbecue, listening to music. So there's a phrase that my grandma used to say, and it wasn't meant to be inspirational. It was more of a, on with it, boy. Mardian mala chumakum. What that means is, in a just, don't procrastinate. Moving to a whole new country, we had to build from the ground up. all had to work multiple jobs, even myself, once I was of age. We had to hustle to get to where we are.
Ryan, he's such a hard worker and he doesn't get resentful. He's the one who, like, after working 16-hour shift is laughing and reaching out to people, and he doesn't let like the exhaustion or the grind take away his positivity, his sense of humor. That's why I love him.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Monday, we're open from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then on Sundays, we're open from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Buffalo itself is more of a dinner town. So for us, it makes sense to open right when people are getting off work, on their way home. Here at Southern Junction, if you walk in through those doors, I want you to feel like you just walked into some old barbecue place in Texas. You walk up, you're greeted by the meat cutter, you get to pick out your meats, and then you just kind of wander off. We do have like a little specials menu that we do run that has more cost-effective items, mostly because barbecue is expensive. I still want to make part of my menu affordable for folks who just want to come in, have a quick bite to eat, like the Barbecue Goldee, which is our smoked and chopped beef. It's an Malaysian style paratha with a little fennel slaw in it. It's one of my favorite things on the menu.
Oh my gosh, I love the bread. So crispy, but
it's like flaky. It's a laminated dough, and then we throw it on a flat top, and there you have it.
Oh, this is absurd, man. This is so good.
It's like the one thing when people come in here, and just like, you gotta have one of those.
That hits, dude.
Brisket in its current form, where you trim it, slice it, treat every part of that brisket as slice only. But I grew up eating chop. If you want that old school Texas bite, get the chop sandwich, man. Put some pickles and white onion on it, and let's go. This, I won't lie, it's my favorite bite of barbecue I've had in a long time. So we have smoked flat irons. So we take the whole flat irons, we treat it just like a brisket, cook it till it's tender, and we rest it, and then we slice it. It's just soft.
Man, more barbecue menus have to have this. Seriously, oh my gosh.
If you want like a true beefy, smoky bite, and you don't want to splurge on like a beef rib or something like that, it's just
good.
wild. I don't even put sauce on it. We have our dip chicken, which is a smoked half chicken. It's called dip chicken because my niece saw me dipping it one time and she just went dip. And I was like, oh, all right, that's gonna be the name for it. It's dipped in a spiced coconut oil and curry leaves.
All right, we got Ben the smoke builder over here.
That's the most Texas thing, right? Everybody, like one by one, people start showing up and you just start scooting down.
Yeah, it's a family affair, man. All right,
cheers.
Yeah, the chicken itself is cooked so well. Because chicken, a lot of times when you make barbecue chicken, it's like the first bite tastes good, but then it kind of gets bland. That was
all the way
through and through, just a very flavorful chicken.
We have our pork ribs, nothing more than salt, pepper, and a little paprika in the rub. Then we glaze it with local maple.
Classic Texas rib right there. What makes it so special to me is because of the order in which we ate everything. It was starting to get kind of spicy for me. I was starting to like, you know, you can see it, I'm like sweating right now. And it might just be a trick of the palate because we've had so much spicy. It's so sweet, but I love it though. It almost reminds me of like candied bacon.
That's kind of what I was going for.
Okay.
So usually, just because, like you said, half that menu is just like a slap in the face with spice, and you'll see on the sides too, like similar, like the cornbread's pretty sweet. So we start with our cardamom cornbread, so it's very unique, and I think people like it a lot. So we'll keep that on the menu.
Some dang good cornbread. Wow. What I like about it is the flavor of it. So it's very different than Jiffy. Like a lot of times I go to places and I have cornbread and it's like, this tastes like Jiffy, but way better. Like this tastes like a very unique cornbread.
Yep, that's the cardamom in it. So it's kind of gives it that floral kind of.
Floral, definitely. Yeah, it's exactly the flavor I'm experiencing right now. This stands out.
You're on a cornbread train.
This stands out.
That's awesome. We do have our biryani rice, which is what I consider our signature dish. So it's a brisket biryani.
It's so complex. The fried onion, the biryani, it checks all the boxes of what you want from like a side. I love it.
Very good. crazy how flavorful the rice is, right? It's not just by color to make it look pretty. All that color that's in that rice is like pure flavor.
Well,
so good.
The sauce for the rice has a ton of smoked brisket in it. And it's cooked for like, it was like 3.5, 4 hours. And it's layered with like all kinds of flavor. We've got strawberry pie. It is Lydia's pie crust recipe, which is good. A little toasted pistachios on it, and it's just to die for.
All right, new guest coming in. Slide on down. That's bite.
Yep.
That is like the kiss goodnight on the tray. You know what I mean? Like,
see you later.
And I'm super impressed with this place, man. You guys are killing it.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So when people come in here and they try the trays of meat that we put together for them, and they have that first bite of cornbread or that biryani or brisket with some coconut curry sauce, I think my favorite thing is just watching someone's face when they're like, ah, I get what you're trying to do now. So that's why we keep doing it.
There's been a saying around here, if you want good barbecue in Washington, D.C., you gotta go to North Carolina. We're trying to change that. The Washington, D.C. area, it's the capital of the nation. And we are so lucky that we have such vibrant, diverse culinary scene here. You can literally go to a small fast casual restaurant one day and go to a Michelin star next day within a block. It's great, but there was something missing. I think barbecue, 100% handcrafted, 100% wood fired, no gas, no electricity, was still not in this area. The food section at the Washington Post is kind of the authority around here when it comes to the restaurant industry, and they've been releasing a list for the best barbecue restaurants for quite a long time now. And we were featured 2 times as the #1 barbecue in the region by the Washington Post. Completely unexpected. That was a big win for us. It's pretty rewarding to see people looking at this region like little by little a barbecue destination, because our barbecue is better now than what it was yesterday. It's our greenhouse program.
Wow.
The greenhouse is an ongoing project right now. It's about sustainability. It's about not depending on what the middleman is able to serve you. I'm not saying we are growing all the product we need for the restaurant, because we need a lot of that. But whatever can supplement the inventory we need when it comes to produce, I'll take it. You're getting help from the farmers market to implement this project.
Hey, it's nothing, man. It's nothing. It's good.
You got something for me?
I do.
All right, let's go then.
Let's go.
All right. Oh, man.
We wiped up all the dust for you.
Thank you. So this is our permanent collaboration with Manifest Bread. This is our bakery. This is our coffee shop. This is our place where we gather and you get a nice latte and then you head to 350. So that's the plan. The farmers market is a community place, pretty much. Is a place that nurtures the entire community. It should be available for every single community in the United States. The relationship that we built over the years with them, our partners, our purveyors, our farmers, if that ecosystem is healthy, it'll lead to a consistent, good service, great food. Excelente. Bueno, nos vemos en el rico, ¿Cómo está la hija?
Muy bien.
We were lining up for these guys. We got the best street Mexican food around here. We're lining up and we ended up setting our little Texas style barbecue stand here at the farmers market. So we used to set up shop right where those vegetables are.
We started the farmers market stand the weekend after Thanksgiving of 2018. It was bitter cold. We had no idea what we were doing, but we were trying our best. And the barbecue just caught up. Everybody wanted it. I got to know so many people that are still customers. I've watched kids grow that were customers from the farmers market, and oh my goodness, that is such a good feeling.
Debbie's dinner.
Gracias, tenga un buen día. Provechito.
Debbie's dinner, no spicy. Disappointed.
Sí.
Buenísimo.
¿Traen otro carrito o lo esperamos?
No, vamos a ir a cargar eso. We love this guy. He just handpicks the best of the best for us. It's about how fresh your ingredients are. You can order 2 cases of cilantro from a truck and it'll come to your location, but in what shape, in what state, that's just another thing. It's crazy, man. You don't get this from the ultra processed stuff. It's beautiful. I love them. And this is not just another Pacifica, okay? This is the 250 Pacifica.
Limited
Right here,
edition.
Baby. Right here, baby. $2.50 is our rallying cry. It started as a rallying cry throughout the Smokehouse. Keep it at $2.50. It is a $2.50. It's a $2.25. It's a $2.75. Keep it at $2.50. It was just resonating through the entire Smokehouse. $2.50, $2.50. It was just a way to keep our temperatures under control, and it just stick there. I think the main challenge is the weather. We are operating in a subtropical weather. A few days here in the summer, you can hit 90% humidity. So fire management is harder, and it's hard for you to build that clean cold bed that you need. You need all the pits to be fully insulated. You need more airflow. If we would have been cooking in Texas, for example, we will be doing this. And that's all the oxygen you need for the firebox. In this weather, a subtle change like this, it makes the entire world difference, because if you don't have enough oxygen, it's going to smolder the wood. It's just a completely different weather, a completely different wood than in Texas. You will need to do a few things differently. Like, for example, brisket, that leads to a longer stall time. So you need to be more patient. Around the 10th or 11th hour, we're wrapping them using a little bit of our own cold beef tallow, just to make sure at the end of the process, when we're ready to slice it, it's not shredding on either side of the brisket. I'm originally from El Salvador. I was traveling for work in early 2017, and I went to Central Texas, and it was an eye-opening experience. It was definitely a life-changing event. I came back to El Salvador with a vacuum-sealed chilled brisket from Franklin's BBQ. Try to emulate that experience to my family and friends. And I said to Debbie, we have to cook Texas-style barbecue.
We sold everything in El Salvador, grabbed 4 bags, and moved.
All I had in mind was all those memories from me serving barbecue in El Salvador. And I remember I called Ray Ramirez over at Ray's BBQ in Los Angeles, and he said, if you want to do Texas-style barbecue and you don't want to make it for money, you will be able to sustain your family and to survive in this country. So until the day I thank Ray and his family because of that. The brisket will tell you when it's ready. And if it doesn't feel quite there yet, you just gotta be patient and be ready to read the signs on your fingers. The people is what makes the great barbecue. It always amuses me how dedicated my crew is. They also come from places that are not smoking meats traditional, but they have really absorbed that knowledge. You can't really pull this gigantic handcrafted operation without hands. You can get the best ingredients, best protein, best products, but people within your staff is not committed as you are, then it's not going to work. We've been training in Texas to understand the depth of the barbecue culture there. I was a first class graduate at Goldee's, and I took some of my pit crew members over to that class. It's very important for me for them to understand, what's the mentality when it comes to true hospitality around barbecue restaurants in Texas, and bring that experience over here. The smoking setting, it's something we truly enjoy, but cooking direct on the fire, it's something we really feel close to home, close to our hearts. Nowadays, we're cooking a lot with the wire roasting setting. We do chicken that is wire roasted for 6 hours. I truly enjoy cooking over a grill or hanging stuff over wires. And it's also a very good way to keep being creative, and trying to offer our customers something really special, something different.
So good.
This is our Rosetta Farms picanha, fully rendered, crunchy Maillard reaction on the fat cap, and still super juicy, farm grade, gorgeous.
Right off the bat, it hits you so fresh, that chimney. Man.
I think I've told you about 3 or 4 different times, this is my favorite special.
We are open 11 to 7 p.m. here in Riverdale Park, Wednesday through Monday. The comment that I receive the most around here is, it feels like Texas. And that's a 5-star review for me right there. This 1936 building was originally a meat market. And you can still see the hooks coming down from the tin ceiling. That's also how kind of barbecue evolved in Central Texas, from all these Czech German meat markets, preserving meats, smoking meats, out of the necessity of preserving meats for the next day and be able to sell it. It felt right to close that circle at this location too.
Hey,
Hi.
welcome.
Hi. Could I get a brisket sandwich, the Wagyu?
That comes with 2 sides. Your options are coleslaw, potato salad, mac and cheese, or beef. Thank you so much. The buzzer will let you know when it's ready. You can pick it up on that side.
My wife, Debbie Portillo, our CFO and general manager, and she is the mastermind behind 250. People don't understand how thoughtful she is and the amount of insight she has on this hospitality industry in general.
I am the 3rd generation of women in my family that own and manage restaurants. And I do not say that lightly. I am extremely proud of that. I have pictures of myself about 1 or 2 years old underneath the plancha, because that's where I had to play. I didn't know this, but I was prepared. All these strong women had already prepared me for this. Doing what I love, because I love the restaurant industry.
Instructions in the back, okay? All right, thank you. You too.
We from Texas, we here at 250 BBQ. So that'll tell you, if the Texas boys are here at 250 BBQ, it's the real deal.
The real deal right here, baby. Texas barbecue style.
That's right. We serve Texas-style barbecue with a Latin American twist.
That we carved our own story, but the base of it, it's Texas barbecue.
So you will find the traditional Texas-style barbecue cuts, all ethically sourced, non-antibiotics, hormones-free, humane, certified treatment to the animals. We will offer the prime grade Creekstone Farms brisket. We offer the American Wagyu brisket from Snake River Farms.
Normally on a brisket, I'd probably like eat around the decal right there, like where the mohawk is. This is going to be like candy. You can just see the color of it. Like that will just melt in your mouth right there. So rich, so beefy. It's like beef rib without the stick. You know, people call beef rib brisket on a stick. This is beef rib without the stick. Crazy good.
All beef ribs come from a locally beef purveyor, Rosetta Farms. They have an amazing dry aging program, and it's a 14-day dry aging. So when it gets to our restaurant, it's already flavor enhanced naturally.
These beef ribs taste so beefy. Most places it's like Saturdays only, you know, weekends only. $2.50 you can get this luscious beef rib every single day. Yeah. Beef rib is so expensive. It's like you basically just break even after how much you pay per pound. You know, shout out $2.50 being able to do beef rib every single day for their customers.
We also serve chicharrones every day.
People be sleeping on rib tips, and here at $2.50 they deep fry their rib tips and make it into chicharron. See that? Look how crispy and beautiful that is. The smoked feta adds a funkiness, but also just like a creaminess to the dish, and then that lemon to just like brighten everything up. Like, oh my gosh, that is killer. Wow.
Thank you.
Sides are definitely not an afterthought at this restaurant.
Fernando and I, we are the tropics. And we infuse that in our sides specifically because that is what we know how to cook. You see the beef and the pork, and you see the meats that are quintessential Texan cuts, and you accompany them with a tangerine salad.
Wow. The whole thing is just so like light and bright. It really works super well. I mean, this is basically like candy. Oh my God, they're so good.
We have the buñuelos, which are Colombian style cheese puffs. We make them with our own flavored smoked beef tallow and our smoked feta. We also have our pineapple ribs, which comes from our white roasted pineapple, roasted for 4 or 5 hours. Then we cut it into ribs and we serve your portion. They're delicious, super fresh.
It's crazy how much the flavor changes from cooking it and caramelizing it like that. Syrupy like richness that I didn't even know you could get pineapple to taste like. This is very fascinating. Delicious, like, man.
I'm a migrant here. I'm not from Texas. I'm not from the United States. I'm from El Salvador. For that, I'm super grateful. Growing up in El Salvador, I was born and raised there during the Civil War. It was like a volcano erupting. It was pretty violent and aggressive towards your human condition. I was face to face with some realities that a kid here in the United States will never face in the entire life. Hopefully, you will never encounter that kind of situations. We tend to leave a little bit more fat cap on this just because on the American Wagyu briskets, The fat is just so easy to render.
He's so mentally strong, and I don't know how or why, but I really do admire that he will always choose the best option for the majority. And he's not selfish in that way at all.
The more you look at the brisket after you finish trimming it, the more you want to cut. So this is the moment where this is your kid and you have to let it go. So you will need to understand Washington, D.C. as a region. We call this region the DMV. And it's super cool that you can be in Maryland, D.C. proper, or Virginia within a few blocks. La Tejana, they're good friends, and they would create this amazing handmade tortillas, serving breakfast tacos in Mount Pleasant, DC, and they were kind enough to add our chopped beef brisket to one of the breakfast tacos, which is the 512. It was like an instant connection, and it's really important for us to collaborate with local businesses.
Good to see you.
I Egg You is a restaurant that is part of the Fried Rice Collective. It's an Asian American restaurant group. Chef Danny Lee and Chef Scott Bruno were kind enough to invite us to have our boneless, brine, smoked, and barbecued turkey breast into their club sandwich. We have that connection with them. We actually have a second location in DC. We're serving barbecue in the nation's capital. And it was very important for us to be able to send that message and to be able to cater for DC proper zip code, Texas style barbecue. Wow. We wanted to kind of disconnect people from downtown DC in a way that they will come and they will encounter this all wood, all good, gigantic mural, all this wood and metal elements. It's all made for you to make you feel like super welcome to the space, kind of the way you feel when entering into a meat market style in the South. So since momentarily we're cooking everything out of Commissary Smokehouse in Ribbee Park, Maryland, and transporting everything from there to over here, we wanted to live broadcast everything we do in real time on these gigantic TVs all around the restaurant. The wood, there's something in the smoke that really transpires over any barrier, pretty much. This is a women-led operation. Our branch managers are women, main cooks women, so detailed, so specific, so many suggestions, and they also understand this is a business and it has to make sense, you know. I truly enjoy working with them every day.
Perfect. Let me know if that's okay for you, okay? Great.
We actually have two main dishes, two main proteins that are only available at the DC spot, which are the pulled lamb and the whole hog. I think it's so relevant what we do here. We're here operating in the nation's capital, and everybody's kind of divided by politicians and by politics. To see people just putting that division aside over a barbecue platter.
We are a Central Texas barbecue joint, but we don't have to limit our menu to just brisket, ribs, sausage, and pulled pork. We can be creative, and so you'll see it at our spot. There's a lot of people doing barbecue right now and doing it at a really, really high level. A lot of people know how to make an amazing brisket now. But what sets you apart is what are you gonna do on top of that, right? So we try to get creative in ways that gives people something new to enjoy. So the Texas Monthly Top 50 is a historical list here in Texas, and they do it every 4 years to determine who's the best in Texas. So they start at about 2,000 places. They narrow it down to, you know, a couple hundred, and they keep narrowing it down and narrowing it down, and every 4 years they determine the top 50 in Texas. Man, when we made top 10, it's just a dream come true, really. How hard we've worked, you know, it's just been a long journey. And so to get recognized on that kind of high level is just something that's amazing, you know.
I wish we had a light out here, but we just got the smoker last week, I think. So, still work in progress.
If you're lucky, you might have some coals from the previous day that can kind of help you get everything going. But the first thing they do on rib shift, we're getting the fires going. The ribs will go on shortly after 4 a.m. when they arrive.
Starting out, we just want to develop a nice bark, let the seasoning all set in, and then probably in an hour and a half we'll sauce them up, let that reset, and then we'll foil wrap and finish the cook like that.
So we cook with post oak. It's a dense wood, and so the coals, once they're burned down into a coal bed, that heat maintains a lot longer than pecan or mesquite. So it kind of helps us maintain some rhythm in the smokers.
In the beginning of the day, I always do the Lincoln log style, just to like develop that initial really good like coal bed. And then after that, I will do a base log and then 2 logs on top, and that usually rolls at about 250 pretty smooth. If you give it a little tap, you'll see the little pointer on it flick either up or down, so it'll kind of tell you if your fire is dying or getting hotter. And one of the brisket guys, Alex, he taught me that. It's really helpful to know whether you want to throw more wood in or open it up if it's getting too hot.
Brisket is definitely my favorite cut of meat to cook. The nature of briskets is they're all so different that you're almost chasing this mythical perfect brisket, and you had that perfect cow and it was butchered the perfect way, you know, and then you'll get that unicorn every once in a while.
So with the pork bellies for trimming them into bacon brisket, we take one belly and we halve it and then cut it into 2 sections in each half. So one belly makes 4 bacon briskets. Imagine a breakfast bacon with a brisket taste. And the back sides just get the seasoning, nothing crazy, and then the top will hit it with a brisket finish.
One of the unique things we do is we actually use a double cut, finely chopped up crushed red pepper, but it doesn't have seeds in it. So it's just the flake part of crushed red pepper that they cut down into like little flakes.
And we've always pretty much stuck with just turkey breasts. Really easy to cook up, really consistent. Any of those little fraily bits hanging off the edge. And a slight little round to the front, and all we're going for is pretty much making it so that we can fold it on the smoker and have a nice little turkey plump. There you go. And turkey rub, very simple, just salt, pepper, sugar, and then we top it off with Lowry's. It just kind of helps that color develop, gives it that nice like mahogany kind of tan color on the turkey. And we'll be good to take these things out and throw them on.
All of our 1,000 gallon pits are Centex smokers. Not only do they cook amazing, right? But they look amazing. I mean, the counterweights on them just sit back nice and sleek. And I mean, just the firebox door too. It just looks like that old scary furnace in the basement a little bit. Like it's just got this kind of mean look to it, which I love.
The grates do a real good job of making it like hold that shape once you set it down. So that way when we slice it, they're gonna be nice and tall slices rather than a flat turkey breast. So we'll give them a little douse, nothing too heavy or crazy. Starting to have very minor pullback on the bones. That's a good sign to wrap it. Not really crisping up too much, but nice color all around.
So Dayne's is located in Aledo, Texas. It's 10 minutes west of Fort Worth. You get that small town feel. You've got the train rolling by. You've got the grain mill in the background. If somebody's coming from out of state and they're trying to experience Texas, this is textbook, you know. When we saw this building, I mean, it just matched what I had dreamed of for years, you know. This building out in Aledo is a historical building. It was the old general store of the town back in the 30s. So it's just like a huge part of this town, and we're very fortunate that it's a gathering place now for everybody in Aledo.
What are you looking for to make sure they're done?
We do a flop test, so you can kind of feel it through it. This one could be done. You're kind of looking for the, like if you have a skinny notebook or something, how it kind of flops without fully breaking apart. So like that's getting close, but you can still see it's a little tight. Right. You don't want it to like fully break apart, but it should have a little more bend where it's like almost scary to hold. That is a good rack where it's not breaking. You can see it shredding. Once we reset it, it'll pull it right back together. But that's a good flop right there. That's what we're looking for. So we just kind of crimp it open into a little boat. Smoke will roll over. Get it a nice little crust on the top. It's hot out here.
So before we moved to Aledo, we were serving out of a food truck in Fort Worth. We were at this awesome bar music venue in Fort Worth that's just been kind of an iconic place for people to come enjoy live music. And it just makes there's a lot of challenges when it comes to it. I mean, you have limited space. You have to time things in a certain way. We developed our cold smoke on our briskets because we'd have to throw them on and jump back in the trailer and start slicing meats. Like we couldn't really maintain our fires at 250 at the beginning of the cook. So we just kind of kept it low. And then we're like, hey, once it slows down from the rush, then we'll get out there and kind of maintain these temperatures. I mean, years and years and years of lighting fires and sitting by the fire on cold nights. Definitely lived that for a long time. We'd sell out and we're like, you know, acting like we just won like a championship game or something, you know. It was a lot of fun. I really identify those days as being just the foundation of what kind of brought us here. Thomas is our pitmaster, my best friend. He's the hardest working person I know.
I like a butterfly pork butt.
Yeah, we butterfly them. Speeds up the cook time a little bit, but it's mainly to increase the surface area. Because like pretty much everyone's favorite part of pulled pork is little bits of bark in there.
I feel a responsibility to make sure this works and works for him, but we miss the days where it was me and him, Ashley. There was constant communication. We were all on the same page, and there's nobody more passionate about barbecue than him, and I just love him for it.
Temperature wise, they're getting there. Closer, got some good rendering up on the front ones here. Kind of close to like a traditional wrap, a good render. You know, start to get good
odd color as far as the foil or boat is concerned.
We actually do these brisket 101 classes, and the first one I did is actually where I met Alex. He's got a stutter, a extreme case, It does make it difficult at times, and so we've had some people that have not appreciated it or whatever, and they've made their way out the door, So it's like, hey man, if you can't put up and be patient, and wait and hear what somebody has to say, then hey, maybe you probably don't belong here cooking barbecue, And he loves the science behind barbecue, so he loves to record the data and figure out what changed. Like if I change this, what's the result? He just is super passionate about trying to do the best he can.
Even though I'm an artist, this gives me an artistic outlet as well.
That's a gorgeous trim.
Thank you.
Hello. Good, how are y'all? What can I do for you?
Barbecue is a really serious thing in Texas. It's part of our culture, Like if you're in Texas and you're going to a party, there's gonna end up being some barbecue there. And I know it's become a cliche, like barbecue brings people together, but like it is the truth, like that, and that's what made us really love continuing to cook it.
We want everyone who walks into Dayne's Craft Barbecue to feel like they're a part of our family. And I feel really strongly that we're supposed to do that in Aledo.
See bones like that, clean bones like that,
The way that we met is I was the receptionist at a car dealership, and he was the cute new young salesman. I fell in love with him when I realized that he was the worst salesman I'd ever met.
I have trouble telling, fibs or whatever. I don't know. I'm just not good at it. I don't know. I'm not good at it at all. Yeah.
This guy saved his whole paycheck, and all of it is going to go into this car. And it's going to crap out. I was like swooning.
So my way of escaping that was right when I got off work, started watching a lot of the Franklin videos back in the day. And so I would just watch all these videos and start to kind of see if I could recreate some of what they were doing. So that smoker that's sitting in the front, Ashley got me that for Christmas one year, and that's like what really got me to like start cooking a lot of barbecue. There's this little bell on the side, and it's got little stars all over it, and so it was made in Texas for sure. So once I had that smoker, we started selling out of the front yard. So back then, I literally would get off work on a Friday, go buy briskets, trim them, throw them on at 10 p.m., cook through the night, and then once everything was done, then that was time, at noon. Ever since then, all we've ever done is just take one step forward every day.
Right here. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
I don't think I ever really believed that barbecue could get to a point where I could like really provide for my family. Ashley was the one that had to lead me to water a little bit. She was the one that had to encourage me to like go for my dreams. Like nobody in my life had ever told me that.
I think that I realized that Dayne was meant for something before he did. And I think that was why Dayne and I were intended to be together, because God wanted me to bring that out in him, for him to see him for who he was, for how everybody else saw him, and for how God created him to be. I love that man.
She was the first one to say, I believe in you, but not only that, like, I don't only believe in you, we're gonna do this together. She's the one, Yeah.
Sounds strange, but we don't believe in follow here.
I noticed that. You guys don't render beef tallow and you don't, okay.
So I can understand it, but I think too much tallow kind of dilutes the beefiness, you know?
Yeah, and the smoke and the salt.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
What makes good barbecue is, you know, someone just really having that passion to really see every little detail through. You got to wake up and do it every day, you know? And if you're not really about cooking amazing barbecue, the process will expose you. You just won't make it. We make brioche Czech style kolaches in the morning. Nate gets in there at 1:30 in the morning to kind of put all these things together.
What did you say this flavor was?
This is the key lime pie right here. It's the prettiest one, and it's also one of my favorites, at least. Like sweetness of the dough, and then just the tartness of the filling, and then the garnish makes it look incredibly pretty. Heavily zest with the key lime, that helps it get like that super tartiness.
I mean, one of the iconic foods in Texas is kolaches. When you go down to Austin, I mean, it's a tradition.
I'll pull one off for you to try right now if you want.
Heck yeah. Thank you, sir.
Anytime.
Appreciate it. Oh, dude, it's so soft.
Yeah.
Oh my
It's
god.
just like a super flaky dough, like insane.
Wow. That's incredibly good.
Thank you.
Killed it, man.
We do our kolaches on the weekends. This is going to be the time when a lot of people are traveling. You can come get amazing barbecue and get some awesome kolaches.
All right.
You want me to cut it and fry up some real quick?
Yeah, just cut up enough for like halfway into that 6-quart.
What are the potatoes for?
For the burritos and tacos. Usually burritos.
Something that we've spent a lot of time on recently was our breakfast. So that's us responding to our community. A lot of people are traveling in for work. And then also on the weekends, they're really wanting to just kind of relax. So a lot of people like to show up on Friday, get our breakfast burritos, breakfast taco, and then some of our kolaches that we have now.
You want this warmed up?
In addition to kolaches for breakfast, we are doing breakfast burritos and breakfast tacos. So really we start with a Sonoran style tortilla. So we went to a special place out in Dallas. You got to go to the right place to get these tortillas. And that's really the foundation of what makes these so great. So we do eggs, cube up potato, fry it. You can get 5 different meats. You can get brisket, you can get our bacon brisket, you can get barbacoa, you can get house-made and cured bacon, and then house-made ground sausage.
That'll be 5 of 6, and here's 6 of 6.
And sells West.
Wes?
West? Okay. Appreciate you.
We want to have this be something convenient for our customers, so it's a grab and go kind of thing. They'll come in the morning on their way to work and grab a burrito and a kolache and a coffee and get out the door.
Cook them on Tuesdays for the initial smoke on the smokers, and then every day before service we'll take whatever we're cooking for service, throwing them on here. So this is our jalapeno Havarti, beefy Texan, and then this week's special, the Funky Town Fuego.
So it's Funky Town Fuego.
Oaxaca cheese, and then it's pork, beef, and pork fat all cased up together.
Okay.
It's our spiciest sausage too.
Okay.
When we named it Dayne's Craft Barbecue, we really wanted to live up to that name. I always wanted to make sausage from scratch, right? I wanted to do that so we could have some creative freedom. That's something that I feel like kind of embodies craft barbecue. Yeah, and so our turkey We like to keep it simple when we're cooking it, but we finish it with a garlic and rosemary infused butter. So it just kind of elevates that a little bit and kind of adds these layers of flavor, which you could try to force it into the rub, but that flavor carries a lot better when you bind it in with butter and then kind of finish it with it. We think a pork spare rib should be, you know, really meaty. You know, it's fatty, like the end has just got like this beautiful like rendered fat in there. And then there's this hint of sweetness on there. Our bacon brisket, that was another unique item that we wanted to add to the menu. We eventually called it bacon brisket because the first time I cooked it, it's like, man, this is the cut you use for bacon, but when you slice it up, it kind of looks like a brisket. So I was like, it's like bacon brisket. When you eat it, I mean, it's gonna be dripping with juice. You're someone who likes a little bit of fat in your meat, this is right up your alley. You know, brisket's the most popular, it's sold the most. I think any barbecue joint would tell you that, but I'd say the second most popular is our brisket once we grind it fresh in-house and then smash it on a flat top and make it into a burger. So we call it the OG burger. It stands for Original Gangster. It's just an old school, not complicated, fresh ground beef. Comes from all of our prime briskets. We'll flip them, American cheese, red onion, a burger sauce, a beautifully buttered and toasted brioche bun. It's just been one of the favorites around the restaurant. So the pork belly lumpia, that's a new special that we have. We're doing it on Fridays. So my kids are half Filipino, and you'd see it at every birthday party, every family event. Lumpia was there. We tied that dish in with a house-made fire roasted sweet chili sauce that we make. And yeah, that's been an awesome addition to the menu. So our house-made brisket bologna, and we wanted to take it to a new level with this brisket bologna melt. So, you know, put it on a buttered Texas toast, melt down that American cheese, grilled onions, the house-made mustardy barbecue sauce. There's a lot of people that it's their favorite dish, and they come in, they're like, yeah, the barbecue's great, but I gotta get that bologna melt. Any of the specials that we have that are kind of outside of your meats and sides at the restaurant, yeah, these are things that we've really worked towards getting really nailed down before we put them on the menus. And if we're gonna put it on the menu, we really want it to be there to stay. And we want our customers to know, like, when you come there, you're gonna be able to get that thing that you heard about, you know? We don't want it to just be there for a week or two and then you never see it again.
Back sauce.
It's for dinner service?
Yeah. Just kind of re-upping on everything, making sure we're good to go.
So right after the lunch rush ends, I mean, we're back after it, cooking sides, getting more ribs cooked up, and then just ready for round two, basically, yeah. So we're open for Friday and Saturday nights until 8 p.m. for dinner. We want to be as open and available to our customers as we can, you know. It would stress me out when I knew people were waiting an hour in line for our food, you know. So we're trying to expand the availability for people so that they can, you know, have Dayne's on their terms a little better.
A tray platter with the mixed brisket, the jalapeno Havarti, the mac and cheese and potato salad, and then the one drink of pickles and onions. All right.
We decided to switch it up a little bit with dinner. So the ribs you'll get at dinner are baby back ribs. We'll do pork spare ribs during the day and baby backs at night. These baby back ribs are incredibly juicy. I mean, it's one of our favorite new items for dinner.
Crazy tender. Wow.
I hope that when you come in, walk through these doors, that you get a sense of family. You get to experience some amazing food, and I feel like I'm living our dream. I just feel really secure in that.
It's a little strange to think about the fact that this counter service casual restaurant is a Michelin star restaurant. This is the first time any barbecue restaurants have earned a Michelin star. Michelin is known as a trusted authority when it comes to good food, high levels of hospitality, and to be recognized amongst the best in the world that way is just an incredible honor. It justifies what we've known the whole time, which is that there's just as much detail and difficulty in executing barbecue as anything else. Leroy and Lewis actually started as a food truck. We opened in the spring of 2017. No shade, no dining room, no bathrooms, no comfort of any kind. It was a plan the whole time to open a restaurant. We wanted the food truck to kind of introduce people to this different style of barbecue, but we knew that the amount of time we were going to be able to actually work in a food truck would be limited, knowing how difficult it is. Truthfully, I don't have a lot to do with the way the restaurant looks. That's not exactly my forte, but we expressed to the design team that we wanted it to reflect the menu and the philosophy of barbecue, which is new school barbecue. It needs to be a little bit familiar, a little bit new, a little bit old, a little bit interesting, yeah. When you're here early and it's really quiet, you know, the only sounds are the ones that you're making and you're kind of starting the fire. It's just like a slingshot, kind of all the way pulled back, and it's just got all this potential energy.
Got 3 different meats on right now. We have our brisket, we have our flat iron, and then we have our beef cheeks. All these will probably be on for about 12 to 15 hours, so got a very long day.
With the brisket, it gets put on a cold pit and then we bring the temperature up slowly, kind of like to raise the temperature of the meat and the pit at the same time.
So what is that you're writing right there?
So this is our logbook. It's something that we keep account of every day. We can go back and look. We're like, okay, cook was perfect, everything was good, everything was on time. A lot of people don't take that into consideration, but it does play into factor. I'd say this is probably the most labor-intensive thing we do too, is probably the burger. We have to double grind everything, and then we have to weigh each patty out, which is 8 ounces. We do roughly 200 burgers a day, so it's gone up drastically.
So outside of the barbecue, would you say this is the most popular?
Yes, yes, for sure. A nice, beautiful half chicken right here. Nice and yellow. I'm gonna start prepping my chicken, get that going. That way we can get loaded up on that direct pit.
I remember when Texas Monthly came for their rankings for the 2021 list. Sure enough, they order every single thing on the menu. We cut everything for it. Everything looks really good. And then there was the really difficult time, which is waiting. So that was a nerve-wracking time. So that was the highest a food truck had ever ranked, was number 5. We had always thought in the food truck that we were doing more with less than a lot of people were capable of doing, and that really kind of justified and solidified that idea.
So we're gonna make these kind of like a nice, beautiful oval shaped. We're not gonna just plop it down. We're gonna get a nice, good form on it. That way, whenever they cook, it's nice and tight, nice and neat. Kind of look. On chickens, we do directly over those coals. So we'll throw the coals in, and chickens will sit on top. It's the burn barrel. Get all these coals broken down. That way, I have enough to feed both direct pits to keep them going.
We cook with post oak, only post oak. I think that's just the flavor of Texas to me. That's what Texas barbecue tastes like.
Come back for it. We're gonna get this 500 going, and I have some boneless beef ribs that we're gonna load up as well. It'll be a special tomorrow, I believe. This is boneless beef rib, which will probably be like steak and frits.
Everybody here is obsessed with barbecue. That's why we are all here, because we really like it a lot, because we want to make some of the best barbecue in Texas.
So chickens, kind of look that, I mean, just kind of looking at them, I can tell the skin's ready. Nice and stiff. Sauce them up, and then we'll flip them. Nice, beautiful, dark on the backside. So that's gonna darken up some more. Just won't be direct. But yeah, those look pretty already.
So service staff usually starts getting in around 7 o'clock. People in the kitchen are arriving at that point, starting to do prep, starting to set up the kitchen line. Everybody really comes in with a great attitude every single day. It's hard to show up every single day and really make a positive difference in whatever it is. And I think every single person who works here shows up with that mentality every day.
These get smoked for about 5 hours on the offset. You get this nice, beautiful, you can tell, like that could have gone a little bit longer, but like that's kind of what we're looking for. I toss them in our mustard sauce. Like these center ones will finish very fast. But like I just want a nice good burn. Kind of like a 60% burn. Like that nice burn in look. Grab your brisket, Joe. Yeah.
For beef, we use Heart Brand beef and Dean and Peeler and Laureen Farms and a little bit of 44 Farms. And for pork, we use Peaceful Pork and a little bit of Richardson Farms. So we get about between 3 and 4 whole hogs a week. And that's all the pork we get. It's important to me to use locally raised meat because I want to, first of all, I eat this meat and I want it to be the best. I don't want a bunch of antibiotic and hormone injected meat to be what I consume, nor what I serve to the public. Second of all, just on a fundamental level, the best barbecue in Texas should be made with animals raised in Texas. I think that part's pretty simple.
All right. So this is actually one shoulder. We had to break it in half, so. And we have our middle. Tuck that in like you would like a turkey breast.
Some of the original barbecue places were meat markets. That means they'd bring in whole carcass, half carcass of pigs and beef. So kind of taking that idea and running with it. We're obviously not going to sell any raw meat, but we want to be able to cut down the animals and cook them in a way that has barbecue in mind when we're doing that. So using butchery as a creative outlet, as a way to draw creativity from, is one of like the main tenets of new school barbecue.
Really good. Yeah. So we do these steaks reservation only. These are hand-cut, house-butchered steaks that we either get in from a whole cow ourselves or we export from Dean and Peeler out of Floresville. It's good stuff. They are really nice steaks. This is just kosher salt. I'm going pretty heavy on them.
Our pitmaster, Cole, is the best barbecue cook I've ever known. For how young he is, he's got just an incredible barbecue mind. He like already has the equivalent of multiple degrees in barbecue.
Have you done beef cheeks like this?
No, I've never even had beef cheeks until yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
They're amazing.
My favorite cut of barbecue, I'm gonna go ahead and say beef cheeks. That's my favorite cut. When we were first opening, it was 2017, and none of our local purveyors could get us brisket. They said, we have beef cheeks available. Can you smoke those? And I said, yeah, we'll do it. Something that we kind of stumbled upon here that I think really epitomizes new school barbecue. It really surprises people, and it's really, really delicious.
Quinn tell you this is the secret right here, motor oil.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
We just go around to all the Jiffy Lubes and just ask for whatever they're gonna throw out. Royal Purple number 7 is what we're looking for.
Leroy Lewis, the name just comes from the last names of the owners of the restaurant. Myself and my wife, Lindsay Leroy, and Nathan and Sawyer Lewis. I was a chef. My wife, Lindsay, does outward-facing communication, PR. Nathan brews beer, and Sawyer is a front of house everything. So all of it kind of lined up to where it made sense for us to work together. The mayor has recognized today.
I don't know, I guess we'll read the proclamation.
Because it will be a year since we have opened. They're officially declaring it Leroy and Lewis Day. The city decided they wanted to honor the restaurant, to recognize the restaurant. We are incredibly thankful and humbled by that.
We're really amazed with everything y'all have done here. It's been great for our city. We have people coming in, from all over the world eating in restaurants like yours, and we wanted to take a minute to recognize that and appreciate your hard work. Be it known that whereas after 7 years of food truck, Leroy Lewis BBQ opened their first brick and mortar restaurant and bar in South Austin in early 2024. And whereas in November, Leroy Lewis received a Michelin star in the inaugural Texas Guide, making one of the first barbecue restaurants in the world to receive this.
The most important thing I've learned on my journey is that you can't do anything alone. I love every single person who works here. They're all fantastic people. They're all incredible professionals at what they do.
So thank you guys. Thank you. Here's to many more years and more proclamations. Have a good Friday!
Leroy and Lewis is open Wednesday to Monday. We open at 11 a.m. So the restaurant's pretty big. It has a couple different dining rooms. We have kind of the main dining room that also has the barbecue line. That's how you order. You can get your alcoholic drinks from the bar if you want. People still wait outside here just because it's a busy restaurant. But if you are going to be waiting in line, at least you have a drink in your hand.
From the door, it's about an hour wait. We do have some great options available at the bar. Everything on the back of the menu is available at the bar.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate
Happy to have you. So one of the challenges that we have as a barbecue restaurant that is open from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day is that we want to make sure to accommodate everyone that walks in the door. Some people obviously cannot afford to wait 2 hours in line. So we have an offering on the back of the menu, which we call our Anytime Eats menu. So one of the things we did when we designed this Anytime Eats menu was to make sure that we had our L&L burger on that menu. We wanted something that was a classic Leroy and Lewis dish that we could commit to never running out of.
The L&L burger is our signature burger. Brad Robinson and I kind of came up with this idea for this burger together. It is a house ground brisket patty that is seasoned heavily with salt and pepper, smoked to about medium rare, and then seared on a really hot griddle. It's served on a Martin's potato bun, has some of our burger sauce, which is 50-50 beef barbecue sauce and mayo, has some grilled onions and pickles and American cheese.
I have 3 plates.
Oh.
You want to come back to the last one? We'll take that buzzer. Oh, you've done this before.
I will call our style of barbecue New School Barbecue. New School Barbecue basically means cooking outside of the traditional idea of barbecue. Expand the idea of what you serve on the side. expand the idea of what are the desserts, expand the service model. So basically, trying to take the core of barbecue, which is meat and smoke and fire, and then expanding from there.
That's awesome. You tried that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, you should definitely give it a shot.
What makes good barbecue? First of all, it has to be cooked well. And then beyond that, it has to be served correctly. You can either get a plate with 2 sides of whatever sliced barbecue that you want, or you can get a by the pound serving and kind of a picnic style side.
Happy Leroy Lewis Day. What can we do for y'all today?
So we're going to do ours to go.
Sure.
Half a pound of brisket.
Absolutely.
We have brisket. It is Akushi brisket from Heart Brand Beef. Crunchy crust, that's our brisket. We have the pulled whole hog. There should be like strings of belly and flakes of loin and like chunks of rib. So everything kind of mixed together is really what makes the dish sing. It's the different textures. That's the point of the dish. We have direct heat smoked chicken from True Bird Farm. Chicken is very popular, really good. We have the flat iron, the signature sliced beef of this restaurant. It's almost like in between lean and fatty brisket. Okay, but it also has that sinew through the middle that breaks down and becomes sticky and unctuous like a beef cheek.
2 pounds of cheeks. Who's getting that? That's me.
Do you want them sliced up?
No, just whole, sir.
Beef cheeks are just like a little tiny fist-sized brisket, but it has all the stickiness and unctuousness of eating barbacoa. It is just really, really good. It's ultimate beefy flavor in a tiny little package.
2 pounds of cheese. Appreciate it.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Evans smoked cheek meat. His other food is good, brisket's good, but this is the greatest stuff.
We have the cheddar cheese cake. That was a holdover from the food truck. That one's really good. We also have the German chocolate cobbler, pecan and coconut cobbler with a chocolate cobbler topping. That is a buttermilk ice cream.
All the desserts are great too. We've had them all, but I think this is my favorite. And then the sides here are just by far the best that you'll get at any barbecue place.
I'm half Hispanic. That reflects in the food that I eat, in the food that I like to cook. So the choripapas is a side dish that are on the menu that is something my grandmother made growing up for me. Uncased beef chorizo mixed with fried red potatoes. We have Texas red chili Frito pie, which is my favorite dish on the menu. I think we stand out by continuing to do what we do. We have to challenge ourselves to come up with things that are uniquely Leroy Lewis, that are somewhat familiar but somewhat new. I first got into barbecue just living and growing up in Austin. It was ubiquitous. It was everywhere growing up here. But it wasn't until I really left Austin and Texas, went to places that didn't really have barbecue like Tallahassee, Florida, New York City, that I really missed it like enough to get involved in it, to really want to put myself in the position to be able to cook it well. Brisket is the biggest deal in Texas. It's the definitive cut of Texas barbecue. When I'm making the foil boat, we crimp the foil outward. That is so it gives you handles on the side of the boat. The aluminum foil just doesn't get that hot, so you can use it as a handle to kind of move the hot briskets around. The idea behind the foil boat is to make the fat crunchy and then to have everything else, nice and rendered and soft under that. It's just essentially 2 cross sections of aluminum foil that are crimped out to form a boat and that has sides to it that is open on the top. I think a great chef or a great pitmaster should be able to teach people really well. Being a good pitmaster means that you have a good team, that you're a good leader.
This is for the night service?
Yeah, the tri-tips are.
Where do you guys sear the tri-tips at?
So we have a wood-fired grill inside, and that's
Oh,
where we
okay.
like to sear them off
Same
at.
place the carrots are done?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that same grill.
We have a dinner menu that we've just launched on the weekends. We also put tri-tip on the menu at 5 o'clock as kind of the dinner time sliced beef. We have a lot of other stuff besides just traditional by the pound barbecue.
Thank you very much.
We have a dinner menu now that has a couple dishes. It has a grilled bok choy dish. It has a steak frites. It also has a smoked beef bourguignon.
That stuff get nice and tender.
You guys have any questions I could answer?
Well, we were going to order some.
Yeah. Barbecue is good at cooking meat, right? And like the ultimate meat is like just a big, awesome, badass steak. So we do steak reservations. You can book your reservation here. You get a server, you come in at a certain time. You don't have to wait in line. You can order anything else you want off the menu.
So it's going to be local bacon with a jalapeno chive cream frite. Enjoy, guys.
You know, we were always very limited in what we could do at the food truck. So when we got into the restaurant, that's something I really wanted to do, was do some kind of dinners here.
My name's Cole. Cole. Yes, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir. Landy, nice to meet you, sir. They sent somebody from the mayor's office, and today was declared Leroy and Lewis Day in Austin.
All right,
Yeah.
there we go.
So you guys get to dine with us on Leroy and Lewis Day. Yeah. Thank you guys so much. Yeah. Aaron and Ben have cooked most of the food that you guys are going to eat tonight, and they also smoked your steak. What's your steak? Okay.
And people always want to go look at the pits when they're at a restaurant. I kind of thought of pairing those together, making sure that we could do like a full table service here. It's a really cool experience, the steak experience.
These are all house butchered and house aged.
This is some beef tallow that has a little bit of rosemary and garlic in it. And some herbs that grow in our garden, some oregano. Then this is that steak sauce Matthias was talking about. Enjoy, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy. Do you guys need anything else at the moment?
This is a neighborhood restaurant, and a lot of people come here for dinner. So we can't just make a certain amount and sell out. We need to be able to serve everybody that comes in here.
It will require, yes.
Do you guys still do the bacon rib?
Oh yeah, every Saturday. We take the half hogs that come in, we cut out the whole belly with bone in still, and we cure that whole slab like a slab of bacon for 7 days. And then we smoke it like a whole slab of bacon, and it'll get tender and nice and crusty. And it kind of presents like a beef rib, but it tastes like a pork belly burn end. The customer experience at Leroy and Lewis, I hope that they walk away going, wow, barbecue can be so much more than I ever thought it was.
When it comes to barbecue, my brain is just wired to understand each and every step. This dancing fire, this mystique process that's taking place, this osmosis and this combustion, this collagen melting, and then this door opens and this big, ugly, black piece of meat sitting there. Then again, when you cut that open, you open it, it becomes this new creation. We cook so that we do barbecue with excellence. I think everything else follows. I'm born and raised in Texas. Texas Monthly is a very serious business. Anyone who tells you different doesn't really care about barbecue. And then I heard that they're doing a top 50 outside of Texas list. So I was talking to some regulars at a table. Justin is one of my right-hand guys. I have telepathic communication with Justin. He comes up and he's like, hey, just kind of gives that eye. I was like, what just happened? He goes, top 50 list came out. I was like, I am so sorry, folks. I'm gonna send over some dessert. I'm gonna head out to the office. I knew we would make top 50, but I never thought in a million years we'd be number 2. There's so much talented barbecue out there. It's incredible how advanced barbecue is now. And to be recognized as number 2 was humbling, but that was a really special moment. So the Prime Barbecue name comes from, I wanted something that signified excellence. There's so many deep connections when it comes to that word in barbecue. It's the highest grade of meat, so that's why I decided to call it Prime. I knew I felt called to serve in Knightdale, and I wanted it to be the rising tide in the community. That spot that the town kind of takes pride in. And it's beautiful. I mean, when you're here and you look outside, it almost seems like the most perfect place to open a barbecue spot. What makes barbecues the overall experience you feel when you walk into the place. I wanted the ceilings to be high. I wanted all these textures of depth. To me, it's kind of like walking into church. Like, it's just this overwhelming feeling of peace and grandeur, like you're just in the house of the Lord. Prime Barbecue, it's a 24-hour, 6-day-a-week process. So our first shift comes in at 5 p.m. Once the nighttime cold bed's established, it'll be set. Next shift comes in at 5 a.m. Checking all the briskets, touching them, making sure they're close. We're at like a 6 a.m. pool on briskets. We actually leave this little bit of point on top, and we actually segregate that out, and that becomes kind of like another sliced burnt end. This section's really special. We just really want to just put a little bit of tallow on it. You don't want to do too much more. You can see the color really comes back up after you tallow it. And the bark's so aggressive that I can feel the sharpness of everything. Because we used to wrap these in butcher paper for the longest time, and we just stopped doing that, and the brisket got better. All briskets should be off somewhere between 7 and 8, same with the pork butts or larger cuts. I was in competition barbecue for 14 years. That's what I started out doing. My first competition was in Lumberton, North Carolina. I cooked on my first pit. It's a small cooker. Back in the day, Brickmans had wooden handles, and they had an electrical element that went inside. So what I did is I removed the element, I used the hole as a damper, and I put a piece of foil over the damper that kind of flopped over the hole. And I did brisket, pork, ribs. It was all shoved on this tiny little 16 inches. I got annihilated in the contest. Last place brisket, third to last in pork, but I got 6th place chicken. I won a trophy. That trophy is about this big, and it came with a little $25 check. Now, mind you, I spent $1,000 in that contest. That $25 check was everything. Got everything off, getting ready for service. Now is when it gets wild. Here in the point is where I'm feeling. Kind of on that rib tip side is where I'm feeling for properly cooked ribs. I just really want it to be fluffy. I want my finger to kind of just start to snap in there. That's how you know. You can feel in between the bones. That's a properly cooked rib. You know, sometimes when I'm in this barbecue life, I really miss those competition days. Like this cold morning like it is now, being out there in battle, everyone doing the same thing at the same time, the high pressure. I mean, I miss it a lot, but I've done enough of it in my career to know that this is where I'm supposed to be right now. We started gaining lots of awards. We have tons of trophies. They started to slowly fill the room. You have this like vision when you win grand championship, like you're gonna get on that stage, and grand champion means you're over all the meets, you're the best. I thought when I would hold that trophy, like a bolt of electricity would hit me and be like, look at me, I'm so great. The moment wasn't like that. It was like you work all this time to get to that moment, and it was just like you have to keep on doing it over and over again to feel these hits of validation. But when you hold it, it's just a piece of glass. We run two 1300 J&R manufacturing cookers. The two 1300s are named Jose and Jose. I grew up with a lot of kids named Jose in Texas, so it's just been an ongoing joke for a long time. The smaller oiler, the 700, is called King David. Lots of cool stuff you can do with the 700. It's just a really special cooker to me, for sure. The hog cooker and the Santa Maria style J&R wood show broiler is Jean and Paul, and that's named after my older brother. We always went by JP. So the only loving thing you can do as a brother is always call him by his full name in front of his friends. So that I'd always say, hey, John Paul. So I wanted him to come in the restaurant and see his name displayed over two cookers and tell everyone that's his name. We do some of the competition stuff with our pork. So when we wrap them tight, we do a processed light brown sugar on the outside and do a crust. As this thing rests, it's gonna have a little bit more of a sweeter note, a little bit bigger of a bark, a lot of complexity. This Compart Duroc pork is really buttery, just in general. So you want a nice soft pork, but you want this bark to be sweet and crunchy and savory all at the same time. The specific farms we like to use here at Prime Barbecue is Compart Duroc when it comes to our pork. It's what we use in competition barbecue. Same with Creekstone. First time I saw success in my brisket competition cooking was with that beef. There's a great competition barbecue guy. His name's Mike Davis. He's one of my favorite. Laudable barbecue. And I just remember him always saying, bring with what brought you. And that always stuck with me. And those two farms specifically do it right each and every time. These are the points of the Creekstone briskets. Super fluffy, super squishy. This is kind of like a play on the competition side of what we do. These are true Kansas City burn-ends. I mean, there's nothing like it. So here's the liquid gold. We make all our tallow in-house. We make about, I would say, 30 gallons a week. And we're gonna slowly just kind of drip these down into the tallow, and they'll all kind of start to stack up. Then we're gonna individually slice these into perfect little meat brownies, and then hand dunk them individually in our sauce. So these things are incredible. We're really big nerds here, bro. Like, you have no idea. Like, we cook the brisket side by side. There's no identifiable markers. My general manager has all this secretly hidden, but then we stress test it. Like, we hold it for 6 hours. We slice it and let it sit there and oxidize. We're timing that out on the tray. If we have to cross-utilize it in our beans, what's it flavor them? Like, there's so many stress tests. Every burnt end is gonna be hand sliced into a perfect little cube. These are probably one of the most incredible bites in barbecue, to be honest. Perfectly square, perfectly fluffy. You can see the fat has been completely collapsed. And we're just looking at pure Creekstone point there. You can see the heavy bark on the outside, the little fat line underneath that bark, just wiggling right out. It's so special that we get to enjoy this every day. This is what we do for a living. That's hilarious. And it's gone. For sides, first and foremost always is my mom's barbecue rice. I mean, no question. I mean, I feel my mother's soul and love and passion in that rice. I try it every day. There isn't a day that I don't look at that rice and go, I love you, Mom. Just the smell of this, I mean, honestly, just takes me back. You know, it's like the epitome of my childhood right here. So the story of how I got into cooking is pretty simple. I have a Puerto Rican mother. her love language to us as a family is the efforts she put in the kitchen. Even though my mother is Yoda of Puerto Rican cooking, she asked me to come and try her food and tell me what it needs. She just always made us feel part of the process.
So what's this?
So this is the sweet potato salad. So what we do is we smoke whole sweet potatoes, and then we chill them and cube them up, and we toss them in our house-made sour cream dressing and fresh bacon. It's kind of like a sweet and savory deal. It's interesting. I like it a lot.
It smells really good.
There's a lot of like unique things in the world of barbecue that we've been blessed to be a part of. I'm gonna say one of the most unique was when I got a phone call, and it was from the assistant of Mr. Beast. He had a goal of cooking the world's largest hamburger. So he tapped us for it, and we spent months designing and building a barbecue pit. We cooked a hamburger that was a little over 4,300 pounds. So we doubled the world record on any burger. I've been on a multitude of shows, Man Fire Food, been on Barbecue Brawl, I've been on Chopped, Barbecue Pitmasters. So how I got plugged in with Food Network, a producer of Barbecue Pitmasters called me and says, "Is this Christopher Pareto?" I'm like, "Yes." He goes, "I'd like to have you on my show, Barbecue Pitmasters." I was like, "Oh my gosh, that would be awesome." On the show, they kind of craft your persona. And I didn't really know that about TV, right? I'm just doing what you're directing me to do. And they were like, "Hey, can you stroke your hair a little bit?" You know, I'm just like, that's kind of weird. I don't, like this? You want me to do this? Yeah, just like that. Perfect, perfect. They clipped that in. I did this thing where I went like that, right? That made TV. My wife was like this at the table going, "What in the world did you just do?" So now I go into barbecue competitions, everyone's like, "Hey, Prime Barbecue," right? With the eyebrow thing. That show came out and I got a book deal with Southern Living. Writing the recipes was really interesting. That was fully new to me, understanding how to write a cookbook. I mean, that was a year process. I have no background of anything, and I'm getting a published book deal. And it was incredible. It's God's blessings. You know, when you go into a barbecue spot, before you go in, you absorb the smell, because any good barbecue restaurant should be burning wood outside. But absorbing the space is huge. I wanted there to be kind of aspects of history of barbecue, so every wall tells a story. You know, where we hang the hot cooker lids from Skylight Inn, where we can show the history of barbecue just by 2 hot cooker lids hanging on a wall with little lights on them. We like to showcase some of our mentors. One of them is Roy Perez. When I was a kid, I would go up to Kreitz and got to meet Roy over time, and he always took the time to sit down with me and explain the importance of barbecue, the importance of what he does. This is actually Roy's shirt that he wore on shift and his pen that he uses. I wanted them to understand the history and the traditions and the values behind barbecue and the hospitality behind it, and just do it justice, to be honest. So that man out there is JH. Every Friday since our inception, he has sat in that same exact spot, and he wants to be first in line to grab the burnt ends.
I ended up coming here like the first week he opened, and I've pretty much been here every Friday since he opened. This is kind of like the greatest thing that really ever happened to Nightdale, you know what I'm saying? He's an awesome guy. He does a whole lot of stuff for the community. He does a whole lot for the veterans.
We should be honoring the military every day. Soldiers shouldn't have to ask me for discounts, shouldn't have to ask me to celebrate them. That is my duty. Certain things we do, we educate children, the little soldiers, to pray for their military. I want them to know that there is men and women out there that are currently at the ready, all over the world, deployed right now, staring at the enemy, so that we could live the simple life standing in a barbecue restaurant waiting on some brisket. Military discounts. We do our veteran meal here, where veterans get to bring their entire families here and celebrate Christmas and the holidays with us at Prime. We pay for everyone and their families. And then the most important thing is in our pit room, we have a veteran chef's table in the back. It's exclusive in our pit room. Only veterans can sit there. They don't wait in line. We do a special ceremony back there. We feed them a special meal. It's fully served. We have a plaque there that says we have to be more than claps and handshakes. We have to validate military. To me, we don't do enough. We can do more. Good morning. How are you doing today? So Prime BBQ is open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. till we sell out. People are, I think, the most obsessed on a Friday because there's burnt ends, beef ribs, and then brisket, and people just go wild. I want them to experience something immediately when they walk in the door. I wanted it to be thoughtful. The different textures on the wall, the really cool soda fountain, the North Carolina kind of like tin wall that we have. We can be intentional with spaces that people aren't expecting. Maybe a purse hook underneath the bar top. When I see a guest put their purse on the top and searching for that hook, diapers in the bathroom with wipes. I'm a dad of 5. They see these little things that we've placed around just for that purpose. Little toothpicks in certain areas, little mints in certain areas. When I'm in a restaurant myself, I would say, oh man, this is really sweet that they did this for me. I wanted people to feel like they're our purpose, not our profit. Hot chocolate? Good, thank you. Hot chocolate? Hot chocolate, gentlemen? Thank you, sir. So our mission statement here at Prime BBQ is to be barbecue obsessed, service driven, and community focused. We love barbecue. We love eating it. I love smelling it. I love cooking it. When I travel, I eat it. I think about it all the time. We're service driven. I have to be able to translate to my employees. My theology is servant leadership. I will pick up the customer's trays. I will sweep the floors in the middle of the shift. That's my job. Like, how is my employee gonna take sweeping floors seriously if I don't take it seriously? I started to go table to table. I was like, oh, I'll just go to this dining room, say hello to some guests, and I'll go and cut, because that's what I wanted to do. But as I moved through those guests, that's when God said, this is your purpose. And as much as I was like looking back at the cutting board going, oh, that looks fun, I saw that my work was right there in front of the guest. Have a blessed day, y'all. Leave the mess. Remember, leave the mess. Hey, welcome to Prime. Have you been here before? Tell me your story, where you come from. Have you ever had brisket? I have a whole box set up with candles and little birthday stickers, and I personally sing happy birthday to my guests. Happy birthday to you. All these levels of breakthrough and experience that we can create in memory.
You want some brisket? What, like a half a pound, or what are you thinking? Just one slice? Yes, ma'am. Lean or moist? Okay, and then lean or less fat, moist, more fat.
I'm Texan. You should just know, just by that first bite of brisket, it's a Texas-inspired brisket. That's what I was born and raised on. I don't know any different. I don't have to pretend to make a brisket that tastes like it's from Texas. Sausage to me is a symphony of culinary majesty. The snap of a perfectly made link of sausage. The coarse textures and all the flavors. Some of my favorites, the triple threat wings for sure. Smoked pecan wood, chicken wing rub. They're gonna be fried to crispy perfection. Then they're gonna be tossed in toasted garlic, apricot preserves, hot sauce that's homemade. And then they're gonna be slowly grilled individually over charcoal to get caramelization. Pastrami grilled pork belly with big heirloom tomatoes, salt and pepper, olive oil, crispy romaine, double-sided toasted potato bread, Texas toast, bomb BLT. The pressed Cuban, we ship the bread in from La Segunda Bakery from Tampa, Florida, just to make sure it's the perfect bread. Every single layer in our Cubans made in-house, even the ham. Oh, it's unbelievable. Double fried tostones with that, with mayo ketchup. That's what you dip your tostones into. Oh, so good. And then we have our beef ribs. So I do a longer cook on ribs than traditional places. I come from a place where smoking a rib is like super stout. People like that unctuous, chunky, barky beef rib. Barbecue is breaking down the collagen till you have this fusion of the Maillard reaction, that bark and everything come together with the salt and the fat and the sweet. And all the things culminate into this euphoric, unctuous bite that you will never forget. You don't have to say this is barbecue. They know it in that bite without question. I want it to fix marriages. I want families to reconnect. I want vegetarians to fall in love with meat again.
So I'm vegetarian for 364 days a year, and one day I eat meat. That's meat day. It's the biggest event of the year, bigger than anniversaries and birthdays. We got the beef rib this year, which was very exciting. But the brisket and the pork ribs are staples in our meat day diets.
I've done nothing with my life but cook barbecue. I have read about it, studied it, cooked it, eaten it, and I've realized that even if I make the perfect plate of barbecue for somebody, and even if they say I can die happy right now, it's the best meal I've ever had in my life, the irony of that is they'll still wake up tomorrow and want breakfast. And that's my life's work on a tray. That's blood, sweat, and tears. Barbecue is not easy. Why is that not enough? What's really unique is the barbecue tours, because who doesn't want to talk about the pit room, you know, and talk about the barbecue process? Super exciting. My first shovels, my first barbecue pit on the wall. You collectively selected trophies that looked really pretty. So I just took those highlights and I created this kind of sermon going around my pit room. I always end in the middle, right in the middle of Jose and Hosby. And on this wall on the top, which you can't see, is a verse, Psalm 107:9. That's what stay hungry means. For he satisfies the longing soul, and the hungry soul he fills with good things. This is the stuff that not only lives beyond the tray, fulfills them, but leads into their eternity. It's everlasting, eternal work. My mission is clear: to connect with these people, to take them on a pit tour, to talk about Jesus.
What is this gonna make?
It's gonna be the tortillas for the tacos.
So they're homemade.
Yeah, everything we make from the scratch, everything. Fresh every day.
The secret technique right here.
Yeah. There we go.
We also have Primo, which is the alter ego of Prime. And we open that Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that's from 5 to sell out, which is traditionally like 9 to 10. Primo is prime in Spanish, but it's also like a term of endearment. It means cousin, but it also means friend. You know, it's like, hey, primo, he's my primo. Like everyone's your cousin in Puerto Rican culture. So I wanted to create this special place out back that also told my story in a very specific way. So that's why Primo was born. These are dishes that we were already cooking in the kitchen with the staff. And I mean, this is what we were feeding ourselves. So we were making like tortillas from scratch. We were making tacos. I was making empanadas. We do tostones rellenos, which is one of my favorite Puerto Rican dishes. It's a tostone that's crafted into a bowl, and it's filled with smoked, grilled flank steak, then topped with a little bit of roasted pimentos and some pico. You know, you put that together, it's perfect. How people are consuming barbecue now, it's so multicultural. There are no more borders when it comes to barbecue. That authenticity of like food and culture has always been in my blood. And honestly, there's no like more authentic, loving food than Spanish food, in my opinion.
See you tomorrow.
My first love is brisket. That's the first time I got kissed, you know what I mean? So like, I mean, I get flushed even thinking about it, but North Carolina hog, special. We got the pig for lechon. We're gonna throw this on. It's Master Blend Farms pig. Absolutely delicious. You can just see right there, this is actually the money muscle of the pork butt. You will see a lot of fat striations. Shows, you know, just it's a good pig. We're using our lechon rub. Again, this is our house-made adobo. It's just fresh garlic, cracked white pepper, more garlic, a little bit of oregano. And this is really gonna create that kind of like that Latin Spanish flavor. I think the hardest part about establishing barbecue here, specifically in North Carolina and in Eastern Carolina, was my lechon. Very difficult. They're like, what's that? Lechon? Oregano, garlic, pepper, salt, garlic again. We use an offensive amount of garlic in Puerto Rican cooking, to be honest. And then here we're gonna throw it on, and it's gonna cook about altogether 10, 11 hours, give or take. Depends on kind of where the fire is setting.
It's a classic dish.
So what is this exactly?
Poppy beans.
I know my mama abuela's red beans and rice will hit. They'll taste Puerto Rican love. It'll be like an abuela just going around and going, the minute they taste those beans.
That's it. Poppies, beans.
My favorite thing about cooking barbecue, honestly, is just watching the fire. Every single piece of wood I pick up and put on that fire is a different shape, a different size, has a different moisture content. And I get to make this decision. And that decision might seem meaningless, like I'm just putting a piece of wood on a fire. But all those decisions is what outputs something great. There's never a point where you can stop. Barbecue is a lifelong journey, a connection with the process. It's my family, it's my heritage, it's my Puerto Rican roots, it's everything. And it's whole hog. And you're in whole hog country. So you gotta have great whole hog. I mean, you just can't limp by with a mediocre whole hog. This is the most coveted part of the pig here, is this bacon. It sits in this luxurious fat. You can see it's just ridiculous. You can see everything's intact. Everything's ready to go. You cook so much barbecue, you know when it's good. And I mean like vato loco good. Crispy skin on top? God, doesn't even make sense. I eat lechon every single Saturday. I never miss a lechon day, ever. Neither do my kids. We all share it together every Saturday. They work here with me. Georgia, put on some gloves. I want you to cut the skin. My kids are the most important thing. My wife is the most important thing. It's my relationship with God, which is above all that, is the most important thing. This place does not define me. If I lose barbecue, that's okay. I just don't want to make food that sells. I want to make food that tells a story. It doesn't matter how great your barbecue is. It doesn't matter how cool this building is, because these walls will crumble. I will pass away. People will eat another meal. But the work we do inside these walls is eternal. It will live within people and generations.
Barbecue and food in general, to me, is way more than just the food that you eat. It's the story behind it. My brother and I were both working at the same restaurant. He was the sous chef, I was an assistant kitchen manager. We got done working one Friday night or Saturday night, came back to my house, sat down on a couch, and we're sitting there just kind of hanging out. Well, is this all that we're gonna do? We're gonna work in restaurants for the rest of our lives? What's the plan? So he looked at me and said, hey, you ever thought about joining the military? We went down to the recruiter the next day, signed a dotted line, the rest is kind of history. So one of the biggest things I learned from being in the Army was your body can do more than your mind will allow you to. Your mind will tell you to quit because things hurt. Your mind will tell you to quit because it's just hard. So the belief that you can accomplish what you want to do has to start with you. Look, I have friends that look at me today and still laugh. They think my goals and dreams are way too big. It's fine. They're too big for you. The dream for Singletree, simply put, is to become the Nike of barbecue.
The number one key of trimming anything is a sharp knife. There's nothing worse than trying to trim a brisket with a dull knife. The better you trim a brisket, the better it'll cook.
I buy nothing but prime beef. Getting prime cattle is challenging at times. There's not as many prime as there is choice and select, but I won't serve an inferior product to my guest.
Fairly aggressive trim. I'm just trying to feel for, get rid of all that real hard fat so it'll render. About a quarter of an inch away from the meat, it gets real pillowy. So that real pillowy fat will render down and just drip right back down into the meat. Makes it just wonderful. And I try to leave, you can kind of tell, I try to leave about a quarter of an inch all the way around.
With Tennessee being a primarily pork state, pork is what people believe barbecue is in Tennessee. People come in and don't really understand that brisket's beef. And when we have people come in and they try the brisket, the mindset changes a little bit.
I just go ahead and separate while I'm trimming and get all the fat versus the meat off. This we grind down for tallow and cook it. This we grind down for our burgers.
We only serve pork spare ribs. So we leave the spare rib whole. We trim it up a little bit just to kind of make it look pretty. Spares are one of my favorite ribs to eat. And then on top of all of that, baby backs are so much smaller. I just feel like if I'm gonna charge you for it, you should get a pretty good value for it as well.
Like to spoil the membranes.
Yeah. It's faster than pulling them off, and I don't think you can tell the difference. I'm sure somebody out there is gonna cuss me for that. That's why it's Singletree BBQ and not John Smith's barbecue, right?
Amen.
I only use hickory. Here at the restaurant, I 100% of the time only use hickory. It's what I grew up on. Some people don't like hickory because it's a pretty pungent flavor. I think it can be if you're not careful. Hickory for me just kind of tastes like home.
For the first fire, it get it blazing pretty good, and it gives you a good coal bed. Even though we smoke every day, got a small coal bed in there now. By the time I get everything trimmed and ready to go on the smoker, having that big coal bed is just, then it's just maintaining all day.
Barbecue takes me back to my grandfather's farm. It takes me back to when I was, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, and I'm sitting on a bench watching a fire, and we're talking and we're trying to solve the world's problems. My grandfather was a 28-year veteran, was an attorney when he got out of the Army, became a federal judge in Chattanooga. He was one of the officers that worked on the original peace treaty for Vietnam. The name of his farm was Singletree Farm. So you pulled in the driveway, this big long ridge, there was one big hickory tree that stood above all the rest of them. When we started the brand, I knew that our brand was going to be called Singletree for the simple fact of it had to mean more to me than just barbecue. And Singletree to me is more of a legacy.
I'll let that go. Yeah, buddy. When you get out here, the sun's coming up earlier than almost 7 o'clock in the morning. And that sun about to crest over that building right there, this is my moment.
I have a very eclectic style of barbecue at Singletree. I try to tell most people that it's Charlie's style of barbecue. The brisket is definitely a Texas style barbecue, salt and pepper and smoke, and that's it. Pork, it's my rub. Merry Christmas. It's very Tennessee-ish. My ribs are definitely Memphis, dry rub all the way. I don't put any barbecue sauce on it.
Love potion number 9. Also known as water.
What is the water for?
So the
when they're nice and moist, they don't seem to dry out as fast. Sometimes you get like these thin pieces, they just don't seem to curl up as much, right?
So the smoker we use is a primitive pit. I love the pit. It's absolutely an amazing pit to cook on. I call it set it and forget it. You can get that thing to a temperature and it'll just ride right there. It takes little maintenance. You have to be able to cook ribs, chicken, brisket, pork, all at the same time and be able to have the space. Otherwise, you're gonna have to have 3 or 4 units. They're not inexpensive machines. Just because they're manually operated doesn't make them cheap. I named the pit the Colonel. My grandfather retired as a full bird colonel out of the Army. So with it being red, white, and blue, I figured naming it the Colonel would kind of fit.
You want the glorious parts of barbecue? Is that what you're trying to get now? You gotta say it all the time, but they want to be pitmasters. Until it's time to do pitmasters.
My restaurant experience. I've done it for almost 32 or 3 years now. I went to, it was a place called Shoeless Joe's Cafe here in Murfreesboro, inside of a hotel. One thing led to another. The executive chef and I got along famously, and he just started teaching me how to make soups from scratch and how to make a roux and how to make a cream sauce and how to make butter sauces. And I kind of fell in love with the restaurant and hospitality. Did everything from waiting tables, cooking on the line, and washing dishes, to running major corporations.
Brisket trimmings ground down into ground beef. We get it somewhere in a 65-35, 60-40. It's almost a sausage blend. See that grind, man? Yeah, just lusciously fatty that is. Man, because it's fresh and it has such a high fat content is what like really makes that burger just what it is. So the porch burger is, we cook that in the beef tallow that we make. We top it with sliced brisket that we smoke, some porch cheese.
What is that? American cheese, mayonnaise, and shredded up jalapenos. Okay, that's porch cheese. Porch cheese, yeah.
And then a couple jalapenos, all on a freshly baked Charpier's bun.
Wow, that's really good. Cheese.
So, with this, that's how you know it's right. Oh, the smell of pine sol and smoke in the morning.
My journey into barbecue in general is, I think as a kid, the fire management really was instilled into me because the rest of the family members might have had one too many bourbons. I had an opportunity to work for Pat Martin here in Nashville. I had never cooked on a big open pit until I met Pat, which is just a totally different style of cooking than what I do, and learn a little bit about whole hog. I'm not good at it. It's an art form to cook a whole hog, but that afforded me the opportunity to learn from some really cool people and go and do some things that I would have never done before.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. So I use this foil in it. It doesn't get any more smoke on it. And then all the rest of the juices just keep going down in there. It's kind of basting itself for the rest of the cook. Really makes it nice and juicy.
So pork is one of those things that you can undercook and overcook. You know, brisket, if you overcook it, it's just gonna be really, really tender. Once you get it to that point of moisture and all the collagen breaking down and the intermuscular fats, it's not gonna lose its moisture level as much as pork will. Pork, you can overcook and dry it out.
Pork's done. Now to the good stuff. Look at that. Already just falling off the bone. I don't have my thermometer, but they're not ready yet. But they're close. Look at that. Just, I mean, it just juices everywhere. I told you, man, this is my favorite right here. Flip those over, just leave that bone in there.
My favorite to cook is brisket. I love cooking brisket because it's so tedious, because it is so, every piece of meat's different. My smoker is not covered. So, you know, it sits out in the elements all day. The weather changes, right? The humidity level changes. How you smoke day to day changes.
Starting to get that spongy feel. Bark's set. Already got some jiggles. I don't know the master trick of brisket. It's the secret that nobody will tell you. Once you get done wrapping it, spray it with water. Everybody looks at me like I'm crazy. Why are you spraying it when it's already wrapped? Do that next time you do brisket.
Wrap everything up 3/4 of the way through the cook, and once you get it all wrapped, you're almost finished for the day.
Just gonna try to sit them all as close together as possible.
Yeah, I gotta make one table so everybody can meet everybody.
So we've reached out to the local restaurants here in town, and we're gonna have local restaurant owners come to the restaurant here tonight, just making sure that the place is set up and ready to go when they get here. Everybody will be welcomed in open arms and on time, and you know, be a lot of fun.
Doing good, how you doing? Appreciate you guys coming.
This community didn't start with nobody in it. Somebody had to build it, right? So why don't we try to make it better? Why don't we try to give back what we can?
I got some barbecue on the smoker, so I'm gonna make sure it's good. We're gonna eat around 5.
Simply just the networking and be able to meet everybody face to face makes it a successful event. How do you accomplish the chaos of cooking, running a restaurant, and hosting an event all in the same day? Sometimes you don't have to have a plan. You just have to do it. You can have 10 briskets on your smoker, and all 10 of them temp differently. You know, I've had them temp from 195 to 210, and they're all on the same smoker. Put them all on at the same time. But, you know, I mean, that could be 10 different cattle that you have on your smoker at that point in time.
When you cut through the brisket and the slice you just cut falls over and you see all the fatty in there and the juice, it looks unbelievable. It just makes me want to cut into it and eat it myself.
What's your secret to not get a bone?
Follow the bone pattern. Kind of see it right there. This is we call it the magic dust. Charlie may have a different name for it. We put the magic dust on the potato salad, the mash. As far as our cold foods, that's it.
You put this stuff on cereal?
You know, we're doing all the cooking, so we want to make sure all the food is perfect. We're going to set up a nice buffet for them, and we're doing some brisket and pork and ribs and wings and mac and cheese, all those things. It's going to be really good.
Why you get my plate? Big portion. I see you, Anthony, trying to supervise me.
So what did you call this invention?
This is the sticky hog. It is a donut country donut. Our pulled pork, barbecue sauce, and then the top of the donut on top of it, and you eat it like a sandwich.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did you want to try some? Not. You can't say no. Oh gosh.
So, with that, I will introduce myself as the owner of Single Tree. I've had this business since October of 2020 when I was terminated from my job. What I thought was the worst day of my life turned out to be the best day of my life.
It was really kind of a gut check and a slap in the face, and man, now what? I was in the mindset of, okay, how can I go get another job? Where can I go? Who's hiring? My wife looked at me and said, when are you gonna stop depending on everybody else and start depending on yourself? And we started this. And the first year was really, really tough. Tons of fun, but it was hard. It was stressful. To do it in the middle of a pandemic was even crazier. November of 2020, I put out a message on Facebook in our neighborhood marketplace thing to who wants a turkey for Thanksgiving. I'm cooking turkeys on my pit to pay the mortgage. And then, one thing led to another, and we just kept building and kept building. Having that belief that it was going to be something is what got us through. But there was days, man, being an entrepreneur is not for the faint of heart. There's nothing worth having in this life that's easy.
It's Ben, right?
Yes.
The number one thing people overlook when it comes to brisket, I think, is the same thing that they overlook when they cook anything on a smoker. Give me a black and white 1, 2, 3 answer. This is how you do it. No, it's love and passion and feel. There's some amazing pitmasters that don't use thermometers. Why? Because they put their hand on the pit and they know what it's supposed to feel like. I don't think you ever master it. The term pitmaster has always been funny to me because I don't know anybody that can control fire. You're not really gonna ever master barbecue. You're just gonna continuously try to get better and better every single day.
Standing here talking to Anthony, I figured I'd help. You don't think I'm nice?
You don't normally take the chairs down, right?
No. This is false pretense, but I don't know. Sunrise was amazing. It was almost as pretty as you.
My wife is one of the most amazing people I've ever met in my life. She's my best friend. She's everything to me. It's amazing the motivation that she can give me by just a simple look. I probably would have never done this if she would have never walked up into my office and said, stop depending on everybody else for your future.
When they took his job away, I was like, that's it, you can do this for yourself. And like I said before, it couldn't have been worse in the moment we were in. So let's just go for it. Let's take the chance. And he did, he made it happen. And so now we're here. Now I'm working in the restaurant several days a week, but that's okay. It's okay, it's worth it.
I'll never forget, I was sitting in a recliner one night and I was talking to her. And my dad walked in the room and he goes, son, if you don't marry that woman I'm going to, you need to figure it out. She's cooler than shit. Go ahead and figure that out. Make it happen. Come on, let's go. If I didn't have my wife, I wouldn't have this. This has been a dream come true.
What are you about to make?
The smoked tomatoes to add to the chili. Bring them back inside, pull the skin off, pulse them till they still a little chunky, not all the way broke down. Don't want them emulsified or broke down all the way. Spot's got all the spices already in it. We actually use our ground brisket trimmings from when Charlie trims the brisket.
Let's try this out. I like that. Man, this is gonna hit when it starts to get really cold. Good stuff, Scott.
I say it's got spice, but it's not spicy.
We are open from 11 to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Saturday and 11 to 3 on Sunday.
A normal day, you've either got 1 or 2 people running the line here. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday mornings, it's usually 1 person can kind of handle everything. Charlie's usually always here so that if it does get busy and you get backed up a little bit, he can come in.
So we are a full service restaurant. So you come in, you can sit wherever you like. When I go out to eat, I want to be waited on, right? That's why I'm going out to eat. Otherwise, I'd stay at home and cook. For me, hospitality starts with a service. I want you to be able to come in, kick your shoes off, lean back, watch TV, drink a cold beer, and let us wait on you. I don't believe that people will come back and eat in your restaurant more than twice if it's not consistent. So if you come in my restaurant today and get brisket, and the next time you come in, it wasn't the same experience all the way across the board, people won't come to you as much.
Every time I cut into a meat, whether it be ribs, brisket, turkey, I always make sure that it looks like the perfect bite of barbecue.
We want people to enjoy our food for sure, but they got to do it with coming in here and getting the undeniable hospitality that we provide. I expect my community to come spend their hard-earned money with me. And if I expect them to do that, then I have to give everything I've got for them.
I love everything Charlie cooks. His brisket's incredible, the burgers he does are great, but I tend to order the barbecue burrito because it's something I would never think to nor have the ability to do in my house. You know, it's not something that you find on your average barbecue menu, and it's really good. Thank you.
You have to tell your story. No one can tell it as good as you can. So you have to get out there and do it.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Thank you. Makes me happy when you was doing that right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy. Sit here and just smell the hickory and enjoy the sunshine.
So Texas Monthly is basically kind of like barbecue Michelin guide. People all over the world will follow these lists and go to these places to try the spots that are supposed to be some of the best in Texas. So Texas Monthly does a list every 4 years or so where they do like a top 50 ranking of the barbecue in Texas.
Texas Monthly first came to Goldee's probably like 6-7 months after we opened.
The judge was here. He was the first person there. I don't think we had anybody else in line. But I'm guessing he liked it. After that, they came by a couple more times. Around when the list was coming out, actually, somebody leaked the cover of the magazine. And like, we all looked at it and was like, oh God, that's our tray. So we knew the kind of traction was gonna get that next weekend. So we drank some champagne for an hour and then like got right back to work on Monday, so.
This list is like huge, man. Dude, like overnight, just like quadrupled our business.
Our briskets went from, you know, anywhere from 5 to like 16 a day to like 40 to 50 overnight.
When we first started cooking barbecue and like going to all like the top 50 spots, we were idolizing these people and like it inspired us to try and open a barbecue restaurant. And so to see that come full circle, I don't know, it's hard to comprehend sometimes.
Originally, Goldee's was just 5 friends that wanted to open a barbecue place together. Lane, Jalen, Dylan, Johnny, Nupon.
So where's Nupon?
This week he got sick, unfortunately.
So how we all met was probably back in high school.
The first time I met Jalen, I beat him in a foot race super easily, super slow. I also beat Johnny in a race, super slow too. And Dylan, I probably beat him in a race.
Bush. Dude, we were racing last night, dude. Actually, no, he still smoked us. I hate to say that's wrong, but Lane is actually, I don't know how he's so damn fast.
Yeah, dude, Jalen's slowish. I think he's the slowest in the group.
You know, it's like 5 best friends that grew up in Arlington, Texas together, went to high school together and opened a cute little barbecue shop in Kennedale, you know?
We didn't quite pick Kennedale. I think Kennedale kind of picked us by being a cheap place for us to open up.
Rent was $2,000 and we're like, oh, we can afford that. So yeah, that's kind of why we ended up out here.
I think it's just a classic looking Texas barbecue place.
It's kind of country. See some horses, some cows. So it kind of feels like an old school barbecue spot, but we're doing more kind of like new school, you know, just a kind of elevated menu, so yeah. It literally took us like 6 months to come up with a name, but eventually Dylan, he had a truck that it was kind of gold. He called Goldee and like he just sent it in the group chat. We're like, oh yeah, that works.
And I think DuPont or somebody was like, we could spell it with like 2 E's and just make it look kind of different. And then yeah, so that's kind of the namesake right there, an old shitty pickup truck.
Tuesdays we get there at 5 a.m. and that's kind of when we start pretty much trimming briskets. Finish up briskets, we'll do some bread to bake that. Trim some of this stuff. First of all, you want to get kind of the best product. If you're buying, you know, cheap briskets, you're gonna get, you know, a product that's not that good at the end of it. I mean, we use Creekstone and they got the best briskets in the game. So for brisket, what you really want to look for when you're trimming them is you really want to get that fat down. We try to do it like a 1/4 inch, pretty much all around the brisket. It's a 12 to 14 hour cook at, you know, pretty high temps. So you really don't want any sharp corners because that's definitely going to burn it up.
This is the last brisket you're doing today? Okay. You got a bunch of.
Yeah, I would. So PJ is Nupon's little brother. Nupon will pick him up with me in the car, like we're going to his elementary school to pick him up, so it's kind of funny he's working here now. He was maybe one of the first people that really started helping us out.
About maybe a month into them opening, I just always came around Lane and Jalen and be like, PJ, you know you want to work here. So I was just like, yeah, whatever. And then they kept me since.
He's a hard worker, so yeah, it's nice. I love having PJ around.
The brisket is probably the most popular item here. I think it's just a Texas thing. Other states, they do ribs, pulled pork. I think Texas is just brisket.
At Goldee's, we really like to pretty much have everything be homemade. So we do make our own bread. It's nice and buttery, you know, nice and sweet, salty. So it's some really good stuff. It's pretty much just rolling it. This is a nice little log, kind of, you know. We're probably not doing the right technique, but, you know, we're not bakers. We make barbecue. So a lot of places you go, you see the bread get tossed away. So we really didn't want that here. So we really put an emphasis on making really good bread. After we roll it, bought these bread pans, actually from IKEA. They're really good bread pans. We'll put them in there, kind of pan them down, make sure they're not sticking or anything. Then we'll kind of wrap them up. Then they'll sit in either the freezer or the fridge, depending on, you know, how much is it. Pretty long day, but not too bad.
So on Wednesdays, this is when we really start to get the prep going and getting ourselves set up for the week.
So what is this you're making?
Banana pudding.
So you're the reason why it's so yummy?
On a good day.
All right, we'll see. I'll let you know.
We knew when people would eat at Goldee's, the last thing they would eat before they left was the bite of dessert. You want to make sure that it's like an absolute banger. So we make the banana pudding from scratch and we think it's extremely good and people really like it.
All right, so you got a good batch right here. So one for one so far. Plus you don't have to strain it. Yeah. With this, the bone scraps, we turn into stock, basically for like beans or pork hash. So there's no waste really, we just kind of use everything we can. I'm always like excited to see how the next list goes.
I know,
So,
it's
like,
gonna be crazy.
It's gonna be crazy. So like see who places where and all that.
So yeah, the next list for Texas Monthly, the top 50, is gonna come out sometime in the summer. I'm not too sure which month, but it is coming up. I'm really not too sure where we will rank on this next list. You know, always hoping for #1.
Hopefully we get #1 again. And the food is better than when we got #1 for sure. Actually, I'm gonna say, I think Ribbee's gonna get #1.
These are a lot faster to trim.
I believe Goldee's will rank #1. Simply, I believe in the food.
I don't know, dude. We might get #1. I feel like everything that PJ says comes true. So
It's a profit.
Except the casino, yeah.
Yeah, if only, right?
If only. Boom.
But right now I'm just soaking the beans. Just salt and water basically. And right now it's the...
These soak overnight?
Yeah, overnight to about 5, 6 in the morning. And then we start cooking them.
I feel like for me, the most thing I'm proud of what all Goldee's has accomplished is really helping out the other spots, like the people that have worked here. Back, 5 years ago, people really weren't sharing secrets. So that's one thing we kind of wanted to, switch up. But it's also nice to see other people coming in so passionate, like how we were. It's kind of like seeing us, when we first got into barbecue.
Amir has Bird BBQ in Port Neches. I think he's been open close to like 2 years now, and I think he's doing a good job. Dayne has a little food truck in Fort Worth called Sabar BBQ. I think he's been open a little over a year now, and he's doing a good job.
Chuck, she owns her restaurant named Barbs-B-Q, located in Lockhart now. I talk to her almost every week. She's doing great.
Chuck's out there. She's more successful than us, She's won all the awards, done all this stuff. So it's great seeing that. People that, put in really hard work for us, because Chuck was here pretty much since the beginning. People like her, Zane, Amir, really, get some spotlight on that too.
I think Thursdays are really important because it kind of sets you up to have a nice smooth weekend. And it kind of warms you up into like the service days a little bit too. Usually when we first get here, we're in a rush to try and get things moving as fast as we can, because the later the briskets go on, the longer the night guy will be there. So the first task is getting the briskets on. So we'll touch them up, make sure the trim's on point.
We trim throughout the week, the briskets, but basically every morning the goal is to just touch them up, get any spots we missed throughout the week. We kind of hit like a few key points. Like on the lean side, we do about 1/4 inch and then a tiny bit more on the fatty. See, because I think it will render a little bit more on the fatty side. So we just try to keep a little bit more right here. As long as you're just getting those key points and it's like, it doesn't have to really look picture worthy. I mean, it's getting covered in pepper,
I like touching up the briskets because you're doing something, but it's also kind of relaxing. I don't know, I feel like it's just like being able to sit there and just focus on one thing instead of like a million things at one time.
So I feel like the brisket at Goldee's and why people like it so much is just that we pay so much attention to seasoning. Seasoning is, to me, is like the most important part for, cooking really anything. You can go to some place that smoke a brisket perfectly, but then, you go down to eat it and it's like, oh, this is kind of just no flavor to it. So, you gotta season your meats really well. We just use straight water, so this is a spritz bottle, kind of spritz them all up so that the seasoning sticks to them. And then we just do a nice even stream across, pepper first, and then we add the salt and then seasoned salt mixture on top. And we do, brisket by brisket and just having it being really flavorful. Unsalted brisket, bland brisket is like kind of the worst thing.
So y'all doing beef ribs every day now, or?
Yeah, every day.
Oh
yeah.
wow. Okay. When did that start?
I think the beginning of last year.
Okay.
Yeah. There's just a demand for them.
So we have 2,000-gallon offsets, we have a wood-fired rotisserie, and we have our backyard pit.
We were able to build probably one of the biggest smokehouses in Texas. There's just so much room. It's not 5 pits crammed right back to back to back next to each other. It's a ton of space. It never gets too hot. You know, it feels nice and there's a good breeze in there, and we really lucked out with that.
I think we switched our techniques like 10 times since we opened up Goldee's on how we cook the briskets. Well, the way we're doing it right now is kind of just streamlined. I mean, we can teach, you know, almost anybody how to cook our briskets now, and it having come out to just be super even across the board. You know, every brisket's pretty much gonna be the same.
So many people have figured out how to cook brisket now. They can make it really good. You know, there's so many barbecue restaurants producing like top-notch brisket. And I think we've stayed pretty true to like classic Texas brisket. And I think that's kind of what helped Goldee's stand out from the rest of the barbecue world, especially in more modern times.
After that, we'll start the more time-consuming tasks, like we'll get the potatoes boiling, we'll get hash rolling, we'll get beans rolling, and then we'll prep all the stuff for slaw, like the cabbage, the kale, the red onion, cut all the potato veg, red onion, celery, parsley, green onion. We'll mix all the potato salad, we'll trim pork bellies.
We just slice it into a few pieces. They'll smoke overnight, and then in the morning when we come in and put ribs on, fire it back up to finish them off.
Why did you have to go with me? It's experience, too. Joseph's too cool to eat by himself. I don't eat breakfast.
Cooking wise, fire management is pretty big. So we run fires, start off with a pretty decent sized coal bed, try to keep the flames low, don't want them peeking into the actual chamber or anything. That's pretty much it. It seems difficult, but it's pretty simple. I think people just overthink it.
The number one mistake people make when they're cooking barbecue is just overthinking it, man. They try and do too much, man. You can't be doing too much. You gotta keep it simple, dude. It's barbecue.
Two-handed?
Two-handed.
Ambidextrous?
I'm bad with my left hand.
We decided to open up Ribbee's because I found this building on Facebook Marketplace. It looks sick, so we just did a tour, we walked through it, and we just wanted to see if we could make something cool again. And I think we did.
Those top actually ready. The bin test. So I'm basically just trying to get it to a point where the back is cooked enough to where it's going to have some give to it. That lets me know it's rendered through enough. Honestly, this is pretty close, but this is, I would say, well enough on the bin. So you got to go temperature bin, and look. I guess that's 3.
Ribbee's is located in Fort Worth, and we're open Wednesday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m. When you come to Ribbee's, you'll get out of your car, you'll notice the building is an old Sonic, but you'll see a smoker, you'll smell the smoke, you'll walk inside, order some ribs, and we'll get them right to you, really quick. The menu at Ribbee's, we have baby back ribs, rib tips, chicken, and beef back ribs. And they all kind of have different flavors you can pick for each meat. And they all come with seasoned fries, a honey butter roll, and a pickle. Ribbee's is kind of like a fast food barbecue place, but everything's still made with care and love.
Make sure on the same page.
So 24 and 30 are good?
Yeah. We each have 24 and 30. There you go, perfect. 24. All right. Thank you. You enjoy it.
So my favorite thing to cook is brisket. I feel like it's the most challenging thing at the restaurant, and you know, it kind of keeps you on your toes. I mean, you want everything to be tender. You want everything to have like a good amount of smoke, not too much smoke on it. You gotta be juicy. You gotta eat it. You don't want to eat crispy, hard stuff on there. But really just paying attention to your cooks, not letting your fires get too hot, really not crisping up stuff. We're just trying to finish up that last about 15 degrees on them. It's a really long process, but the briskets are so big, they need that time to really get that smoke in there and also to render out the fat. That's pretty much what I'm doing right now, just trying to render out that last remaining top fat on there. My favorite thing about barbecue is probably just the cooking aspect. There are times where you're kind of hustling, but most of the time you're kind of just chilling. So yeah, I like that you can, you know, check the fires, go back in, you know, check your phone, so you can really take your time with it and not feel pressured, you know. So here at Goldee's, we used to do butcher paper, but now we're actually doing a different style to where we leave it pretty much exposed the whole time for the cook and then actually wrap it in foil after. We found out that it gets a nice crispier bark. They cook a little bit quicker too. And then once you wrap that thing back up into foil, it kind of steams the bark too. So if you dig anything a little too crispy, it's gonna soften up overnight when we put it in the auto shams.
I can't tell you how many nights we've spent recipe testing to the max and just like putting our heart and soul into the menu and food. And like, I don't know, I'm just glad that Goldee's has gotten the success that it has. Well, we kind of always had an entrepreneurial spirit, I think. When we moved to Austin, that's when we started really getting into barbecue.
So Goldee's opened up, it was February of 2020. So that was like a terrible time to open up. I think we had about 5 services before COVID really hit. We went from, our first day we did 50 briskets. And then, you know, about 3 months later, we were down to like 5. It was a pretty sad time, but it was also kind of nice in a sense that we got to kind of dial in on some of our recipes. But that first year was a little scary. We all dropped out of college. We were like, oh man, we're gonna have to go back. Like I didn't know what to do. It was like, I thought this was gonna be our thing.
We did like curbside for like a year, and then when the doors opened back up, 6 months later we were #1, and you know, it was all smooth sailing.
Basically, Friday through Sunday, we get here at 5. I'm usually the first one here, me and Lane, and then we start with the ribs first. We just season those up. We usually do about 35 to 40, depending on the weekend. We get them on around maybe 5:30-ish. And then we start the briskets right after, so pretty chill morning.
I definitely want to try the banana pudding too.
Have you ever been to Goldee's before?
No, never been.
So what brought you out?
The 2021 ratings. It just,
yeah.
yeah. I'm not one to come alone, so when we got married, I convinced her to come today.
Seeing how small and tight-knit the team is too. Like even just seeing, yeah, Lane is actually here.
I know.
In the morning. And that we'll see Jalen later. Like that's just, that community aspect of it is just incredible.
Yeah.
We try to keep like a really small, tight menu, just so we have more control over like everything being really good. Whereas like if we have a really big menu, it's a little bit more hands-off and trickier to do. We want people to be able to order everything and try it all together instead of having like 10 meats and like you can only get a few of them.
We slice it basically like brisket, and then we start with some peach sauce. Yeah, we just throw it straight on wraps. Let it rest for about 40 minutes.
Probably my favorite thing about barbecue, and really just Texas barbecue, is kind of just like the crowd culture. When you go to restaurants with like, you know, big lines, because like you'll have people, you know, from all over the state, from all over the country, all over the world in line. be right behind somebody, you don't know them. By the time they come up to us, the person in front of them's paying for the guy behind them. Their friends are exchanging information. It's kind of just like a party out here before we open up. So
this is about the only place I cheat is Texas and barbecue. I'm red. I'm a vegetarian, except when I wait in line for barbecue.
You do it like once a year or something, or?
About 3 times. We go to Franklin once a year in the winter. We kind of work on the Texas monthly top 10.
There you go. Awesome.
Yeah.
With such a long line at Goldee's, try to do the best we can. In the cold, we got heaters. We give out lawn chairs. There's no need to bring your own. Yeah, we just try to make it as comfortable as possible.
You know? So I added 3. I think it's got plenty of salt. Yeah, let me get this. Hi.
What do you think, Chef?
Chef, what do you think, Chef?
pretty much every Friday morning, we'll cut us and like our staff a tray to kind of do like a quality control.
I think the most important thing in barbecue is like it tasting good, because if the texture is off, you know, there's ways to work around it, like slicing something thicker or thinner. I think tasting your food is really important because, one, people spend so much time and money to come out here to eat that we want to make sure it's something that we would also spend our time and money to come out here and eat.
So we're always tasting sides, bread, pickles, meats, how everything kind of plays together too, you know? Trying to just make a really well-balanced spread of barbecue for people to enjoy. And tasting is the only way to really kind of get there.
All right, come on in, y'all. How's it going? We're right there, Lane, over there.
The weekends usually I'm cutting. I think the cutter's job is the last line of defense to like somebody getting a really good experience. And they get to see the meat being cut right in front of them and weighed out and whatnot, and then we plate it right in front of you too.
Any pork ribs for you guys? See, half on the brisket, half on the ribs.
Brisket and ribs are always the go-to.
The ribs are always like big, fatty, succulent, juicy spare ribs. And the sauce is just really amazing. It's like a nice balance. Tanginess, sweetness, perfectly salty too. Like, I don't know, I just love that.
So my favorite menu item, it's a tough one. Probably the pork belly. It's just, you know, nice, sweet, salty, fatty, super rich.
One of my favorites is the turkey. It always comes out juicy, it's light, it's nothing too crazy. And for me, it just hits a spot.
My favorite menu item at Goldee's is probably the cheesy grits, because I love cheese and they're delicious.
I really like our pork hash. The coleslaw, that's been, you know, one of the favorites since the beginning. And then also the grits, you know, you can't beat those three.
I think what made Goldee's in general stand out from other restaurants was that we were always authentic to ourselves and trying to create a no-frills, good, honest barbecue platter.
Perfect. Yeah, if you need anything else, then just come up and I'll help you out. Thank you. Yeah, you'll enjoy. Thank you for waiting.
Oh my
There's
gosh.
another piece, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Anthony, man. There's like a little bit of sweetness to it.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
Amazing. Amazing.
The most important thing when people walk away after trying our barbecue is just making sure they had a great meal.
We invested a lot of our lives into learning how to make great barbecue and great food, and I love that we can just all do it together.
We were trying not to, but like I think as soon as she left, we were like, I think the ones where they overdub it and it's all gone. Yeah, that was funny too.
In 2020, I left Goldee's and I moved to Colorado. I think I was kind of burnt out, so yeah, I made the hard decision to kind of step away and pursue new things. We all kind of had this dream back in the day when we were opening a restaurant of what it could be and what we could do. Seeing all of their hard work kind of come to fruition and turn into this huge thing is fucking awesome, man. I feel lucky to know these guys. I don't think you find friends like this too often in life.
So I got a Instagram message that just said, hey, I'm gonna be in town on Wednesday. Will you still have any food left? And I'm like, I beg your pardon? So the first thing I did was call my wife. And I'm like, you're not gonna believe who just sent me a text message. And she's like, who? And I said, Daniel Vaughn. Daniel Vaughn is the lead editor of Texas Monthly magazine. And Texas Monthly is hands down the greatest publication about barbecue in Texas. To me, a visit from Daniel was the equivalent of me getting a Beard Award or Michelin star. Daniel came in and had lunch with us. And one of the coolest things about the article that Daniel wrote about us was he called our brisket, and I quote, praiseworthy, which I define as good enough to take back to Texas and serve. That was a home run in my book. The name of the article that Daniel wrote about us is named after a Willie Nelson song. This Texas barbecue joint is perfectly at home in Nashville. Shotgun Willie's is my second favorite Willie Nelson song. My first favorite Willie Nelson song is I Gotta Get Drunk, but I felt like I Gotta Get Drunk barbecue wasn't really the right direction to go. Being from Texas, Willie Nelson music is in my DNA, and I'm a huge Willie Nelson fan. If you know the Willie Nelson story, he came to Nashville, was kind of striking out as a songwriter and a singer, and so he went back to Texas and kind of started doing his own thing. And when he started doing his own thing, that's when he started taking off, and that was like when he was 40. I think the big takeaway from the Willie Nelson story is it's never too late to start. I say a lot that I'm too old for this, and in a lot of ways I am. It is a young person's game. 50 years old wasn't really the time to get into this as a professional. If you've got a dream or you've got a passion, it's never too late to follow your dream or follow your passion. We are open Wednesday through Sunday for lunch from 11 to 3 or until we sell out. So on Tuesdays, we get here about 7 o'clock in the morning. Tuesdays is just our cook day for Wednesday service. Try to put ourselves in a good position when we get here on Wednesday, that we're not necessarily starting from zero. So we serve Texas-style barbecue at Shotgun Willie's, and when folks ask me, well, what's Texas-style barbecue, I tell them it's beef-centric. Starts obviously with the meat, and good meat gives you good results. So we serve Black Hawk Farms American Wagyu brisket. It is substantially different flavor profile than a prime brisket, and that makes me really happy because I know we're serving the best product to people, and that's what I've wanted to do from day one. The number one thing people overlook when cooking a brisket is the trim. I have preached that to everyone who's ever trimmed a brisket for us in this building, is you win or lose on that cutting board. When you master the art of trimming a brisket, you're going to see a substantial change in how that brisket cooks and your end results. I can't tell you how much it drives me nuts watching people season and leave extra seasoning on the table. First time I ever saw Goldee's video with them seasoning briskets, I was like, my anxiety went through the roof. I'm like, they're probably losing thousands of dollars a year in rub just on that table. All that rub could be reused. You're leaving money on the table. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you how to trim, I'm not gonna tell you, but by God, man, save that seasoning. Brisket, it's not a sauce-driven product. When it comes to the seasoning part of it, it's a very minimal seasoning. We literally just use salt and pepper and a touch of seasoned salt. I do like to use two different types of pepper. I'll use a a 10 mesh and a 16 mesh. I'm a fan of a peppery brisket. See, and look at that, guys. Look at all that leftover rub. Just here to help. Just want to save everybody money. So our smokers at the old place had a nice little pit room and everything, and we hit a little bit of delays with our construction, and so our pit shed is on order but not installed yet. So the fact that there hasn't been a mutiny just shows you the caliber of people that I have helping me out on this thing. My favorite thing about cooking brisket is the time it takes to cook it. It slows me down. We're kind of communicating throughout the whole process. I'm paying attention to what it's doing. I'm managing a fire. Through the process, I'm getting better every day at what I do, and I'm learning more about what I do. When I'm prepping the briskets, I'm seeing the shape of them, who's thicker, who's thinner, who's bigger, who's smaller. The thickest and the biggest will go to the front towards the back, and then we'll kind of assess them and put them in like biggest to smallest. So the thinner ones or the smaller ones or the leaner ones will go all the way in the back of the smoker. So we have 2 smokers made by Primitive Pits. We have a 500-gallon smoker, and then we have a new one, which is another Primitive Pit that's 1,000-gallon. So the 500-gallon is, his nickname is Joe, but it's Jose. It's named after the world's greatest baseball player, Jose Altuve. And the big one is named after Earl Campbell, so he's called Earl. Joe just goes to work, man. He just shows up and goes to work. And Earl's just one of the most balanced smokers. It's a nice piece of equipment. We'll run the big pit on the weekends. Our weekday cooks, our Wednesday, Thursday cooks are relatively slow or relatively smaller. As we continue to grow, hopefully we're running both of these guys. So we cook with white oak here primarily because it's what's prevalent in Tennessee. I can't get post oak in Tennessee. And while I like hickory, pretty much every other barbecue place in town cooks with hickory. So I wanted to make sure that our flavor profile just stood out a little differently than what the other folks are doing. Gonna get it around 250. I still got some pork shoulders to put on, but we're looking at about an 8-hour, 9-hour cook today, hopefully. The thing that I love about barbecue the most, when I get out there and I'm around it, there's a calming nature to it because I know that I have to do it at its pace. Once I get these guys on, I'm buckling in. It's gonna take a serious amount of time that I can't adjust. When that first hour of the cook, when I've got everything on, it's not in and out, and I make a cup of coffee and I just sit out there for that first hour. I just hear the birds, or I hear the wind, or I hear the fire. So it almost has a very zen-like and calming effect. Remember, kids, lift with your legs, not with your back. Texas style barbecue differs from Tennessee style barbecue. I think the primary thing is the meat itself. Texas being beef centric and Tennessee and the Southeast being more pork centric. I think Texas barbecue, for lack of better terms, is a little more simple in the sense of very simple seasoning, very basic seasonings. With Southeastern style, a lot more going on in the rubs.
You said this rub is a little bit different than the brisket rub?
This rub is different. I don't know if you want to call it a Memphis style rub or more like a Tennessee style rub in a way. It's got some raw sugar. It's got cayenne, paprika, cumin, dry mustard, garlic, onion, pepper, and salt. So my Texas roots. So I grew up in Houston, fell in love with barbecue, I think when I went to Luling City Market in Luling, Texas. Good Company Barbecue in Houston, and Harold's Barbecue in Abilene, Texas. We used to cut Chapel to go over to Harold's and get barbecue and the hot water cornbread. What I want to do with Shotgun Willie's, and one of my goals was, if you grew up in Texas and you had ever been to some small town barbecue shop, you would walk in here and go, oh, this just reminds me of XYZ that I used to go to when I was a kid. I wanted to bring that small town Texas meat market experience to Nashville. I'm very true to my Texas roots and very proud to say that I am able to bring something that I grew up loving in an atmosphere that I grew up in to the city that I live in now. I've heard stories of people trimming pork shoulders and I don't get it. If you're making pork shoulder, Shotgun Willie recommends just put them on. Wherever that little cut of bone is where you can feel that, I like to put that towards the fire because it kind of gives me a hand when it comes time to pull it off. Sometimes the shoulder will stick to the grate. It gives me just a little bit of leverage, like almost like a little handle. Plus you got the big meaty side facing the fire. See, we got a little extra. We'll just put that on top. I don't look 8 miles down the road for comparison. When I go home and I eat out, when I go to Truth, how am I doing in comparison to this and what can I be doing better? When I go to Pinkerton's, how am I doing in comparison to Pinkerton's and what can I be doing better? I couldn't do it any other way. I would be a bigger imposter here if I was doing Memphis style barbecue.
I noticed you don't like to close the damper at all.
No, we just run wide open.
Yeah. Just like the way the air flows better.
We do it in a method that is true to the origins of Texas barbecue and live fire cooking. And I do think that makes a difference. And we have people who, whether it's myself or any one of our pit guys, they care about what's on that smoker and what comes off of that smoker at the end of the day. I used to have those little field notebooks and they were just filled. And like I said, I took a note every 15 minutes. This is how detailed I used to be in my cooks. Like the John Nash in A Beautiful Mind, like I'm writing on windows and like, yeah, I used to give myself grades. Look at that. Look at me giving myself an A+. Well, these two are ready. I'm gonna wrap them all. I'm gonna go ahead and do them all. We've started doing the foil boat method because I like what it does with the bark and just keeps it a little crunchier. We'll pull them off more to feel than to temperature, and we'll foil boat them for probably the last 2 hours of the cook, and that's it. That's the big secret. What makes my brisket different? The biggest difference is that we care about the brisket and we pay attention to the cook. It is what we hang our hat on here in Nashville. If I say I'm gonna be Texas barbecue, then I have to do pretty much what the gold standard of Texas barbecue is to the best of my ability. Barbecue isn't all glamour. Sometimes it's putting away the dishes.
So what are you looking for to know when they're done?
I like to poke around it with the thermometer just to see how much resistance with the thermometer. Then I like to just kind of tuck my finger under kind of about where the decal was, see how tender that is. And if it's feeling like soft to the touch, little resistance but still soft, that's when I'll pull it. When your pork shoulders are 203 degrees, you're going to take them off your smoker and you're going to wrap them up in some cellophane. Then you're going to want to hold them for at least an hour. So what that does is it keeps that pork shoulder nice and tender. So if you're not serving all of it at once, a lot of places or a lot of folks will just shred it all at once and you'll keep hitting it with grease. And then you get like a real mushy product. That residual heat's going to keep them nice and warm for a very, very long time. The longer you can set that in there and let those juices redistribute, that's going to make for a really tender shoulder. Getting through the pandemic was kind of like my litmus test to I can get through anything. I still to this day do not understand how we're standing. We couldn't have survived a 2-week shutdown. We didn't get one dime of PPP money because we opened too late. We just woke up and went to work, and hopefully enough people came through the door that we could do it the next day. The scariest days of the week when I had payroll, rent, and groceries all on the same Monday. There were weeks we started with $70 in the bank, and I'm not exaggerating. I never laid off an employee, I never missed a payroll, and I never bounced a check. The hardest part of the journey was taking the next step forward. I've experienced some of the highest highs I've ever felt in my life. I faced some of the most difficult challenges. Nothing about this has been easy, but I wouldn't change one part of it. But I wouldn't trade any of this. It's made me a better me, and I'm very thankful that I'm able to live the life that I truly want to live, the way I want to live it. Kitchen folks get here about 8 o'clock, start getting prepped up and ready to go to have everything on the line by 11 o'clock. We need to get all our sides prepared and done, get our baked goods. We bake fresh every day. It'll never get bigger than this. We'll never have a second location. If we can't make it work in here, it is what it is. The funny thing is, or the interesting thing is, I never realized how small the old location was. We had a tiny kitchen and we had limited refrigeration capabilities and on and on and on. And I'm like, I can't believe we did what we did for 4 years and no one got murdered. And to be in a space where I can literally put my arms out and not touch anyone, I never in a million years imagined owning a restaurant this big. Yeah, this is nuts. I have a wonderful kitchen staff. Cody handles all the sides, making and prepping the sides. Matt handles a little bit of side prep, but does all my baking. Marissa serves up the sides and then does some side prep in the morning as well. I've got Joanna, who is our cashier, and she runs all things cash related. Chris comes in on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and I love how I found Chris. Chris came in and was buying a bottled drink, so I just happened to say, hey, don't worry about that. You can just come back here and wash some dishes for a little bit. We don't have a dishwasher on Wednesday and Thursday. Well, at Thursday morning at 10:45, who is knocking on my door with her rubber gloves and her apron? It's Chris. And I haven't been able to get rid of her since. And finally, Mr. Tony, the legend, Mr. Tony, he's my mentor, my right-hand man. I don't know where this place would be without this guy, to be honest with you. He's a fantastic human being. I'm very, very lucky to have the crew behind me that does what they do every single day, and I couldn't do it without them. I truly couldn't. I tried it once and it didn't work. What would I say that the unsung hero is on our menu? What's the one thing that people just don't eat enough of? I'm gonna say it's our smoked chicken. I love this chicken. There's something about adding smoke to chicken that changes the entire complexity of it. Don't sleep on this chicken. It's good stuff. Our ribs, they're a Duroc spare rib. They are arguably the best spare ribs. They're a meaty rib. There are days I cut off a half rack, and I swear to you, if I only served you 3 ribs, you would not tell me you didn't get enough food. I'm looking for more of a flex in them. So probably about a 15-degree bend if you get your protractor out. We will hit them with a little bit of sauce before we wrap them up in cellophane to hold them.
How y'all doing today? Welcome to Shotgun Willie's, or welcome back. Our menu will be on the back wall for you when you're all set to order right at barbecue time. How you doing? Hey, how you doing? Good, good.
I love cutting meat and plating meat as much as I love cooking it. I think the cutter's role, you're kind of an MC. What can I get for you? Hi. Plate? Sure, for here to go. For here, do you like lean brisket, fatty brisket? Fatty for the lady. What 2 sides for you? I will greet you when you come in and take your order. You're welcome to do everything a la carte if you like, but we do plates and sandwiches. We'll do a plate with a 1/2 pound of meat and 2 sides. Sandwich will be a 1/3 pound of meat and 1 side. The closest thing we have to like a sampler plate is the Texas Trinity, which is a pound of brisket, a 1/2 rack of ribs, 2 sausages, and 2 medium sides. I love, in a weird way, showing off what we did. This is what we did, and I'm going to present it to you in this really great fashion, like that looks good, that gets you excited about what you want to eat. Hopefully that experience just continues to amplify itself throughout the whole time that you're visiting us.
What got me interested in barbecue is just like every red-blooded American with a grill in their backyard, you know? It's just something primordial about a man, meat, and fire. Oh, me. And that's how it is. And every guy in America is fed lies that they have the best barbecue in the world by the people that get it for free and their family that don't want to hurt their feelings. My neighbor Dale would always come and we'd always drink beer and barbecue. He's like, bro, you have the best barbecue I ever had in my life. I'm like, whatever, dude. He goes, all right, there's a cook-off. I'm gonna enter you. I'm like, you're stupid, I don't have money for that. He goes, no, I'm gonna pay for it. What do I do? He's like, it's all right, Saturday, it's on the weekend? Yeah. Well, let me put my schedule requests in. So I was working at U.S.A. Grill. I was one of the head chefs over there. I used to give them crap for taking a weekend off. So now I'm asking for a weekend off and they're like, dude, what do you need the weekends off for? And I'm like, well, my neighbor wants me to try my barbecue out in a cook-off. And like, well, I gotta cook, brisket ribs, chicken, and beans. And they're like, dude, you're probably gonna burn the beans. So, that's how we got the name, and it stuck. I had that guy right there with a lid. Can you see it back there? The 50-gallon, cut off, modified. That thing is the rock star right there. 52 teams, first place. And it was over. I was bit. I got into it, and I barbecued in the competition world for from 2007 to 2019, so 12 years. I think I won over 50 grand champions, a couple of state champions. It got to the point where promoters were telling me not to say where I'm going, because when people found out where I was going, they wouldn't go there. They're like, F that, I ain't going to Ernie. They used to make fun of me because I'd always wave at people. And they're like, look at this guy blessing people like he's a pope. And yeah, he's a pope of barbecue. And then the rest is history, man. The Bird BBQ is located in Seguin, Texas, downtown. It's a great little spot in this little small rural town. And just as much as the Bird BBQ name is unique when it comes to barbecue, same thing with the building. It doesn't look like your typical barbecue joint. It's just like this grand cathedral of a building with these high ceilings, and it's just got this vibe that you can't recreate. We had this one customer, he's like, I'm really digging this barn house industrial. Like, what the f is that? And then he's like, yeah, that's what they call this. I'm like, yeah, barn house, that's what we're going for, is the barn house industrial. And I was like, dude, we're just bougie on a budget, you know what I mean? I get here every day at 2:30 in the morning. I start the beans, I make the pasta, and for a good 4.5 hours, it's just me. And it's time to collect my thoughts. It's time to, think of how the day's going.
So all morning, is it just constantly like these 2 burners like going?
I mean, you got a nice building, there's no kitchen, man. This is it. So it was an old burned down bakery, and then it became a bar. So it was never a kitchen. Dude, we got 2 burners, bro. That's it. Okay, so the queso mac, when I came up with the queso mac, it had like tomatoes, it's got like a salsa in it. It's like you would want to eat it with chips. And I thought that would be kind of cool. That's what we call it, queso mac. And we put it with the mac and cheese, and I was using it at the time. But here goes to what you want to do and what your customers want, your consumers. Well, 90% of people that come in with families, who loves mac and cheese? The kids. So when you have that and you have that, they're like, oh, it's too spicy. I'm like, well, let's just run this. And it's still good. But man, when I do my old school, damn, that's weird. So there was a group page on Facebook called Texas Pitmaster Barbecue. And the people who like look out talent put a flyer up there and said, hey, we're looking for, you know, chefs that barbecue. So we have this, you know, thing called Chop Grill Masters, and we're looking for 16 of the best barbecue grill masters there is in America, and you're vying for $50,000. So I got on the show, and that's it. And when I was there, bro, all the other ones have went against master chefs and beat them. I've never even met a master chef. I was fanboying the people that I was going against because I was like, oh my God, I have your book. Oh my God, I have your barbecue sauce. Oh my God, you're Sam Choi, the king of Hawaii. Aloha man. And after the first dish was done, I felt more comfortable, and I won. And then I won the next one, and then I went to the finals, and then I beat them. I beat them all, and I was 50 G's in my pocket. I remember Sam Choi from Hawaii. He asked, hey, what's your name? And I said, my name is Ernest Cervantes, and they Googled me, and there was zero. Like zero in Google. Like, this motherfucker doesn't even have anything on Google, and he just whooped y'all's ass. I cried the whole way home, and I called my wife. Now I can go buy me a trailer to barbecue. Now it was like, now I can go to the next step of how to get to this restaurant.
He's at it again, huh?
He can do whatever they're flying. He can fix PA systems and then put a 350 block in a car in the same day. Oh, and by the way, he makes killer briskets as well. Super Dave Kirkland is my business partner. His job is to cook the proteins and to finish them off. I start them, but he finishes them. And to fix it around here. Like, he's good at what he does. There's a saying I always say to people: if I meet you for the first time, you're writing your resume towards me. So I'll find out if you're a good person, a bad person, a hard worker, lazy worker, a good father, bad father, you know, whatever. And what made Dave my business partner, he has the same work ethic as I do. We work. We work. There's no excuses, we work, because you gotta work. There's no days off. If we can't take days off, yeah, we're tired, but we gotta put the grind in. And he puts his time in, man. So our brisket rub is 90% salt and pepper, and then we use kosher salt, and then we use water as a binder. You'll see a little orange tint, and it's from like the paprika or, you know, what other stuff we use. It just gives it the little bit of color that I want.
Wow, that's a monster. What is that, like a 25-pounder?
Yeah, pretty much.
What the heck?
Our ribs is 16 mesh, and our AP, we make an AP rub. Our turkey has that too. Our pork chops has that too. Our lamb ribs has a Moroccan style lamb rub we make in house. It's called lamb breast. It's not lamb ribs. They call it lamb breast because it has the breastbone over there. It's this big old thing right here. And actually we have to trim most of it off. So even when you cut it, you don't have clean ribs. You still got this one breastbone plate right here. And once it's cooked, you gotta take it out too. I always, the first 2 hours I cold smoke because I want to knock the chill off. I go straight from the cooler to here, and I don't want them to start at like 250 or whatever, and then they tighten and they kind of curl up and all this stuff. So what we do is I literally cold smoke them just to bring them to temp. And once I like the way they feel, that's when I start cooking them. We use 3 different levels of post oak, and they have a certain type of moisture on it. For the beginning of when we cook, I use the bigger cuts, which have a higher moisture content because the smoke has a better flavor tones. But yeah, it's all post oak. And I always say this, you never get tired of working the pits because it's the art of controlling fire with a piece of wood and controlling temperatures with a piece of wood and a shovel to stoke the coals to see how your fire is going. It's the best feeling in the world, man. A lot of people are curious on the pit room. My favorite thing is, and Dave and I always make a joke, we had a quarter for every time someone goes and walks right by and says, is this where the magic happens? You know, we'd be rich, you know? And we got the Smokehouse right here. We got the mill scales. Those are our workhorses. We have the M&M La Negra, and she can hold like, I think up to 1,000 pounds. We've never gotten her that big, but that thing's a freaking monster. The two main pits are very sentimental to me. I named them after my grandma. So we have one named Amelia and then one named Belia. These ladies had 3rd grade educations and 2nd grade educations, didn't know how to read and write. They worked hard, doing whatever it takes to survive, to become very successful business ladies, driving Lincoln Town cars, Cadillacs, paying them cash from a 2nd grade education. So there was no fucking reason for me not to bust my balls if they can do it with that. Okay, so the Texas Monthly Top 50 is the holy grail of how good you are. Everybody's dream, and you can tell anybody, when you open a restaurant, you hope and pray that Texas Monthly shows up. The top 50 was gonna come out and we didn't see our name. Then we hit top 10, and then you see, you know, Panther City, and then you see Cadillac and Franklin's and Snow's. We're scrolling and it's like 7, 6, and then I'll always remember because I saw Evan Leroy at 5, and I saw Company, and I'm like, we got number 4, dude. Holy shit. Dude, I don't even drink champagne. I went to the H-E-B and bought a bottle of fucking champagne. I was popping bottles at 10:45 in the morning. I gave 2 shits of who was in line. This is the greatest day of my life other than when my kids were born. There was a couch up front, and there was a green couch, and I'd sleep there, man. I'd sleep there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and go home on Sunday. And we laugh about it, but for 2 years, I slept on the couch. And you gotta do what you gotta do to make things happen, man, and that's what I did. But to get number 4 was like, they say number 4 in the state of Texas is like 4 in the world, so hey, I'll take that. You know what else I didn't tell you I won?
What?
We got top 25 taco joints too from Texas Monthly.
Oh my gosh.
For breakfast. Our tacos are killer here, and it was enough to get top 25 new tacos.
So savory, warms your soul, and then you get that cheesy tortilla. Nice soft tortilla, man. So good.
So yeah, we do thick cuts of, like you ever gone to a steakhouse and how they give you those big, thick pieces of bacon. So that's what we're doing here. I'm curing it for about 10 days. Then we smoke it for about 14 hours. And then you slice it and you slowly cook it just to render up fat and get the nice color. It's beautiful, man. It's like a labor. It's like sausage making. It's a labor of love, man. I got my cookers that come in at 8. They start making all the other sides. We start running that. My front of the house comes in and they clean up, put down chairs and get everything ready. We do line tests. We taste everything, make sure everything's okay. We've done it before where if it's not up to par, we throw the whole batch away. And then by 10:45, everything's locked and loaded. We should pretty much be ready. So the burnt beans hours are Thursday through Saturday from 11 to 3 or till sold out. And then on Sundays, we open up at 8 for our brunch. When people come here, it's destination barbecue. We don't have the big cities like Austin and San Antonio that you can be open. You're gonna have people there because there's millions living there. And we're caught in the middle. We're like the redhead stepchild. We're like literally 45 minutes this way, 45 minutes that way. So we have to work twice as hard to get noticed. I remember going into so many food groups on Facebook. They said it was conspiracy we had lines and they're gonna close down. I'm never gonna give them my business. And I said, Dave, what we're gonna do is have to work extra hard and kill them with kindness, shut them up, and make them believers. And as the years gone by, the haters are now some of our #1 customers. but it's like we had to win them over. And it's just small town mentality. That's how it was in my hometown. What else?
Half one turkey and a pork chop.
Like try a slice of our bacon that we make in-house? It's just a little guy.
Oh, it is? Okay.
So on service days, I'm the one that cuts the meats. I'm the guy that makes your fantasies fulfilled, you know what I mean? I'm the genie, man. Tell me what your wishes are. I'm gonna grant them right now, man. The cutter's the star of the show because it'll make or break the experience right off the bat. Because if you have a cutter that's unfriendly and it's more like, hurry up, what do you want, what do you want, what do you want? People are gonna feel rushed, like their first impression's already bad. We just had people wait an hour in line or more to have our barbecue. When you've waited all that time, you're right in front of me, you get the 45 seconds or a minute, it's catered for you. It's your time. What do you want, lean, you want fatty, do you want ribs? It's whatever you want. I feel like Willy Wonka, because the candy man can, you know what I mean? There's no better feeling when you have everything you wanted on the tray that you asked for.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Can we bring here? Can I have?
Yeah, right here.
Okay.
A pound of brisket? Okay.
The most popular cut of barbecue at the Burn Bean is brisket. I mean, people don't say, hey, let me have, you know, the sausage. I came in, let me have 5 pounds of sausage. Yeah, our sausage is good, but no one ever does that. They're here for the brisket. Brisket's king, and that's how it is. I remember growing up having brisket sandwiches or sliced brisket. You know, you go to, you know, you're in Texas, it's beef country, you know. That's what everybody's used to and they're raised with is beef. You know you got a kid sandwich, right? You got the kid sandwich.
Kids?
Yeah. When you come to the Burn Bean, I don't want you to compare anything other than the brisket because we all do the same brisket. My ribs are different, everything else is different. We have a new thing called the Plowman. It's a really cool tray and I make homemade pork rinds and then I season them up and then I serve 2 deviled eggs with salsa macha, then steakhouse bacon and then a barbacoa boudin. And then we'll have our Moroccan style lamb ribs. Why? Because I love lamb, I've always loved lamb. And then we'll have our pork chop. If you think of pork chops, if you go to other places, it's like turkey. Sometimes it's really dry, sometimes overcooked. And I think we've got it down to a science that it's just really good and it just a slight hint of smoke, but it's so good and savory. But I'm telling you, that pork chop of ours is fucking gangster, bro. Yeah, that's my favorite cut, man. We serve our famous peach cobbler taco on desserts. We make our own buñuelos and we form them into tacos. My peach is in bourbon. And then we serve it with dulce de leche ice cream. That's my version of cobbler, man. It's fucking stupid. What we make here at the Burnt Bean is non-offending barbecue. It is executed right. We're not using a million ingredients. It is non-offending that someone at 2 years old and 92 years old can enjoy.
When did they shoot this?
It's been a few months ago. It's you, Dave. Where's your Burnt Bean shirt? Oh, that was my special one.
The number one thing that people overlook when they're cooking barbecues, they overthink it. People are like, oh, it's gotta be 205 and it's gotta be 163 when I wrap. I just feel. And it's about feel and smell and touch. When it's ready, it's ready. It'll tell you it's ready.
I've never seen anybody put the towel on like that.
Really?
Yeah. Like around the brisket.
This paper is just protecting it from drying out. So you want it to stay moist right away, otherwise it just gets dry heat. Look at this little guy.
TV Herman.
Where'd he come from?
Aww.
So they were wrapped with love. But then I started doing Pac-Man.
That was the old one, Pac-Man. Now you're just having fun.
So in the barbecue industry, you're always a day ahead. You know, your briskets are a day ahead, you're prepping the day before. It's funny because once we're done, we're like, all right, clean up and we got to start it all over. We got briskets coming in that are being cooked. We get all our prepping stuff. We got to get the line set up for the next day. It never stops. It's like next, you know?
Here you go, ma'am. Here's your to-go order right here for your order. Just no, sir. If you don't want it, I'll gladly take it off your hands. There you go, boss.
I try not to sell out. I really don't. I hate it. I hate when we close down at 1:30 or 1:45. I could have done better to provide more proteins for the person that drove a long ways, that they have options. It drives me nuts. You know, and in this world of small businesses, you know, where we have to sell everything, and it is true, but it's okay to have a brisket left over.
So why are you stabbing the briskets?
If it's too stiff, let her go. But after like I'm done checking, I'll normally check the front one since the heat was right there, and of course the temp would be a little low, but if they feel, then I can pull them out. No, that's fair.
You guys watch the warmers every night?
Every night.
That's crazy. I don't think I've ever seen anyone watch them once.
We deep clean this guy every Sunday. All right, guess I gotta put a pin in this and go eat. They're big on eating as a family, which is nice.
So, you know, at the end of the day, if my team killed it, we were super busy, I'll go get pizza. I'll get pizza for the team, or burgers, or, you know, sometimes chicken tenders, whatever they want. Most of the time, we eat as a family. I'll tell you one thing, the biggest misconception of people getting into this world is they think it's gonna be easy. I call it the gold rush of barbecue. Everybody's wanting to do it because they see everybody else doing it. They think they're gonna get it in the top 50, and they're gonna have lines out the door, and they're gonna have sold out signs and everything. And the reality is, it's fucking hard. I work 19 hours and I gotta do it again tomorrow. And people don't see that. It's not a happily ever after. You gotta slay that dragon every day. Being a chef in the culinary world, the bucket list is to get a James Beard Award or be nominated for a James Beard. The first year we were open, we got nominated for Best Chef in Texas, and I'll always remember because I came out crying. Like, I was like, Dave. He's like, what? And I'm like, I said, we're a James Beard semifinalist, and I'm bawling and tears of joy. And Dave's like, what is that? I'm like, dude, you don't know what a James Beard is? To put that on your accolades or your resume that you're a James Beard, not even if you won the goddamn thing, you were nominated for a James Beard, dude. And then the finals came out and we didn't get it. And I didn't give two shits about it because I was already like, check. I got one and I'm good. So that was in 2022. So 2023 comes around. And then Dave's like, dude. I'm like, what? We got nominated again. I'm like, shut up. And then we weren't crying this time, we were cheering, but now my game face was on because by then the burn bean has been established. We're really running on all cylinders. We actually might have a run for being a finalist. And by then people knew who we were. We were really creating a buzz. And I said, man, if we can get to the finals, that would be epic. And the list came out, we're a finalist. We're going to Chicago. And dude, we were like, yeah, we were high-fiving, and we really thought we had a chance. So, you know, we didn't win it, and but it was a hell of an experience. We had a lot of fun. And then year 3 comes around, and I'm like, dude, we're not gonna get 3 years in a row. We literally started at the same time, and we're scrolling, and it says, Best Chef, Ernest Cervantes, Dave Kirkland, Burnt Bean Company. And I was like, holy shit. This isn't just the best chef of Texas. This is the best chef of the country. A barbecue joint, a fucking barbecue joint, bro. To be considered with Michelin star restaurants in the same category. You had LA, you had Chicago, you had New York, you had Vegas, you had Seattle, and then you had Seguin, Texas. I mean, how cool is that, right? I've been working in restaurants since I was 16 years old. That's all I ever wanted to do, man. And I'm telling you right now, I've been in the restaurant industry for 20 years, brother. I've worked in a lot of kitchens. This is the hardest kitchen I've ever worked in, man. It's labor intensive. So the doors open on Sunday for our brunch at 8 in the morning. And the eggs last till about 11:30, depending on how many we have. Sunday brunches is the Mexican Waffle House, bro. Straight up, short order cooking, go, 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 go. But it's so much fun. It's only on a Sunday, it's only for 3 hours. It's not something they can get every day. And they're coming from Houston and Dallas and San Antonio and the Valley because they know this type of flavor. It triggers something. A memory from my dad's pork steaks, to my dad's brisket, to my grandmother's desserts. Everything you see is a story of how I was raised.
2 loaves on channel, third. Third. Anything else? Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
That's one thing I do here, is I'm making barbecue that you want to eat, that I want you to eat, because I make shit that I want to eat. Like some specials, because I got a craving for it. One of our dishes is named Blue October after my favorite band. It's a buttery, flaky croissant, and it's got candied jalapeno cream cheese, slice of fatty, a fried egg, and you know, it's already like a couple of 1,000 calories. You were like, fuck it, put strawberry jelly on top and then closed it. I mean, it's pure indulgence, and it's like you bite it and it's like, oh. And I love people trying to be proper and trying to cut it with a knife. I'm like, get out of here, just get into it, man. I want you to get hit right here when you eat it. It's called soul food, man. And I want people to eat, and it's not a meal. It's like, this is really fucking good, you know?
Thank you so much.
Hey, y'all have a great day. It's like I tell people, I have the 56-year-old plan. I know realistically that I'm not gonna be, in a couple of years, fast enough to be on the chopping block. So they're gonna like, hey chef, move over to sides. And then I know at a certain age, I'm not gonna be fast enough for sides. They're like, move over and go to garnish. And then I know I'm gonna be too slow for garnish, so they're like, chef, go and fill up teas. And they're gonna be like, chef, dude, yeah, you're too slow. Go bust tables. And until I can go and work every position, I get kicked out of every position, and they put me on the corner on a table, and I can just enjoy the view that I worked years for, then I'll be okay.
A barbecue restaurant with just ribs, I don't know if it's been proven yet. We thought that it could be a really cool idea, and it gives us a chance to just be really creative. On a perfect tray of barbecue, the ribs should be kind of that sweet or tangy kind of change of pace from the rest of the meats. We wanted a quicker, faster way to serve really good barbecue. It's a rib-only place. I thought it'd make sense to just be called Ribbee's. So Ribbee's isn't our first restaurant together. We actually have another restaurant together called Goldee's. It is Texas Monthly's #1 barbecue restaurant in the state. It was created by 5 friends. We got together after working at a bunch of restaurants in Austin and all over the state of Texas, really, and opened a place together in Kennedale. And we thought it'd be a really fun experience for us. And it just so happened that we were really good at it and got #1. The concept of Ribbee's is totally different from Goldee's. Goldee's is your classic Central Texas tray of barbecue with brisket, ribs, turkey sausage, pork belly. But for Ribbee's, this is just gonna be kind of like box combos. You get like 4 or 5 ribs, French fries, coleslaw, and a homemade bread roll. And it's just a lot quicker service. Before Ribbee's, this place was another barbecue place. Before that, it was a Mediterranean place. And before that, it was a Sonic. I found this place on Facebook Marketplace for rent, and I came and checked it out. I thought the building looked extremely cool. The landlords, they were also running a barbecue place at the time. They were like looking to retire basically. They knew about Goldee's and they were like, oh, y'all would kill it. So they basically left me all their stuff, and at that point it was hard to say no. Ribbee's is located in South Fort Worth. When people come through Fort Worth, they should be expecting some of the best barbecue in the state. I think it really is pretty dense here with great barbecue. Right now, Ribbee's is open Thursday through Sunday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. So we're just prepping pretty much Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Here at Ribbee's, we are doing baby back ribs only and beef back ribs, but neither one of those are very popular on Central Texas barbecue menus. At Goldee's, we do the spare ribs, and you see that way more often. But here, we're bringing the baby backs back. The baby backs tend to be a little bit more meatier too. So that's why we kind of went with the baby backs.
So what is the seasoning exactly?
It's just our seasoned salt.
So how many ribs you got out here?
Today, we're gonna be doing 100 racks, 90 baby back ribs, and 10 of the beef back ribs. And this is pretty much what we've been doing every single day.
Do you have to go like lighter or heavier since these are like baby back ribs?
I go a little bit lighter, and you'll see later on why. We do this again on the board when we're cutting them. So like every one of them gets touched up with like fresh seasoning and sauce. This right here really is just for some color. And then the beef backs, we can't fit a normal rack of beef ribs in the box, you know, and they're all different sizes, so they're kind of weird. But the beef backs tend to be similar sized and a little bit smaller, so they fit in the box better. It's like this bone and this bone to go together, and it kind of just keeps going till the middle. And that way you get the biggest bone with the smallest bone, and then you get like two medium-sized bones in the middle. It kind of all works out. For the beef back ribs, it is a different rub. All we do is just 50-50 salt and pepper. That's all those kind of need. So, and then we don't put anything extra on them, so we just slice them and put them in the box.
Dang, these are some pretty big beef back ribs. Where'd you get them from?
Our brand. They're nice. So they're like nice.
Yeah, they leave quite a bit of meat on it compared to like you go to Costco or Walmart and get beef back ribs.
Did I ever consider opening this with offset? Absolutely not. You're watching me load up 100 racks of ribs on one single smoker. Obviously, I couldn't do that on an offset. For me, it just felt like a no-brainer to open this place with a rotisserie. Cut them all in. Here at Ribbee's, we're using a 1,000-gallon M&M rotisserie. So at Goldee's, we have the 2,000-gallon, and it's about almost twice the size. Here we have the smaller version. Maybe should have got the 2,000 for here too, but I thought it would be a little bit more chill. But M&M rotisserie is great because you do still have to build like good fires. You still have to watch the fires. There is still like technique to it because there is no gas assist or anything like that. I'm still very involved in the cook. So that's why I like the M&M so much, because it just feels like all it is a wood-fired rotisserie, which we love, and we love them, and it's been great for Goldee's and for Ribbee's.
Ace Hardware stuff.
Wednesdays right now, it's me, Lane, Jalen. I've known Jalen and Lane since I was probably in 3rd grade. We just hung out every day. And then we all moved to Austin together. And we lived in the same house together for like years and years and years. So it's been cool. It's been cool. Running a barbecue place with your friends is freaking hard. But you gotta really be freaking like good friends. We get in our fights and they can get pretty ugly, but with the last couple years with Goldee's being successful and now we have this next restaurant, it's been smooth sailing. I guess it's more when things are going rough, it can get kind of dicey, but when things start going good, it doesn't really matter. Like things are going good, so you know, why fight? Like let's just keep doing what we're doing, what we're good at, which is just making good food.
You like that, Nick? Oh, yeah.
Wednesdays, we prep the coleslaw dressing. I won't put it on the menu, and I think it would shy a lot of people away, but I don't think you would notice unless I said it, but it is like a honey mustard coleslaw dressing. But it's mainly, you know, really creamy, sweet from the honey, and you just get a little bit of that tang from the mustard. Pretty good. I'm rocking with that. we would cook some ribs and put the honey mustard like coleslaw dressing on them, and we actually did really like it. The coleslaw dressing can be used as a sauce for the ribs. The process for the rolls is very similar to Goldee's. It's the exact same recipe we use over there. All we do is we make the dough, we let it rise, cut it up, and prep it into little dough balls instead of doing the bread loaves. You're just pinching the bottom, you're not really pinching the top. Bam.
Don't record me not pinching, right?
You're fine. Okay, flip it upside down. Now, it's just, and then pinch the bottom, and then put it in the thing.
Better, right?
Yeah, that was better. Much better. So we're at. I think, as far as our rolls versus like Goldee's bread, honestly, I like them both. I think I like the rolls a little bit better because we put a little bit of honey on top. Just add a little bit more sweetness.
So they're done? They're like...
I think the top racks are done, but the bottom racks aren't quite there. The higher rack just tends to cook faster than the bottom rack. But I mean, the bottom rack's not too far off. You can see it has pretty similar color, but it's just not like as high in temp. This is looking pretty good. So my barbecue story kind of started at La Barbecue. That was my first barbecue job. I was working there with Dylan. Dylan was cooking and I was cutting. We were both fairly new to it. We were just trying to get better at it together. Then I went over to Valentina's and worked with Miguel and cooked the briskets over there for a while and did a whole lot of prep stuff. And then we opened Goldee's. You know, when you own your own place, you're able to do whatever you want. So we really got into it and started doing a whole lot of new techniques that, you know, we hadn't seen anyone ever do before, but we thought would work really well.
So Ribbee's is more Johnny's concept. So basically, like, we've gone through the point at Goldee's where like you're kind of like pretty much cruising, you know. So like lately I've been coming like last week we came like Monday through Wednesday, you know. And then Donnie just kind of tells us what's going on. We've found service at Goldee's and Jay would leave and he'd come over here at nighttime and help Donnie out with whatever he needed. The stuff on the lower rack, since heat rises, when it gets to the top of the rotisserie, these things don't cook as hot. So we're gonna bump up the heat just to finish the rest of those guys off. And then we'll just put them in a warmer overnight and just hold them at temperature. And then tomorrow they're ready to eat.
What I think makes a perfect rib is I am really looking for a certain texture, not quite fall off the bone, but not sticking to the bone. Somewhere in between that, and we're looking for just a lot of flavor because they really are just a blank canvas and you get to be as creative as you want with them. The flavor profile for the rib rub here is just kind of simple, but there's a lot, we do a couple different rubs here.
And this right here is the Goldee seasoned salt?
Yeah, it's the base is the Goldee seasoned salt. And then we'll add some sugar, paprika, just a little bit of this. And then just a little bit of chili powder. So yeah, I mean, the Goldee's seasoned salt is obviously really good. And then we just, you know, add some new flavors to it, like a little bit of sweet, a little bit of spicy, and that's the original rub. And our spicy rub is like us adding chili powder, cayenne, red pepper flakes to the seasoned salt. So it's super chill, but it does, I mean, it just makes it better. And eventually one day I'd like to bottle these different rubs. This is the Goldee sauce that we use at Goldee's and in our bottles of rubs that you can buy at, you know, at Goldee's or on Walmart or online. So we just use it as the base for these sauces that we do here. This is gonna be the hot honey. Right now we only have the sweet sauce and the hot honey sauce. I really, really like both of them, but I think I like the hot honey a little bit more because we already made a banger barbecue sauce. So now all we have to do is add different stuff. I swear people are gonna be like, damn, you're just putting honey in everything. So right now I'm kind of up here getting Ribbee's set and running, training our staff. At Goldee's, Lane and Jalen are holding it down.
We're working pretty much Monday through Sunday right now, so we work over at Ribbee's kind of during the week, sometimes on the weekends, but we still got Goldee's to take care of too, so we're still open Friday through Sunday, so yeah.
So one of us is always here, and then Johnny will keep coming back and forth too.
Like, how do you keep the fun in it, working two places?
Real sad.
That's yeah.
We're usually just cracking jokes, goofing around.
I feel like, yeah, it gives us something new to do too. Yeah. I mean, working at Goldee's kind of got into a routine of doing the same thing over and over again, so it is fun doing something new.
Jalen and Lane are co-owners with me for Goldee's and for Ribbee's. We're three very capable owners, and we can kind of switch around whenever we want. Like any week, this could be Jalen or Lane and vice versa. Cleanliness is really the most important thing at a restaurant. People will eat at a restaurant that serves bad food. They'll eat at a restaurant that has like bad customer service, but you'll never see people eating at a place that they know is like gross. You know what I'm saying? So what's most important for a restaurant, it's always number one, cleanliness, and then it's food, customer service. But you really can't be lazy on cleaning.
I've been busy all day, huh?
Superstar.
Like it's just a cabin log style fire, and then it'll light up and go. I don't close it all the way. I just kind of like that, and then leave a little bit of airflow. It'll burn right through. Once it's cold again, I come back out here and do it. So not too bad. Thursdays, I mean, that's when we're getting our week started. We got a lot of prep to do in the morning. So they kind of have to set up the front of house, set up the kitchen, bake some bread, put the ribs on. Basically, I had them scheduled 4 days in a row for 10 hours. And they get Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off. And that's pretty much the exact same schedule I have over at Goldee's. I think the ideal schedule for the world. I mean, I don't have a manager or GM. It's just me and my employees. So they just kind of report to me. The vibe should be like all the stress of this place falls onto me and not to them. And they don't have to like ever handle a stressful interaction with the customer or a stressful lunch service. I handle those situations so that they can always just kind of work in a good environment.
Simple mix. Cabbage. Carrots.
How you like the honey mustard on the coleslaw?
Not many people know about that. I grew up eating it like this. Closest thing to KFC coleslaw you're gonna get.
Once you prep the coleslaw and you bake the bread, the ribs are already cooked from the day before, so they're already in the warmer, so they're ready to go. And then lunch hits, that's usually our busiest time of the day is lunch. The general customer base for Ribbee's right now is just kind of like mainly people from the neighborhood around here and people that know us from Goldee's. Some barbecue enthusiasts have come by just to check it out. So that's kind of how it's been so far.
Anyone like extra side sauces with it or anything like that?
No, just like it.
You 2164.
Yeah.
I think fries just go well with baby back ribs. We knew from the start that fries were always gonna be a part of this box. The seasoning, I don't know if it makes them unique, but it makes them really yummy. These are great French fries. Obviously, you can't get whatever potatoes McDonald's is using, so we couldn't use those. First, you get a little bit of ice cream. And then you get the big red. Our desserts are root beer float, big red float, and like a cup of soft serve. I love root beer floats. I want to have it on the menu, and I do think it goes really well with the box. So that's kind of why we have those.
They're beautiful, man. Beautiful. Pretty
Really nice and soft. Okay.
That's just straight rub on there.
So the flavors we have here at Ribbee's are the number one, which is the original Ribbee's, which is just our dry rub. Then the number two is the sweet ribs. You'll pour the sweet sauce on the ribs and you'll put a little bit more dry rub on top of that too as well. The number three is the spicy dry rub. So that's my like personal favorite. Like I love the spicy dry rub. It's really, really good. And then the number four is the hot honey. Again, we just sauce it, add a little bit more rub on top, and then we serve it. And the beef back ribs, which are just salt and pepper. As time goes on, we'll add new flavors and new sauces and a bunch of different stuff to this menu. You put the fries in the top right corner, then you put 4 to 5 ribs in the bottom right corner, you put the coleslaw in the top left corner, and the bread roll at the end. You get to see so many people happy and trying your food and saying the food is good. It's been really, really great with Goldee's and for Ribbee's like these past few years. That's kind of what makes it all worth it, that, you know, that we have such a great support system and so many people that like really, really like what we do, you know?
Redbird opened, our soft opening was in August of 2023. I guess we've been open for about 5 months now. Texas Monthly is like the end-all be-all when it comes to Texas barbecue. Daniel, he's the barbecue editor for Texas Monthly. The first couple months that we had opened up, you know, Daniel actually came the weekend after we got married. He tried to catch us on a day off, but we were still dialed in. We were still dialed in. When Daniel walks in, there's this kind of like, the mood changes. I remember him eating the brisket that I'd cooked, and he loved it. He wrote an amazing article about Red Bird, called us a barbecue jewel. But what feels even better is just serving people that are so thankful that you're doing it. Red Bird BBQ is located here in Port Neches, Texas. The Golden Triangle area. We are about an hour 15 southeast of Houston. We're located in an area where it's a lot of Cajun influence, and there's not that much barbecue. You know, it really made sense for me and Delaney to move home and open up Red Bird where we grew up, because we have a lot of customers that really, truly, they're like genuinely thanking us for bringing something different to the city. It's been very successful so far. When I get into the pit room, my music's a little bit different than some of the other employees that like to work here. But if I get here first, we're listening to hip hop and hip hop only, buddy.
So it's gonna smoke a lot. This first brisket fire is gonna smoke a lot. We want a low flame, about like that. This fire will last an hour and a half.
Red Bird has always been part of the Creekstone family, and we buy their all natural line. Got to start out with good meats. I mean, if we're opening up a barbecue joint and we're not starting out with good quality meats, then like, you know, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? So the brisket goes on in the morning, 5 a.m. on the dot every morning. And so we found like 5 a.m. is a really good sweet spot. If they go 12 hours, then we're looking at 5 p.m. But if they go 13 or 14, maybe a little longer, we're looking at 7 or 8, which anybody in the barbecue world knows is if you can get your briskets off 7 or 8 or 9 o'clock, you're looking really good.
You know what's crazy, bros? We've had a line since day one. I knew this area would appreciate good barbecue. I did not know how much support we were gonna have. We went from cooking 25 briskets at a pop-up to now cooking like 100 briskets a week. So it has been kind of a learning curve, but I think now the food's better than it's ever been. We're really dialed in now, so.
That's why people travel for barbecue, is because you're taking this meat that's very, very hard to cook and you're making it tender and you're really elevating that. So we have 2,000 gallon Syntex smokers and we love them. They are built very, very well. You know, Michael over at Syntex, he pays attention to details. You can tell every single detail of the pit was done with a purpose.
We actually had to extend both smokestacks to fit them in here, so we had to extend them an extra 2 feet. And when I called Michael at Syntex, he was like, dude, they're gonna pull harder. Once you get the damper to a certain point, I think both of them cook pretty evenly.
We named our pits. You know, the first pit that I got, I named it after my stepbrother, Cody. Then the second pit I got, I named after Goldee. So back in 2021, Goldee's ended up getting #1 on the Texas Monthly Top 50 list. And I was working with Johnny the time that they got #1. So I worked there for about 1.5 years. I would stay up there from 7 days, 8 days, 10 days in a row, and I would just work as much as I could. And you don't understand how long the drive is from Port Neches to Fort Worth until you take it about 50 times. But when you're going up there for that long and you're spending a lot of time with people, you just develop really good friendships. And I developed a really good friendship with every single one of them up there. You know, me and Jalen, me and Johnny, you know, me and Lane, like all of us have different relationships, and all of them were so willing to help. I wouldn't be where I'm at without them and without that experience. And so I dedicated my second smoker after them, so I named that one Goldee.
Here are the different sausages we're doing right now. This is our house sausage. It's got a little bit of fresh garlic in there, red pepper flakes. This is our cayenne, spicy cheddar, and green onion sausage. You know, Cajuns love cayenne. That's kind of like the spice here. And then this is that cuisine I was telling you about. It's like, what you're seeing is like all the herbs in there, but you're also seeing like the turmeric pop out. We also infuse it with saffron water, some water.
Oh man,
and put it in
you're
there.
getting chefy on them.
Yeah, a little bit here and there.
Yeah, so, you know, my dad's full-blooded Persian. He came from Iran, and he's always tried to incorporate you know, where he's from and to, you know, what we grew up eating. So we eat Persian food all the time. When you're eating it, if you haven't had kubide, it's just gonna be like a burst of flavors. It's a really cool take on like one of my favorite dishes I grew up eating.
Sausage requires a lot of patience, my friend. You really don't want sausage either this close. I feel like this gets too hot. So you want it maybe a little bit further away from the door, and you do not want them touching. Because if they're touching, then they won't be colored. That's like a very important step, is to make sure that they have enough space for the airflow, but also if they're touching and they don't get that beautiful color, they get more kind of just whitish. Nice little cold bed, right? But this is gonna be a nice fire for about a 130 to 150 range. And that first fire on the cold smoke, that's what I'm looking for. But that way you're able to get good smoke, kind of get these sausages off in a good time.
Sausage making is very important because it shows a lot of level of skill. And if you want to be the best and you want to be considered some of the best, your sausage has to be top notch. We always want to make sure that anything that you order here, especially the sausage that we make here, it's just something that you haven't had before, and it's very unique flavors.
Good color. This is the kubide. They feel really nice.
I feel like a lot of barbecue joints focus more on the meats than anything else, which that's what you're supposed to do. But you also want the experience of the side dishes and everything down to the pickles and everything to be unique. It's overall gonna be a better experience. We're doing things that most barbecue joints don't have the luxury of doing because they're probably open too many days. And that allows us to be able to do everything from scratch.
So we roast garlic. We roast garlic. We put the roasted garlic in the potato salad dressing. So it's kind of like almost like a roasted garlic aioli.
Whoa, that's the cheese y'all use?
Yeah, this is the worst part of my job. Cut the cheese off this part.
Hey, that cheese, that's what we use for the Caesar slaw. I mean, if we're gonna do Caesar slaw, we're gonna do it right, buddy.
Oh, you're gonna love it. I put a lot of Parmesan in the dressing, and then I shave Parmesan at the end once we assemble it and put that in there to really give it that Caesar slaw vibe. And then she makes homemade croutons for it.
A little bit of butter, garlic, salt, simple crouton. Amir tells me I can cut brisket with the way that I cut the bread.
It does look like that.
The cream corn from scratch. We're shucking our own corn stock that goes in the red beans, to the pickles, to the barbecue sauce, to the banana pudding.
I always whisk the eggs before I add the cornstarch just to make sure it's as smooth as possible. No chunks. Once you drop this in though, it'll drop about 20 degrees, and that's when the constant stirring begins.
On Thursdays, my wife Dayne will get here, and one of the things that she likes to knock out is the banana pudding. It's light, it's not too sweet. She's known that recipe since the day, you know, we started making it. It's very, very technical.
Dayne said banana pudding, please. I helped last week with banana pudding, and it came out a little bit not perfect.
Yeah.
She fired you.
She fired me, straight up. Straight up fired me for the pudding.
Dayne has been a staple piece at Redbird. I mean, from the second that we decided to open up a restaurant, she's been all in.
And she goes. See you tomorrow.
We're looking at about 9 a.m. Bark starting to set. You know, slower and slower. These first couple hours, we're really just trying to make sure we get enough smoke on them. They look good.
Yeah, so like, you know, it's funny, a lot of people come in, and if you haven't been around Texas and seen barbecue joints being open maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 days a week, what do y'all do during the week? You know, like, do y'all have other we've heard, do y'all have other part-time jobs, or, you know, what do y'all do during the week? As soon as Sunday is done and we've served and we're completely done, our order for the following week comes Monday. Consider, you gotta keep in mind, we just worked all week last week. When Tuesday morning comes around, here comes another 80 to 100 briskets to trim.
So right now we're just re-trimming the briskets that we've already trimmed on Tuesday. We like to go through them, re-trim them. He's making sure that The fat level here is right.
Yeah.
Obviously, fat level on the lean side's right as well. Making sure the edges are rounded, making sure that the fat is, you know, 1/4 inch. If you have a pointy edge or the fat's too much, like you can cook a really nice brisket, but on the final slice of the product, like you'll get exposed. The retrim of the briskets, this is one of the most important parts of the brisket process.
And so we're utilizing the beef, the trim, you know, we're making 120, 140 pounds of sausage a week. Other than that, we also use the trimming for our smash burgers. So Bird BBQ is open on Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays. And we're also open on Wednesdays through our window in the front. But that's strictly for the smash burgers that we do.
So where you open this up, and you bring it all the way over here. We got the hook over here.
So Wednesdays are the days that we're doing burgers, but we saved a couple for you guys to try. Hope you guys like it.
Wow. I love the crispiness of the patties. Soft meat on the inside and then like crunchy, just crispy goodness on the outside. This burger is so rich that the pickles are like the perfect complement to like cut through that fat. This is like an insane burger, man. Amir was telling me that people line up 2 hours before they open on Wednesdays when they're giving out smash burgers, and like, I can see why now. Seriously, like this burger is insane.
When I was starting a restaurant, I did a lot of research of like what I could find locally and what I could source locally. 9 times out of 10, it's gonna taste better. All of the spices that we get here at Bird, it comes from a local company in Beaumont called Texjoy. Everything on the menu has these spices in it. So that was so important to us, finding really good spices that helped elevate what we were doing.
So we make our own seasoned salt here. It's Diamond Crystal's kosher salt, a little bit of our Cajun rub we make in-house, and then some garlic powder, onion powder. I like to season the ribs like maybe an hour before we load them. Just kind of so like they can sweat a little bit.
So Texjoy off the bat, that was kind of something that made sense for us. And then also sourcing our honey. You know, we use a lot of honey here. Our rib glaze is like a hot honey rib glaze. So we put a lot of honey in there. The sweetness that you get, that's coming from local honey. You can taste it. It just tastes fresh, and it tastes like you just got it out of, you know, in your backyard.
In my opinion, you don't want near as much smoke on ribs as you do brisket. The bottom logs for rib fire, I'm gonna put it this way. So you see how it's a totally different bottom layer? Yeah. And so that way, it's different airflow. So this is gonna allow the flames to be more crisp and less smoky.
I didn't get into barbecue. I like jumped into barbecue. Like as soon as I thought of the idea of bringing barbecue home to where I grew up, it was like I went full force. There was no like, hey, let's go buy a brisket at HEB and start trying to cook and figure out like that. I Googled barbecue jobs. I had a full-time job in Houston. I Googled barbecue jobs. First job I interviewed at was Fijis BBQ. They hired me on the spot. So I had 2 jobs for like 6 months. No one really knew I was working up there. I've always been told like work in silence, and for me, that's what we've done. I went from not owning a restaurant, never being in the restaurant industry, to now like running a very high level barbecue restaurant.
Little fat render. We like flavor here at Bird. Your brisket has a ton of white fat on it, you don't like flavor?
So that challenge of constantly figuring out how to make the brisket as good as you can, it's fun. If people say they don't like cooking brisket, I'm not gonna say anything. Never mind, because I just remember Cooper saying he didn't like cooking brisket. I'm not gonna say anything.
What is your least favorite thing to cook and why?
Brisket, not even close. Yeah, it's the least profitable thing we do. It's the biggest pain in the butt. It's brisket for sure.
Anyone that says they like to cook anything else but brisket, that on a barbecue joint is wrong, yes. I'm trying to big dog everyone.
Little baby. And you're trying to cook them to where all of them are coming off at the same time. That's ideal. Sometimes the briskets don't want to do what they're supposed to do, and they take a little bit longer than some of them do, but for the most part, our goal is to take them off all at the same time.
But I couldn't do it without the people that work here. I mean, when you're doing 80 to 100 briskets and 60 racks of ribs and 120 pounds of sausage, like, you have to have a crew. Everyone has to be focused. Everyone has to be dialed in at like a very high level. There's no time to like not be focused.
Nice job, guys. We 820 in all briskets and pork ribs are off.
When I was figuring out the name of Red Bird, I was struggling with the name. So back in 2018, October, my stepbrother Cody passed away, and it was very sudden. And when that happens, everyone's thrown for a loop. When someone close to you passes away, you will see things that remind you of them. Well, for our family, it was cardinals, it was redbirds. As soon as he passed, like, that's all we saw. Making it something that like carried on that, like, it makes all of this worth it. And so I think about him, and that helps. I think about all the people that have invested in Redbird. That'll get you through. But it's tough. Friday is our hardest day because it's the first day of service, right? Got to get here early. First thing is making sure the turkeys are on. Obviously briskets, potatoes. Have to ensure those get in the oven.
You gotta make sure the potatoes are perfectly layered. There's no rush in this process.
I think when you mix cheese and potatoes, people already are like, they already want to try it. 2 different types of cheeses, very high quality. We shred it ourselves. That, with the combination of the spices that we put in it, I mean, we've got them so dialed in. It's like, not many people are doing scalloped potatoes and barbecue, and I think ours are by far the best.
You know, my dad actually got up early this morning. Got here at 5 a.m. to do the pita bread for Aunt.
Love your dad.
My dad, we can't keep my dad away from this place. He is here Friday as soon as he's done seeing patients. He's here. Delaney's on sides, and always on Fridays, her mom, she's always working the sides with her. So her mom will come in, her mom always helps, and Delaney and her mom are like best friends. Customers love that, I love that. They're great at it. And then my mom's here. When she comes down, she helps. My stepmom, Stephanie, she comes and helps a lot. My sister has been here, you know, she's here now, she helps a lot when she's in town.
I want my family to feel like welcome here. Yeah. It just makes things more of like a family environment, and I think that speaks volume to, you know, Redbird and where we're headed.
You need to get here around 10:30 to 11 o'clock to get the full menu. We can't blindly cook 50 briskets and hope people come. The whole idea of selling out is not to just post and be cool, oh, we're sold out of meats. You have to be cooking a strategic amount to where you're selling out and you don't have wasteful product. The customers have been crazy supportive. I'm talking a lot of regulars. You know, there's this one girl, Leah, like my sister grew up with her. Just seeing her in line, like everyone behind the line, as soon as we see Leah, like we're all just so happy to see her.
Leah! Hello!
Oh, what up, Leah? How are you, sweetheart?
That's how you know you've made it. Can I get a pound and a half?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, girl. Yeah. More today. You see more people? Yes.
Where I learned barbecue is very Central Texas. elevated at a very high level. We have a little Cajun influence, but I think for the most part, it's very traditional. So for example, like the spicy cheddar and green onion sausage, it's got cayenne in there instead of jalapenos. That right there is our flair on a Cajun spicy cheesy sausage. I always wanted to do stuff Cajun because number one, I am Cajun, I grew up down here. But number two, it's some of my favorite food. Like, you put all your energy into the customers because you want them to have an amazing experience. And then after that, it's like, all right, dude, here's another 8 to 10 hour shift. We still have 30 briskets to retrim. We got 25 to 30 cooking. But I think what makes it worth it is, number one, the people that we bring together. You can see them and loving the food. They're bringing their families out. They're just loving the food. That to me is worth all the hard work.
What makes a good tray of barbecue, I believe, is consistency. Meats, sides, the sauce, pickles and onions. Every single bite that you take out of the tray, you want to be wowed. You want to be surprised. And that's very hard to do. Texas Monthly has a lot of power in barbecue. They started this list where if you make it at a high point on those lists, then your restaurant is changed forever. The list is the top 25 barbecue list. For some reason that week, we were having such a good week, set up a tray and we sat down and ate it. And we were just like, damn, this is so good. And then we turn around and we see Daniel Vaughn peeking out the glass window and we're just like, yes! He ate that same food and wrote a really, really nice article about us and put us on that list. There was so much press about us in the very beginning. Everyone's kind of like, them again. We've had a story in Garden and Gun, the New York Times. Just 2 days ago, we were nominated for the James Beard Best New Restaurant. Such an honor. I mean, that's one of the greatest. That's like winning an Oscar or a Grammy for the food world. It reaches the people. They're just so happy that they can finally make it and eat our food.
What is this music? It's super chill. I like it.
I like more calmer, weird sounds music. But to me, because of that chaos in music, I'm able to focus. Not everybody's like that. Our Friday starts at around 5 a.m. and I'll get to setting up my area to go over the briskets once again, trimming. We serve Creekstone MasterChef. They're pretty much the big dogs of meats. They're pretty good. They cook really good. We get the delivery on Wednesday. I just kind of go through them pretty fast on Wednesday. Get everything ready for sausage.
Okay. Today's like to make them pretty?
Yeah.
What is that movement you're doing where you're kind of like rubbing the fat? Yeah.
And making it stick out so that I don't miss it. 'Cause it'll pop up halfway throughout the cook and you're like, dang it, I missed that spot completely. My favorite meat, of course, is brisket because you can get so nerdy about it. And it is the most challenging.
Oh, you caught it.
I felt it. You'll probably sneeze at some point with this seasoning.
So you guys make that yourselves?
Yeah, no one knows how heavy the shaker gets. The most overlooked thing for brisket, I believe, is seasoning. Oftentimes, the brisket is cooked perfectly. You get that slice of brisket and it looks so good. And then you bite into it and it's underwhelming because the flavor's not there. But you can tell that whoever was cooking these briskets worked their butt off. I forced myself to eat the rub every single morning for a few months so that I can really memorize that flavor. Probably one of the hardest things to do is to season, make sure it's not under seasoned, and make sure it's not too salty. The first feeling when stepping into the smokehouse is feels like home, and it feels very natural and loving to me. We have this 1,000-gallon mill scale. Our investor, Joe, she put down the down payment for us because she believes in us and she loves us from the first day that she met us. This was the dream smoker for me. Now it's here, now it's mine. I love it. Seeing their work, I was just taken away by the craftsmanship. I love looking at the welds on the doors, on every piece of the smoker. The welds are like perfect. Every smoker is different, no matter if it comes from the same person. They cook differently, and that was a challenge to the beginning, to figure out how close to have the damper, how to run the fires too. It took a while for me to find that sweet spot where the draw is not being pulled so aggressively nor too slow. And now we got it at the perfect spot.
So I guess what's the strategy for like moving them around?
Just size and turn end direction. Yeah, the bigger ones go towards the smokestack and against the wall.
Oh, okay.
Same with the door, and then the middle ones in the middle. The overall theme about barbecue is patience. At the same time too, there is very little room for error. You have to remind yourself that this is a one-time thing, and if you mess it up, then it's not like any other kitchen job where you can whip up something super quick. It's if you mess up, it's done. Once the meat's on, well, we feel so relaxed, and we're like, all right, that's taken care of. We'll deep clean the kitchen after working with all the raw meat, and then we'll get started on our real prep with making the chocolate pudding, the green spaghetti sauce, getting pickles, onions ready.
What is that? It looks like seaweed.
It's dill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a monster in here. It's really cool that we have like 2 giant windows in the kitchen. Most kitchens I've ever worked at, there's nothing to
Just a
look
greasy
at.
wall.
Yeah.
So this is the 4th hour mark. They're starting to enter the stall. I'm just gonna shift them back a little bit. When I first started barbecue, I didn't have any eye bags, I didn't have any wrinkles. I started out Franklin. Johnny had worked at Franklin, and so that's where I met him. And I left to study abroad in Norway. I worked at a barbecue restaurant there called Way Down South in Oslo. Before I left to Norway, Johnny was actually leaving to Fort Worth around the same time. I vividly remember this conversation, sort of walking out and saying our goodbyes because I was going to Norway and he was going to Fort Worth. He said, I'm going to open my own restaurant and you're more than welcome to come and cook and learn. Came back to Austin. Sure enough, he opened his own barbecue restaurant, and that's exactly what I did. I would have been so comfortable at Goldee's if I were to have stayed, but I'm not a person that likes to be comfortable. I like to be challenged. I knew then, after working with them for about a year, that, all right, y'all, it's time. It's time for me to go. And now we're here. Immersion blend it first and then blend it with with the Vitamix to really blend together.
I broke this and then she finished breaking it.
That's some teamwork right there. I've heard a lot about the green spaghetti. I'm really excited to try that.
Everyone usually gets the green spaghetti. I'd say is their signature side. It's fire roasted poblanos, creamy, savory, a little bit spicy. I mean, everyone in the Valley makes green spaghetti, but everyone does it differently. That's my mom's recipe right there. One of the best bites in the world.
Lacardians love our green spaghetti and chopped brisket sandwiches.
What did you say? Wacardians?
Lacardians.
Oh, Lacardians. Okay.
Barbs-B-Q is located in Lockhart, Texas. It's a small town that has been around for a long time, but it is growing pretty rapidly. My favorite part about Lockhart are the people that live here. From the get-go, they're just like, the community is so supportive of what we were going to bring. You sort of feel a sense of magic from the history, the smell of smoke. You start seeing all these barbecue billboards, all these barbecue signs, and so you automatically feel that you are in a town that's ran by barbecue. Lockhart is where it all started. Crides became a meat market, and then you got Smitty's, and then you got the Blacks, all within such a short distance from each other. Thereon, it just grew to be what the town is for good barbecue. And what better than to add on to that history. So this one definitely stayed more composed, and it's like what it should look like. Good looking one.
I just saw the patented Chuck karate chops.
Just see all the comments.
Inevitable.
One day it's going to be 1,000 times more worth it. The work that we're doing right now, the seriousness. It's not fun to open a restaurant the first year and not able to pay yourself. Well, you're working long hours. First year is never fun. And that's where we're at right now.
So how do you know they're ready to pull?
I feel ready. So just a nice feeling. You know, you make a piece of meat that's not meant to be tender. Magic. But like today, we are down to 14 hours now. Ideally, you want to have someone to do that first part of the brisket, the first 6 hours, and then you want to have someone else finishing them off, because it is a long day and it is not healthy for someone to do by themselves. When I grew up in Brownsville, which is like the southernmost tip of Texas, a border town, growing up the way I did with not much, it sort of made us age faster, age quicker. It was some rough times for sure. My parents worked so much. I was embarrassed, like as a kid growing up, like, why are we living in a trailer park? But as soon as I went away from home, I realized, like, oh my God. Like, my parents were just like so stressed all the time that that's why they couldn't be there. There's a song by Juan Gabriel called Eternamente Agradecido. He sings about growing up in poverty in Ciudad Juarez, and he mentions, I never want my city or my people to go through the same poverty that he did. That's like such a fire in me to help so many people and help them live a good life, because it's a hard world out there. To have a restaurant, to own a business, like, wow. I am so fortunate that we have this little spot in this part of the world that we are able to welcome people and make them feel loved and send them out to the world with a piece of us. I think my favorite thing about cooking barbecue is how demanding it is. I think it comes down to having a lot of patience, and I have a lot of patience. We're open Saturdays and Sundays now from 11 to sold out, which is usually around 2. We started out with pop-ups and then worked our way to opening this restaurant. And so the pressure was already set very high. Hello, it's 2 a.m. This is the Ribbee. The Molotov ribs are truly an explosion of flavor. It's not what you expect because now I think it's very common to expect what a pork rib is going to taste like at barbecue restaurants. All these flavors, when you bite into it, you're like, what the heck? It's like very addicting. I like to think that that's kind of like my hot Cheeto creation because it's just so addicting, those flavors. So when I was making the rib sauce, I was like, I want these ribs to taste savory and just a tiny bit of a kick because those are the flavors that we grew up with eating in Brownsville. The ribs go on at 2 a.m. because, gosh, if they went on any little later, we would be too stressed. Because specifically, the lamb chops and the sausage cook at a different temperature than the ribs. Lamb is one of the most delicious meats, in my opinion. I got to work with lamb in Egypt while helping open a barbecue restaurant over there because that's mostly what they eat. The lamb is tricky to cook because you want to get it medium rare. If you cook it any more than that, then it starts getting tough. It starts drying out very quickly. That medium rare lamb chop is just one of the most beautiful things that can happen in your mouth. So our main shirt, it says Barbs-B-Q, and then it has a anime cowgirl with hearts coming out of the guns. Barbs-B-Q. I was trying to find a name. Nicki Minaj had just released an album, but I just kept saying Barbs, Barbs, Barbs everywhere because that's her fan base. Then it just clicked, like Barbs-B-Q.
This is our new cobbler, so.
Yeah, I can't wait to try it.
So we took the components of a pineapple upside down cake and we just made a cobbler out of it.
Jo is someone who saw me without meeting me in person. She came into my life through an Instagram message offering me a smoker. She said, I've been looking for someone to give this smoker to. I just found out about you.
I don't know you, you don't know me, but I have a smoker. I heard you're trying to come back to Austin, and I'd be happy to see if there's some way we can work together. And so I didn't hear from Chuck for a few days. So I was like, she probably thinks I'm crazy because she doesn't know me, I don't know her. Then I got a message back from her a few days later and she's like, let's talk. And immediately when I met her, I knew that it was meant to be, like it was right.
She's my number one. She's my mentor. Not only did she go to culinary school, but she also owned a barbecue restaurant at a certain point in her life. She's very good with the financial side of things because she's an accountant and I'm just a cook. And if I was only a cook and I didn't have her to look at numbers and guide me, then we probably wouldn't have survived. So right now there isn't too much of a line. It gets from the service counter to the door at 11, and then from there on it stays consistently that size up until we sell out on Saturdays. Customer gets up to the counter and then you need here, take it to go. What are you up to? What are you doing here?
Hi there, y'all. How are y'all doing? Congratulations on being the summer finalist for the James Beard Award.
Thank you. We're pumped. It's small in here. It's intimate. You're more than likely going to share a table with strangers that you don't know. Very communal. You just really never know who you're going to meet here because it's people from all over.
I love when it's busy, you know, it fuels me, it gives the energy. Coming up, trade for two.
Most people get the trade for two, a little bit of brisket, a little bit of ribs, a little bit of turkey, 2 sides and 1 dessert. And then we have the full house, which has a pound brisket, pound ribs, half-pound turkey, a sausage, all 3 sides, pints, and both desserts.
So what do you recommend first timers get on their first Barbs-B-Q tray?
The full house. I love change. I think change is the only constant in life, and I'm really excited about the future. Imagine what it will look like then if we are doing what we're doing right now.
What makes good food good is proper execution, good ingredients, knowledge, you know, how to cook the food. That's what makes good food good food. What makes great food, I feel like, is the want, the need, and the drive to be better than just the ingredients themselves. So my kitchen experience, well, I went to culinary school. I'm classically trained. Here in Los Angeles, I worked at Providence and Malise, which at the time both were Michelin star restaurants. I started there. Hyatt came along, the hotel company, and I started working for them. And then I slowly traveled with them across the country, working at different hotels. I helped open up a lot of restaurants, and now we're just slanging and banging. I've been on Food Network a couple times. I've done a lot of work with Tastemade. Most recently, I was on BBQ Showdown Season 2 on Netflix. Did very well up until I didn't. Yeah, that's my TV experience. But it was a lot of fun. I learned a lot about myself and about my cooking style, and just because I feel like sometimes we get kind of caught in our small boxes and in our worlds. So branching out and meeting new people and understanding where other people come from, I think is very valuable. Sabar BBQ is located here in beautiful Simi Valley. Our operation is different from a regular restaurant just by the fact that one, it is only pre-orders. You can't just walk up. We don't serve drinks, we don't serve booze. There's really nowhere to sit. It's just grab and go. We are open currently right now just Saturdays and Sundays. Saturdays are pre-orders. Pre-orders go live on Wednesday mornings at 10 a.m. and then you pick a pickup time for the following Saturday. Sunday walk-ups only. Sundays is when we fuck around and do weird shit. We do smash burgers and noodle dishes and all different types of, crazy stuff. So Thursdays, I will wake up and I will help get my kids ready with my wife. My oldest to school. We also have a newborn baby who's not even a month old. And then we also have Kaino, who's just shy of 2 years old. So I help my wife with the boys in the morning and get her situated for the day. And then I try to be out the door by at least 9:30. So we are going to 2 places now. We're heading to Restaurant Depot, and then we will head to 99 Ranch for specialty items. So hopefully we'll be back in a decent amount of time. We'll see about that. LA traffic fucking sucks. The vibe in Simi Valley is very quiet, it's very mellow. It is a small town. We're trying to bring more of that traction to Simi Valley. But as far as restaurants, there's not a lot. The only reason people know about Simi Valley usually is Joe Dirt and the Rodney King trials. So it's an interesting spot, man. Welcome to the show. You ready to go on an adventure? Restaurant Depot is excellent because I can buy bulk and it's cheap. Not saying that the product's cheap, it's just cheaper than ordering from Cisco or literally anywhere else. And it's called Restaurant Depot for a reason because it's built for restaurants. It's all wholesale.
How much do they sell it by the pound, by the case?
$3.69 for the case.
It's below $4. I'm about to pick up 8 cases.
Yeah, right.
And so here ends up barbecue. I mean, we never get Creekstone, let's just be honest. So I have to buy prime brisket from Costco. Everyone wants to sell Creekstone. Aaron Franklin does it. I want to do it. That's what you want to do for your customers. But there's always a second next best thing that you can fall back on. And as long as you use it properly and coherently, you can still get the same exact results that you're looking for. And dude, it's like little shit too, like on the cart. So this bacon is like ends and pieces. Okay. Regular bacon will cost you 45 a pound, you know, whatever it is. That case is 30 bucks. So it's just like, it's using that chef mentality to like make shit work for you. You know, like, why spend fucking $80 on a case of bacon when I can spend $30 on it? And it's the same fucking result, you know? It's just all chopped. But we're moving though. We're fucking hustling, you know? Like, we're only at Restaurant Depot for, if we're there for more than an hour, I'm doing something wrong. Sometimes now that I know where everything exactly is, so it's just boom, 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 hit it. Yeah, I miss a lot of shit.
I'm distracting you.
Oh no, I always forget. Shop at Restaurant Depot, get that shit together, get in the truck, and then 99 Ranch we will be going to after, which is an Asian store where I get like all my Asian specialty items. That's where they have like the curries I need, the mirin, you know, Shaoxing wine, like just stuff that like you aren't gonna be able to get at Restaurant Depot or, you know, Vaughn's or anything like that. I would explain 99 Ranch as like being very intense. Like the past couple times I've gone, it's just bananas, you know, so just get ready for that. Damn, it's dead here.
Yeah, no. Yeah, this is pleasant, dude. I can't even tell we're like in LA enough.
So what are you looking for specifically with these?
For sweet potato, especially because it's just for potato salad, just that they're not, because like you can open one up, see how it's denatured. That'll run through the whole chinga. And there's bacon, scallion, dill. And away we go. I do like shopping. The downside of it is just, dude, it just takes a lot of time. And once we're done shopping, we bring it back to the restaurant, we bring it back to the commissary, and I'm trying to get back here and trying to beat Kirby here at 2.
Yeah, so how'd you meet Logan?
I slid in his DMs. Yeah, I was looking for work, like I really like appreciated what they were doing, and I was like, yeah, you know, give it a shot, and 2 years later, here I am. Yeah, I'm excited. We're doing some cool stuff, like congee, I freaking love. Whole brisket to sell, brisket for the curry, and then we're doing those nice big honking platters too, so brisket will kind of be utilized for those things.
We keep a very simple structure here of like old school brigade system. You have, you know, executive chef, which I guess is technically me. We have sous chef, which is Kirby. He does the trimming of the briskets. He does the slicing during service, so I can be on the line and do like the more intricate dishes. He does the things that I don't have time to get to.
EP weight is edible portion. We track the whole process through AP as purchased to edible portion. We trim aggressively, water content that you lose during the cook for pricing as well. So that way we know exactly the product that we have.
So on service day, is there anybody else that's gonna be here besides you and Logan?
Yeah, we might be a little short.
This week is gonna be sketchy.
Yeah, we might be a little short this week on staff, but we'll get there.
Okay,
we'll figure it out.
The thing I appreciate most about Kirby is a like honestly like low key like a shoulder like lean on, like just being there, you know, just keep, and I just appreciate the fact that he shows up every weekend. You know, I'm not the easiest person to get along with. Yeah, so like the blessing and kind of like the curse. We were gone in LA shopping for maybe 3 hours ish, and we had like another $1,600 of revenue come in. But just like I have to go buy more ribs now, I have to buy more tri-tip. That's just like the ups and downs of, you know, running the pre-order system on top of like just trying to make everything work and get every dollar that you can out of the life.
This big pot is for the ramen?
Yeah, that's for the ramen broth. Yeah. So right now we're getting our brine ready for our pickles. So you equal parts rice wine vinegar and apple cider vinegar.
Exact measurements only.
Exact measurements only. We really do gotta start making recipe cards. Through my study and research and findings, Zef is a term that came out of post-apartheid South Africa. And it was a term that they used when these people were living below the poverty line, but they were still buying chains and tracksuits, and there was a car that everyone would specifically buy because it was so easy and so cheap to soup up, and it was called a Zephyr. So the short term of that is Zef, and Zef basically means you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can be whoever the fuck you want. And so when we started Zef BBQ, obviously we always have the brisket and the pulled pork and everything, but we started doing so much more than that and started encompassing curries and birria and ramen, while still keeping it in the spirit and the lens of Texas barbecue. And the Dragon Ball Z pose, that was actually when I had my first job in like 5th grade, like mowing lawns and shit. That was the first thing I ever bought with my own earned money.
So who is the night cook?
So the night cook is moi. It is I. As of right now, I do it because I find joy in it. I find a lot of peace in it. It's like the only time of my day that's like quiet. Because I got a guy that slices it, I got a guy that trims it, you know, but like the cooking process is still something that's like very like in here, you know, for me because it was so alien before, and now I think I have a pretty good handle on it. So I decided to go with a 500-gallon offset because of what our needs were. And like I prefer the offset because I feel like it gives a better combustion, it creates a better bark. There's so many different cookers out there now, but it's what I learned on and it's what I'm like comfortable with, you know, because like it's only one cooker, it only has one mode, fire on or fire off, you know. Stuff, that's bark. That's not even a piece of wood. So the wood I use a combination of coastal live oak, and then I use that in combination with like a little bit of black walnut because the aroma that comes off the red oak is pretty sweet. So I kind of temper that with the black walnut, which burns pretty, I know lack for a better term, like dirty. So like out of my whole cook, I only put in like 6 or 7 splits, and it helps even out the flavor, in my opinion. I mean, there's a lot of people that'd be like, it just all tastes the same. So today we got brisket, dino bones, which are beef ribs, plate ribs, rib bones, pulled pork, pork belly for burnt ends, tri-tip, pork ribs going on later, and then we also have the Spam, which I browned and emulsified today. Spam. Fully emulsified. I'm passionate about food, and barbecue for me right now is the best vessel to translate that. What kind of got me into barbecue is when we were living in Chicago, I started doing ribs and like pork belly and anything I could kind of like get my hands on. And we lived like probably like 6 to like 8 blocks away from Wrigley Field. And so I would roll the little cooker out into like the alleyway, and I was selling like just like meats for like $5 like a little box and out of my backyard. We moved back to Monterey, and I tried to implement like a full barbecue program into the sports bar there, and it really didn't take off, but it made for a lot of practice. And then the pandemic hit, and I lost my job, and I moved into my daddy's house. And I sold 1 brisket that first weekend, and then the next weekend was 2 brisket, and the next weekend was like 3 brisket, and then it just kept going on from there. And then we started doing curries and ducks and wild shit, and then the rest is kind of like history.
Oh, look at all that goodness dripping off of it.
This still got some time, pretty nicely. And like when we roast them on Saturday, you'll see. Like it holds the color. Very nice. I started the cook today at approximately, I'd say like 8 o'clock is when I started the fires. After a full day of just like running around and stuff. And we got a little bit of a later start, but hopefully we'll have everything off by like 9 a.m. What we do isn't difficult, it's just a commitment. So it's a lot of hard work. But I kind of like just take it in stride like I do like everything in life, you know? And like I said, like the more you do it, the easier it becomes. Cook went good. I slept through one of my alarms, so I woke up and the fucking cooker was at like 120 degrees. Really? Yeah. So just like, right, your Friday really depends on that cook. And like I said, like, dude, I've been here early as like 8 a.m. and I've been here in like late as like 2. You know, but you get it done. And that's when like a lot of our bulk prep is done. All of Saturday depends on Friday. I mean, it's never happened, knock on wood, but like we scorch a oven of potatoes. Like those potatoes are literally coming out of the fucking bottom line. You know, there's no recovering that. Our main goal on Friday is to set ourselves up for success for Saturday. You plan for the worst and you hope for the best. Right now, this week, we're doing Asian cuisine. So we're doing like the traditional char siu and like For the people that aren't familiar with char siu, it's the meat that you see like hanging in, you know, Chinatown, you know, off the hooks, and it's bright red and it's neon. It's beautiful and gorgeous and succulent. So we're trying to implement those flavors over into like the ribs. Our ribs has been a work in progress, you know, because like back in my backyard and stuff, you know, it'd be, you know, 1 or 2 racks, and then like you bump up to like 18 racks or 25 racks. It changes the whole paradigm. But now, you know, fast forward to 2023, 2024, we have them dialed in. We have a process. I showed interest for cooking in high school. Meals as a family and meals with people you love is very like important to me. And to be able to kind of turn that into a career and turn that into something that like, well, not just like feed my soul, but feed my family was very like important to me. But it wasn't my first choice. So originally I wanted to be an MMA fighter. I had an amateur record of 11-1, and then I had a pro record of 1-1. First fight went fantastic. Second fight went just as well as you might think it would. I have a cauliflower ear and like I've broken a bunch of bones, but the mentality of martial arts and the mentality of striving to be better every day and be the best translated over into cooking and the culinary industry very well. Bring it to natpei.
That smells amazing. I have no idea what that means.
So natpei is a French term. So when you make like a cream sauce or any type of sauce, a jus, or you take your spoon and you pull it through, and if it leaves a trail like that, give a little bit more time. Natpei.
Natpei.
N-A-P-P-E. And you see me on the line now where it's just like I have one thing going that I'm focused on, but then there's several other sub things that I have going on like the back of my head. And I have timers, I have reminders, I write on my hand, you know, because like it is just me and Kirby. And we got a lot of shit to do. And like, dude, I got wife and kids at home. Like I gotta get home, you know, like I don't got time to be like stirring up boiling water, you know? So like I put a lot of responsibility on Kirby as well, and Kirby runs, you know, errands for me, he runs tasks for me, you know, he makes the pudding.
Yeah. You want one of these now?
Sure, yeah.
Here, I'm gonna give you a nice, here's a really...
Thank you, brother, appreciate it.
That's a good one.
Oh, thank you very much.
Cheers.
So Kirby told me to get a nice big spoonful to get all the layers all up in there, get the banana, get that cookie in there. So, all right, cheers. Man, that is so good. Like the banana, the cookie, and the cream like come together like perfectly. Like the textures, everything is just like perfectly balanced. Like, not joking at all. This is the best banana pudding I've ever had, seriously.
A lot of the best techniques and just like practices that I pulled from either fine dining or hotels or like standalone restaurants is just like one, cleanliness, you know, just like that's just like just off the top, you know, just like clean floors, clean, you know, like we clean the ranges every other week, we clean the hoods every other week. Like I don't want to clean the fryer, but the fryer needs to get cleaned. You know, I'm not trying to have my food taste like burnt shit. I think barbecue and traditional fine dining cooking works very well together because they're framed kind of from the same worlds. You know, you have fine dining, you have like barbecue, and both, you know, and I've stated before, it's like, there is no shortcuts. And I believe full-heartedly doing it the hard way, doing it the right way. I really, really, truly believe in that. So Saturdays are different than Fridays in the fact that like Saturday it's game time. Like we get down and dirty, like, you know, the time has come. I kind of like spearhead everything. I'm in earliest, so I get everyone set up. I write whatever the specials are is what we have to build on the line. And then Kirby will get here. And we gotta do like any like mise en place, like, you know, cut scallions or cut citrus or cut ginger or anything like that's for that day. He'll get that done. Like all my guys are built like me and you. So like our running joke is always that like the kitchen's big enough until it's not. Kirby's a big guy, I'm like Chubba. There's a reason why we call him Chubba. I appreciate Kirby because he follows up with me. I appreciate Chubba because even though he's never on time, he always works hard. Yeah, you know, like the meme, like if like someone was like, yo, like I will give you $2 million, but you have to say the name of a person that will show up late. It's Chubba. It's always Chubba. Like I'm late to everything, like that must be late to his own funeral. He starts portioning like all of our cold sides. So like the mac salad, the coleslaw, a potato salad.
This one of your favorite sides?
This is the one. Pretty good. Got some bacon in it.
Yeah, he gave me a bite of it. It was insane.
Our meats are like our lowest selling items. Ramen's the curry bowl this week, the spam musubi, you know, when we run the ducks and stuff, is like our bigger seller.
Well, when we first started, it'd be there like every Friday night to help them like portion barbecue or just
little things to get us prepped for the Saturday service?
So Enrique is part of the kitchen, but Enrique is too pretty to do, you know, the cleaning or any like the prep and stuff. But in the absence of Anna, especially now because Anna is on our third kid, and even after she had our second kid, Enrique really took over like the front of house. Like I've known him longer than I've known Anna. Having someone in your corner like that and someone that like rallies you a lot of the times, and I know he's there, that's the biggest thing for me. Everyone needs an Enrique.
I am best friends with Logan, and along the way, you know, COVID hit, and he's just like, hey man, like I think we want to start a barbecue, and so I design all the menus.
His graphic design from when we started to like now has come leaps and bounds. Our menus are a lot of like anime, like a lot of like nerds, a lot of comic book stuff, and depending on Enrique's schedule, we either get the menu posted Tuesday evening, and then Saturday you come in at your selected time and you pick up your food and you get the fuck out.
Is there a some kind of flair on the macaroni salad?
We kind of like do it island style. We put a little bit of katsu sauce in ours too.
I didn't know basically anything about my Asian heritage until I was like 22. And then I also found out that I was part Hawaiian, so I started doing more research into that. Anna's family is also from Hawaii as well. And so that's influenced our food quite a bit.
You're all set. Thank you so much. Yeah, enjoy.
So Anna's experience is pretty like hardcore, like just as hardcore as mine, but from like front of house, from server to lead server to bartender to general manager. So when it comes to barbecue, it's been great because a lot of times I can just cook and she makes sure all of our taxes are paid. She is in constant contact with our CPA, with the city for our business licenses. I appreciate her just being the mother of my children and just helping me with this whole caboodle.
We're not a sit-down restaurant, so like you don't get to table touch throughout the meal with somebody. So it's like the interaction you have at pickup. It's literally like maybe 30 seconds to a minute that I get to interact with these people, but it's fun.
I had a liver transplant.
Did you take mine?
I know.
You probably shot already. It's good to see you, man.
Good seeing you, man.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
That's just for us.
Oh, well.
You think we're going to be I'm eating this for the next few days.
Good. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
There's a lot of people that have literally told us like, yo, like I wouldn't have eaten this if you hadn't have made it. You know, our first like 2 months, all we did was barbecue. Typical like, you know, barbecue fare. And then like slowly like we'd roll out, you know, a spam musubi or like a duck dish or like, you know, a beef cheek dish, just slowly but surely getting people more intrigued. I've forced them to be progressive. This is our spam musubi, a house ground pork and brisket farce that we emulsify and press, and then I smoke it. Here we have our roasted confit duck congee. We serve it with crispy potatoes, duck confit, egg, chili crisp, and then fried garlic. And this is our chili garlic shrimp. It's based off the Hawaiian food truck version of it. Chili crisp, jasmine rice, Gulf shrimp, cilantro, grilled onions, fried garlic, and then a little bit of citrus. Right here we have our brisket curry, which is kind of like what we're known for. It's a combination of Japanese and Thai curry that I've been working on for like forever, that I'm really proud of. Jasmine rice with a little bit of everything for a kake, and then some kimchi daikon that we make in-house. So this is our ramen. It's another dish we're pretty known for. We have pit smoked char siu pork belly across the top. We've got eggs, scallion. We put a roasted tomato in there with furikake on it just because like it's like a umami bomb when you put it in there. Fried garlic, chili oil, and then underneath we get special ordered in sun noodles from Hawaii because we think it's the best ramen noodle that comes pre-made. We have brisket smoked with coastal live oak and black walnut. We have some burnt ends. We have Santa Maria style tri-tip. We have some char siu style spare ribs. Just your traditional like Carolina pulled pork, Hawaiian style mac salad, sweet potato salad. Then we have our curry udon noodles. Bon-appetit. You know, if you're not continually trying to improve yourself or like waking up every day trying to improve yourself, doing it better than you did the day before, doing it better than the week before, then what are you really doing?
We get a lot of folks that'll come by and they love our food and they can't believe how good it is. But time and time again, it's how consistent it is. And they're like, every time I come, it's good. And I think that's what's been the key to success. Like anybody can make a good brisket like every now and then, but it's being able to put good food on a plate every day that makes a business successful.
News and Observer for Raleigh has posted about us quite a few times, and they've kind of written us about us throughout the whole journey, like when we were doing pop-ups. Recently, they put out a top 20 barbecue place in the greater Triangle area, and so we were number 5 on that list, and that was a big honor, right behind some real big heavy hitters. And to be ranked that high, especially as a food truck. I mean, like, we're the only food truck on the list. Not everybody's willing to travel for a food truck. So Dampf Good BBQ is located in Phillips Farms, which is a family fun activity area, and we're located right inside of the farm. Our relationship with Phillips Farms, we've known them for about 1.5 years now. Feels like way longer, but we've known them for about 1.5 years. June of 2022, we started doing pop-ups here, and we were kind of doing pop-ups here every other weekend. They have food trucks out here every Saturday during the spring, and we would be out here with like 6 other food trucks. And I don't know what happened, but something wild happened and it just started to click, and we would have a 2.5 hour long line. I mean, our customers, we ask a lot of them to come out here and put up with the weather and put up with the rain or the cold or the snow or whatever, and they do it. And it's really just because of them. So the Dampf name, obviously our last name, it means steam in German. There wasn't really much thought put into that when we chose to use it as the name, but it just kind of worked out well. But it really came out, it's just a fun play on words. It kind of separated it. You see it online or you see it on an advertisement or something, it kind of sticks out. We get a lot of German folk that come and get food, and they're always asking questions about it. So it's always a fun topic of conversation. Only like 56% or 60% of our followers are actually in the United States. It's funny, people see like 30,000 and they're like, man, that's a lot of followers. You guys must be killing. I'm like, yeah, but 15 of them are in Europe. Bluegrass is very popular in North Carolina. Just this whole region, it's like kind of like the music that is from here. And so that's what we play at the restaurant, and that's what we usually like have playing while we're like prepping and getting ready. And so I've come to be I like it. Thursdays, we usually get it around 6, as close as we can to 6, and then we'll get briskets on. So our most popular is definitely the brisket. So we sell a disproportionate amount of brisket compared to everything else. So we're going through between 60 to 72 briskets a week is like on average. So fun fact, all of our briskets actually come from North Carolina. I tried to get Creekstone like everybody else, but it didn't work out. So we buy from Myers Natural Angus. It's red Angus, so it's not black Angus. If you look up online or talk to anybody, they'll say there's no difference, but we've noticed the difference. So like this stuff is all upper choice. I mean, you can just see, the marbling that's in these guys. We've noticed it's just really, really, really good. The fat has a little sweeter flavor to it, and then it renders a lot better. We cook all of our briskets unwrapped the whole time from start to finish. But when we're seasoning our briskets, we do a little bit more pepper, or a lot bit more pepper than most places do. It feels very Texas, but I think we do some things that are they're different. I like a really heavy pepper crust. It's delicious. And it kind of became like our signature thing that I don't think we could really step away from now. Kosher salt all the way around, and then we season the tops with a Fiesta brand seasonal. We stopped using Lowry's because Lowry's is too salty too. You can actually like lick this and it doesn't burn your tongue like Lowry's does. And so it's got a good flavor. I like brisket because there's a lot of things that have to go right through the 14-hour process to make it be what you want at the end. And I like that. This brisket in particular, this is like 2 slices in from being flat. Yeah. And it's just like retains so much moisture.
Shadow first.
Alright, sweet. So we're wrapping up. Alright, I got here a burnt end from Dampf Good Brisket. So this is my very first bite of brisket. I have no idea how it's gonna taste, but I was watching him slice it and I already know it's gonna be amazing, so here goes. So beefy. Yeah, man, it has like a nice like sweetness to it, and then he like peppers that thing up, so you get that nice like peppery, the sweetness, the beefy, the smoke. Dampf Good BBQ.
And then all of our wood, so all of our wood comes from a guy up in Wake Forest, about 35 minutes away. And it's all, most of it's white oak. There might be some red oak in here. I think this piece right here. But most of it's white oak.
How many cores you go through like in a week?
Oh man, we're probably going through 2 bags a week. So we're going through a decent amount. That's why we like This guy goes through a lot less wood. We've got 3 offset smokers. So behind me, I've got the dual 1,000-gallon primitive on a trailer, and so that's really what we built our name with. Then we've got the Syntex. If we can, we try to fit all of our briskets on the Syntex. We just really like it. Pulls really well. It pulls real gentle, and it's got a nice airflow. Mike, the guy that owns Syntex, he's always asking me like, "Are you sure? Like, is it really that good?" Because like I think he thinks I'm like trying to like puff him up or something. Yeah. But I'm really not. These blocking logs have been in here for weeks, and they have not burned. I don't know what Mike did over there, but the way it renders fat, it cooks really, really, really well. A burn barrel, you're essentially just making your own charcoal. Let's just say a giant, like 55-gallon steel drum. You cut a hole out of the bottom, and then you punch holes in it all the way around so you can put rebar in to hold the wood up above where the coals fall. Once it's down, you smack the side of the burn barrel and the coals will fall, and then you just scoop them and keep on going. But even like the best store-bought lump charcoal you could buy, it's not gonna replicate what the burn barrel can do. So the pork steaks are one of like the St. Louis things that we do. It's literally just a steak cut from the pork butt. Really, really, really good. So we do them pretty simple. Just salt, pepper, and a little bit of seasoned salt. So the pork steak is real fatty. There's a lot of collagen. It's real flavorful if you cook it right. We cook them over on the BQ. It still takes a long time. Like it cooks for like 3 hours over direct heat. So we'll shovel coals under the pork steaks, and that heat and smoke from the coals is cooking and smoking it. But you also get that element of the fat dripping down into the coals, and it creates its own smoke. That fat renders out and it caramelizes, and it just creates this really intense sweetness. But that coupled with the mop and the sauce kind of glazed on the outside of it, it's just like a really good, like salty, sweet, savory steak. The vinegar. So I got interested in barbecue, me and my brother Bryce. So we grew up in kind of all over the place. We've been around a lot of good barbecue, being in St. Louis, being in Texas, now being in North Carolina. We just had a ton of barbecue influence in our life. My brother brought me a Weber for our wedding, and that's kind of where it all started. And so we started on the Weber. We did our first pork butt on that, and my wife bought me a char griller, which is sitting right behind you. But yeah, we used that to make our first brisket, and that was a wild experience. At like 1 o'clock in the morning, we got hit with like a flash storm that just like came down like crazy. And this little smoker is not built to handle that. And so we had the bright idea of setting up a tent over the smoker. So we're out there in the wind and the snow and the rain trying to set this tent up. And we finally get the tent up and get it weighted down so it doesn't blow away. And then we realized that there's smoke is just filling up the tent. And so we're in this tent suffocating, trying to cook this brisket.
The brisket actually came out pretty good.
It came out pretty good. I mean, like compared to what we're doing now, it's garbage. But like at the time, like a lot of people say like their first brisket was inedible. Like ours was not inedible, it was good. Like everyone enjoyed it and we had a good time, and it encouraged me to keep going, so. Get some smoke in there. We're very maniacal about making sure that the sides are cooked consistently. We spend about 17 hours on Wednesday just making sure that the sides are executed well. How are the Brussels looking today? They look good. Oh yeah, man. I love them. So we've got a small team. We all work long hours to make this happen. Andrew McNeil, he's been with us for a year. And so Andrew has about 15, 16 years of restaurant experience.
I'm from Massachusetts, so I'm used to the grind, you know what I mean? So 70 hours a week, catering, you know what I mean? It took us a little bit, but we're getting there.
And so he's really helped us kind of dial stuff in, make sure it's done consistently, and just been there for us, you know, like when it was, because it's just me and my brother and my cousin, and so he was our first person that was outside of the family. And so he really kind of became like a brother, and having him around has been instrumental. So Perry Ward, he's been with us for about 3 months now, and real funny story. He's a veteran, so he used to be a Marine.
I found Nick on Instagram. My girlfriend had actually told me about Dampf Good BBQ. They just posted a story that they were looking for help Within an hour, I'd reached out to Nick, and we'd kind of hit it off pretty well. And a couple days later, I was able to come in, and that same day, I started working with him. So
what I like about, or appreciate about what Perry does, is he just, because he's a Marine, he's got that like grind mentality. So he just keeps on going, man. He just, everything I need him to do, he does, and doesn't complain. You know, I help him get on my hands and knees and scrub the floor and like stuff that like no one else wants to do, but he's like first one there, like, let me help you do it. I appreciate that.
it's a good shot right there. Yeah, those look really good.
Bryce Dampf. So me and him have been doing this since the beginning. I can trust him, you know, like he's my brother. Like I know him, and I know he's not going to do anything to hurt us and hurt the business. And Bryce is funny, man.
You know, Bryce's nickname is the Bean Queen.
The Bean Queen.
How do you get that name?
I came up with the bean recipe.
The Bean Queen.
Why do people call you the Bean Queen?
So the Bean Queen came around like literally Halloween. Perry, so he's one of our newcomers. He was gonna buy me a shirt for Halloween that I was gonna wear, and it said the Bean Queen, and he was gonna get me a hat.
You almost bought it, huh?
Yeah, it was only like $20. I was like, I gotta get it. I never did.
Maybe for Christmas.
Yeah, right. Yeah, maybe for Christmas.
So you didn't get the hat, but the name stuck.
The name stuck. So now I just get called the Bean Queen. So the beans are, the brisket. The brisket's really what makes the beans come alive, and just the spices and stuff we put in there.
You can taste the brisket.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like the beans.
Love the beans.
Like the beans.
Well, it keeps it lighthearted. Like we can't do this job and be too serious. It'll rob you of all the joy you might have, you know. So I think that's keeps us young.
We're probably gonna bump into you like 100 times. Don't worry about it.
All right.
Just let it happen. Just let it happen.
So like lines are small.
Yeah.
That's how big most lines are.
It's just usually the line in the kitchen at one.
Yeah.
But it works. We get a lot done in this little space.
The three of us are family, so I got my brother Bryce and my cousin Hunter. It is a very family business, and I think that aspect of the three of us being related has made Andrew and Perry feel like more like this is a family.
All right, man. 5 burgers for you. Have a great day. Thank you so much for coming out.
You know, and I would never recommend anybody like jump into doing this unless they really enjoy it, because it is. I mean, you got some days where it's grueling. There were days earlier on when we first started doing 3 days a week where I was here from 6 a.m. I'd be here till 5, and then I'd go home, hang out with the family for a little bit, put the kids to bed, and I'd come right back, and I'd be here till 3. Fully shut down and like done for the day by like 9:30, and then Hunter's here running the pits and making sure food is cooked and briskets are coming off.
What are you feeling for?
I feel the lean. You always check the lean, and I'm just feeling just around the lean parts, how squishy it is. But this one's going.
When we wrap our briskets, we pull them out of the smoker, we wrap them in foil, and we do not use any tallow, so we wrap without tallow. And the reason we do that is, in our experience, we just don't like the way the tallow like mutes out the flavor of the bark. So we work really hard, so you can taste the pepper, you can taste the salt, you can taste the fat, the crust. I don't want to dump tallow on it and cover it all up.
Wednesdays I'm here till like 2 or 3 a.m. But it usually just depends on how the cook's going during the day and how it does at night, I guess.
Hunter, like, not to discredit what anybody else does, but Hunter is the most important piece of like what we do, because he gave me like my life back, you know, like he gave me time back with my kids and time back with my wife, and I can't even express how much I am thankful for that. Do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility count others more significant than yourself. Let each of you look not only to his own interest, but also to the interest of others. Philippians 2:3-4. We chose the Bible verse because one of my big things with getting into this industry was treating people right. Make sure that they feel at home here, they enjoy coming here. It's something that they look forward to coming for. It's not, they put up with us because the food's good. We want it to be a good experience and not be Mr. Macho Man all the time. And sometimes there's a place for empathy and a place for putting yourself below somebody else, you know, because that's what Jesus did. And we want to advance the gospel. We want to share our faith with the folks in our community. People are getting here early.
Yeah.
In the world? It's 10:15. They're fun. We have a really diverse group of folks that come out to the truck. A lot of which we've kind of become good friends with, and I would say they're patient. they're funny. They're kind, and they put up with a lot of our crap. So I'm very thankful for it.
Hey, brother, what can I get for you, man? 2 Reubens? Yeah, man. For the turkey, do you want to do a half pound or do you want to do the BLT? All right, perfect. What side would you like, bud? Those will almost be ready.
We always have so much going on that we're always opening maybe 5 minutes late or something, and people are always so patient. So we've got good customers. We are a Texas barbecue joint. We do Central Texas style barbecue, and so all of those things you would expect to get at a place in Texas, you can get here. So I chose to do Texas style barbecue over like North Carolina barbecue, partly because we just moved to North Carolina, and so we're still kind of getting acclimated to the area, and I didn't want to do a disservice to it. Texas barbecue we were a lot more familiar with, and I love the intentionality behind cooking the proteins and making them as good as possible.
And I'll grab that beef rib in 1 second, buddy.
And so we've added a lot of sandwiches to the menu because we want people to have an affordable option. Someone can come here and they can get a sandwich and a side for $12, you know, and so they can come in and get a good meal. And it can be something that's affordable.
So this is a Chicago classic right here?
Oh yeah, man. Fully dipped, nice and juicy.
And Chicago is where I spent the majority of my life. So I was in Chicago for from the middle of 8th grade up until I got married, and we had our first kid, and then we moved down here. And so we make a smoked Italian beef, and then we slice them real thin on a deli slicer after they've cooled overnight in the fridge, and then we reheat it in a nice smoky jus. And then it goes on a French roll with giardiniera and all that kind of stuff. It's who we are. We love Chicago, and that's what we love. Fridays we do the half-pound smoked brisket burger, and it's a 100% ground brisket burger, so we don't add any chuck or anything to it. We just make as many as we can, and then that's how many we have for service. So we use our hands to make the patties instead of like a burger press, because I think it creates a little bit more of like a fluffy, not so condensed burger. And then we smoke them for usually about 35 minutes. And then when someone orders one, we take it and throw it on the flat top with a little tallow and sear both sides.
Y'all doing burgers tomorrow too? No, okay, it's just today. They're all gone. Okay, that's it. That's all she wrote. That's it. Just the last 2.
We'd love to stack up against any of the places down in Texas. I mean, that's who we compare ourselves to. We don't compare ourselves to any local businesses. We really want folks to come here and kind of be transported back to Texas.
After the shoot's done, I mean, I'm more than happy to sacrifice myself and sooner. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to see the funniest looking brisket? This is a brisket.
Really? Okay, let's see it.
This is a full brisket.
That is so cute.
We got 17 briskets.
Dude, you can just eat that. Like, yeah, you know, slice it.
I just thought it was funny when I saw it.
Yeah, you can make a half sandwich. Yeah.
I got here about 8:15 or so. Here we are sitting at 8:54, but it's all for the love of the barbecue. That's what it's for the people.
Can I have my 10 blade, please?
The thing that separates North Carolina from everywhere else is whole hog. And so when we started getting started, we always got tripped up because people would walk up to the tent or wherever we were and say, can I get a pound of barbecue? And we were like, what barbecue do you want? And they're like, barbecue. And they're talking about whole hog or pork.
You want to crack my back real quick, Aunt? We lost the trotter.
So when you get a real good whole hog, why it tastes so good, the different muscles, just like on a cow, you're not going to get the same beefiness from a flank steak that you're going to get from a brisket or a chuck roast or whatever. And so you get that same thing with a hog. And so you get your ham, you get your belly, you get your ribs, you get your shoulders, you get everything on that pig all mixed together. So the way what we'll do it, and it's pretty standard, but what's called is banking the coals. So we'll put coals underneath the butts and the hams. Now they're different though. So the ham is lean. So ham is a lot leaner than the pork butt is. And so you got to be mindful of that as well. You don't want to blast the hams like too much as you dry them out, and they won't be very good.
Just checking around to make sure the skin's starting to release. You can start to see it's doing it maybe just a little bit right here in the front, but everywhere else is very stiff. Not much movement. So it's still got a long way to go with this. We're starting meat side down, and then at about 6 hours through, we're gonna flip it, but we won't flip it until the skin is soft to the touch everywhere around to let them know the meat has released. The hardest part about hogs flipping it when it's time to flip it. It's so heavy. Just come this way.
I think people are starving to like find a place where they can go spend money and feel good about it. When people come for the first time, I hope they walk away like shocked that they just ate the best barbecue of their life.
So we have all these people come from all over the country to come to Texas, and the first thing they always want to do when they get here is they want to go eat barbecue. They always reference like, oh, I read about such and such in Texas Monthly. Let's go see those guys. Texas Monthly is the barbecue Bible of the state. Daniel is the barbecue editor for Texas Monthly. He is the guy in the barbecue world that you want to come by and write a review or whatever he does about your place. So I'm down here. It's the first day we're doing live fire chicken. We're running late. We're like 5 minutes till we open, and I've still got 30 more degrees for these chickens are even close to done. And Caleb comes down and goes, hey, Daniel's here. And I said, bullshit, he's not here. So he goes, no, he's here. I said, man, fuck you, there's no way he's not here. And so I get the chickens done, I run up here, and sure as shit, he's the first guy in line right there on Saturday. We've been in it twice. The first time, we got the call before the article came out. They kind of call you and say, hey, you're gonna be on a list that Daniel's putting out. So we were pretty pumped. And then when it finally came out, it came out online first, then I think in print a couple weeks after that. Bar-A BBQ. I think we have a unique name for first. Everyone goes, what the hell is Bada? Caleb is my brother. He was the head herdsman at the V8 ranch down in Bowling, Texas. As a side thing, what he did down there was he opened up Bar-A show cattle. I just said, we're just gonna steal Bar-A and we're gonna name it Bar-A BBQ, and you're gonna be okay with it. So that's a big brother, little brother thing.
So where is Bar-A BBQ located?
In Montgomery, Texas. We're open Wednesday through Saturday. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we open up at 10:45. We go until 6:30 or till there's nothing left. So Thursday, I get here about 4 o'clock.
So how'd you come up with this concoction?
TikTok.
Okay.
First thing I do is I go up top and I put the sides that we prepped the day before, I put them in the ovens and get them going. And then I put all the meat on the pits, then we light the fires. We use all post oak. Post oak is just a super mellow wood. Doesn't put a lot of flavor and stuff on what you're doing, it's super chill. So that's why we do it, and because Aaron Franklin did it, so everyone uses post oak now. So when I'm here, because I'm only here the first hour myself, we'll usually put on some type of form of country music. I don't know, I just think it's something probably more relatable, you know, coming from a smaller town and stuff like that. I don't like to run the ribs and the briskets the same way. It's a completely different fire style.
Yeah.
So having to time ribs on this was just a pain in the ass. We've got 2 offset smokers, both old propane tanks. One's a 500-gallon mill scale, the other's a 1,000-gallon Syntex. This one is Palmer. That's named after my firstborn, my little girl. This one is just, it's the Goldee's pit, so it's Goldee or whatever.
Dude, the Syntex, dude. This is only the second one I'm seeing in person.
I hate to tell anyone to go drop 20, 30 grand for their first smoker, but man, if you've got the money, 100%, go buy a Syntex. It just sips on wood all day.
I actually, and it likes to run really hot, so I have to almost, like I keep the stack pretty shut just because it really, really likes to pool.
You want a nice coffee?
Yeah, I love one actually, thank you. Keegan comes in with me at 5 o'clock. He does a majority of the side prep. He doesn't really like to be out in the front around people and around the crowds.
You know, dishes don't talk back, so that's a good part. No, I like being back at house, cooking, prepping. That's what I like to do.
So before Bar A, were you working like barbecue at all, or any food industry type stuff?
No, I was an aerospace inspector.
Wow.
But he was coming like every day and ordering like a pound of brisket and a half rack of ribs and salt and eating all of it. I'm just like, after like 2 weeks, I'm like, dude, like, are you okay? Like, what's wrong with you, man? And he was like, no, it's just, I love coming out here and hanging out. I'm like, well, you should just come get on payroll. You're here all the time. And he was like, man, I would love to. And I'm like, show up tomorrow, dude. And he ain't left since. We ain't run him off yet. I love Keegan.
I didn't tell him I could cook. And then he was like, hey, I need help doing something. All right. It's like, can you chop these onions up? Yeah, sure, man. I've been cooking for a long time.
Saw me cutting onions. They were like, holy crap, dude. He has a pretty advanced culinary background. Having him on staff has been great for kind of making some of our dishes a little bit better.
He's only a one brother.
You get fat enough, you can't feel shit in your fingers no more.
That's an insider tip.
Insider tip, man. In general, you can just call it craft barbecue. I like to say we're Texas style with just kind of how we season stuff. It's, you know, salt and pepper. Everything in here it's out of grandma's cookbook. Yeah, I mean, that's about what I'm looking for at this stage. Maybe a little bit darker, but we're opening the doors a little bit early a lot, so not quite as smoky for as long. Normally about this stage, like you'll see tomorrow, they're pretty black at that point. Yeah.
What is your least favorite thing to cook and why?
Brisket, not even close. Yeah, it's the least profitable thing we do. It's the biggest pain in the butt. It's brisket for sure.
See, this shot right here is just gonna get you views.
Yeah.
Got the good looking one doing it.
It's nice. We got Caleb, he's my brother. He's about 5 years younger than me. Everyone thinks we're twins most of the time, but he is younger than me. He runs the block as far as cutting. And I'll be honest, I was worried bringing Caleb on board initially. You know, I didn't know how he was gonna be because honestly, he was leaving a great sales job, took a massive pay cut to come and help me. Man, he has been just lights out from day one.
It's a love-hate relationship, you know, working with family. Luckily, me and Cooper, you know, if we argue, it lasts about 30 seconds and then we forget about it, you know, because we're too tired or we got too much stuff to do, you know. You just, you know, you're building something bigger than yourself.
What I most appreciate about Caleb is just how hard he works and how attention detailed he is. He cares a lot about everything his knife touches. There's almost at times he annoys me because I'm like, dude, that brisket was great. He's like, no, man, it was terrible. I'm like, all right, man, you need to lower your expectations a little bit sometimes. But no, he's good. We're not putting flowers as garnishes and stuff like that. You know, it's just I think we're a very old school, just kind of classic vibe to what we do. You know, your brisket, pork ribs, smoked turkey, and we've got 2 sausages that are on the menu full time. Sides, you've got our green bean casserole, our cheesy taters, which is basically a twice baked potato casserole type dish, pinto beans, our cucumber salad, and then we also do brisket dirty rice, which is just another way for us to kind of get rid of some excess chop or trim or stuff like that.
Y'all ready?
Yep.
I think it's easier if you taste your food every day, you stay on top of, nothing can get too far off where you want it to be. You know, I don't think enough people try their food, not just barbecue, at restaurants in general, don't try their food enough.
No matter who walks through this door, that better be the best looking plate, tray, slice of brisket, rib, anything. If it's not the best, we don't serve it. This stuff's not cheap, you know? Even at $25 a plate, it's expensive. So it better be damn good. You know, that's our duty and our part to make sure it's damn good. Thursday's always kind of a slower day for us. You know, a little bit, not as much volume, focus more on plate sales and stuff like that. You know, and it's not that we didn't have success with meat market style here, but people were just so confused. You came in, ordered a half pound of brisket, a pint of 2 sides and pudding. Like, yeah, you just ordered 2 pounds of food. So that's the thing we do that specifically caters to Montgomery's customers.
It's like I go back and forth on the plates, you know. I'm like, it takes the fun out of building those big platters, but you know, at the end of the day, you gotta do what you gotta do. What's up, buddy? Yeah, absolutely. I'm gonna get you fresh cup, right? Yeti, if you're watching this, please sponsor us.
People will forget the thing they bought from you, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. And if you come to Bar A, we want you to feel like you went and, you know, you're at your buddy's backyard just hanging out.
So I think it's important for people to understand, like, you know, the restaurant world is not just what you see on social media. You know, it's not all sunshine and sellouts. You know, there are, not every day is a record-breaking day. You know, there are some days where it's not fun to be here because there's no one here. You know, and that's why we do what we do, to serve people. And if there's no one here to serve, it can get tough mentally at times. No Keegan today, he's going golf.
Yeah, he was telling us.
I own the damn place and I can't get a day off to go golf. Bullshit.
So I was born here in '94. From high school, I went out to A&M Commerce out in East Texas. From there, got married. We moved out to the Carolinas for my first real big boy job and was in sales. And then we got back to Montgomery once the chance presented itself. And we've been here for the last almost 4 years now, and don't ever plan on leaving again. Bought our first house here in Texas, and when you buy your first house, you got to buy a smoker. So I went and bought a Traeger, and the first couple briskets I made were absolutely terrible. Every man in this state has tried to smoke a brisket or something, and it's been awful. And then you go to these places that have been doing it for, you know, years, and they got these big brick pits and big propane tanks, and you're like, man, how cool is that? And it's this great product. You just kind of drawn to it.
Are you cool to be in the video?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to be.
Tristan, we call him T. T is 100% invaluable, and that's what I appreciate the most about him. He's always out changing trash cans, you know, hitting tables, sweeping underneath tables, sweeping the air. I mean, T does all the stuff that no one else wants to do all the time. But man, he works his tail off.
He does everything like he's still in prison. Just like bowed up, just bare his chest. The funniest thing ever. How's that brisket that Aunt smoked here?
It's good.
Okay.
It's great.
Team member 1, because she's my wife, Shelby. She is co-owner with me. She handles any desserts or baked goods is her.
Man, it's a good thing you've got a woman around.
I know, it'd be lost without me.
No doubt. No way. No doubt.
There's nothing I don't appreciate about what she does. She just jumps in and helps where it needs to be helped. So I really appreciate having her. It's great. It's honestly been good for our marriage too. Not that we had a bad marriage, but it's just, I feel like it's made us get a little bit closer, being around each other all the time. So I do enjoy that. We actually found this old ice cream trailer up in Amarillo, Texas. So we worked out a deal and we picked up that one, and now we have that blue one there that goes out probably once or twice a week to different things.
Yeah, now we're in a rush. Okay. Well.
Montgomery is a small Texas town. The city limits only has like 480 something people in it. But Montgomery is the birthplace of the Texas flag, which is always really cool. There's a lot of history in this town. So to describe Montgomery is it's a very historical, old Texas town.
Today we are going out to feed our local junior high here. Most Fridays there's a food truck at one of the schools around.
Do you want cheese on it? Do you want us to go ahead and put the cheese on those potatoes? Yeah, you're good. Here you go. And we've got drinks in the ice chest. Yes, ma'am. It just kind of pairs well with the chocolate and gives it like a smoky flavor. And then we use tallow. So instead of using like butter or anything, I use like a beef fat in there. You wouldn't know it wouldn't taste it, but yeah. There you go. Yes, ma'am.
I hear you. This your first time here, buddy? Awesome. I'm gonna put a brisket burger in there. Okay. So we make this with our brisket rib trim. It's really good.
We try and cook enough to be open till 6:30, but some days it just doesn't work out that way. I hate when people drive out here from hours away and they get here at 3 or 4 and we have nothing left. I can't stand doing that to people.
Y'all want to learn something about country music? I'm the man. Alright? There is very few things in this world that I would consider myself a connoisseur in, but country music. Dare I say classic country. Alright? Got her down pat. You guys team, man. There's me and him here. Woo! Dog, it's a concert in here. I'll turn it on shuffle mode. It could go from Merle Haggard, Silver Wings to, Hard in the Pain, Waka Flocka.
Oh, I was soft inside. There was something going on.
And the drum. That's what they call a buckle polisher. All right, polish that old buckle dancing.
We were starting to do enough briskets that we had so much trim. It was like, hey, we got to do something with this brisket trim. We can't just keep, grinding this stuff up for burgers or throwing it away. So we started making sausage and getting into that process.
But I'm a little bit like, some people will like, oh, I'm gonna twist it till it's tight enough. Like I can feel the casing. I'm like, I'm gonna twist it as tight as I want it to be. It's up to the casing to hold it. Show them it burst. I don't give a shit. Every now and then they pop. Who am I trying to sell to? 100 pitmasters instead of just all people in Montgomery County.
And there's days that I don't get to go do certain family things because I've got to be here for a catering or I've got to get, sausage done or something. And I try and not have them here. My goal is to have everyone here about 4 days a week and me here about 6. Because I don't think anyone should ever outwork me or be here more than me. At the end of the day, this was my dream, my goal.
So how do you know when they're ready to pull?
A lot of it's like the color and like the dryness. You just kind of tell. This one's done here. They'll feel pretty broken down, but not like totally broken down. I'm trying to catch them like just before they break. Like
Put it on the point side or just right down the middle?
Just like that.
All right.
I do think we do a really good job of brisket. I'm not going to say we're the best. I'll never say we're the best at anything, but I think we're up there in the state with the brisket we put out. I think we have a pretty dark bark compared to a lot of other places. And it's because of that cold smoking we spend the first couple hours, putting a lot of smoke and color on stuff. Anything special to it? No. It's just 16 mesh and seasonal.
How'd it feel? Feel good?
Yeah.
I just think you get a better product when you don't wrap it so stuff.
Yeah. Gets so barky.
I'm here till usually about 7, 8 o'clock or so because I cook everything, I pull everything, and then once I pull it, I leave. Saturday we call it platter day because that's the day we're pumping volume out. I get here about 4 on Saturday again, and then everybody else gets here about 6 or so, because we're all kind of getting breakfast stuff ready for the day.
Yeah, Cooper was telling us you guys have like an old building out back there. It's like haunted or something. Like a billionaire owned it, and now it's like haunted. It's like a mill. Hey, how's it going, sir?
Y'all recording?
Yeah.
I could have gone my whole life without you telling me that.
Sorry.
You guys hired?
I'm Coach Wilson.
Hey, good to see you again. That's right.
My dad comes in on Saturdays, and he kind of runs the dish pit for us Saturday, because it's all kind of on hands on deck with everything going on. Usually the amount of people we have in here. That dude will show up at 6, and he'll be on the dish pit from 6 to 5 or 6 to 6, just rolling. And you know, he's my dad, so you know, I love him.
Hey, that's the cleanest dish in Montgomery County right there, my friend. You could damn near eat off this thing. I'm not coaching. I'm washing dishes.
Yeah, I guess it'd be family style. You know, it's all family here damn near. So yeah, I call it family style. The advantage and disadvantage at the same time is it's family, because you love them, but you're around them all the time, you know, and you'll have those days where like just the way they breathe pisses you off, but you know, at the end of the day, it's family, so you just got to figure it out and work your way through it.
So my grandma used to feed us when we were younger. That's why we look the way we do. Cokes and biscuits.
I'll do it to you.
Oh man, quick, fast, in a hurry too.
So Saturday's breakfast only. We'll have our kolaches, or klobbeschneck is the correct term. You know, it's a meat-filled pastry, but we call it a kolache because 95% of our customers have no idea what the hell a klobbeschneck is. But the chef's community does care very much about you calling it the right way. They will come after you on social media for sure.
Oh, here's a kolache.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, it smells really good. It's like savory. It's got like barbecue sauce on it, so it has like a little bit of sweetness. Nice and salty, and then the bread on the outside is like buttery. Really good. We asked me like, you want an egg McMuffin? Do you want this? It's like, yeah, I'll take this.
Love it, love it, love it. Got some brisket ready to be chopped up for breakfast.
Nice. You ever take a brisket and just like bite it like a sandwich? Just like
I haven't yet.
I've always wanted to do that.
Yes, I've always wanted to do that. Michelle, I got your brisket right here ready to be chopped. Welcome.
I'm chopping it?
Do you want to, or I can chop it?
No, I'm fine.
And then we have Michelle comes in on Saturdays. She's a super hardworking girl. She comes in on Saturdays, helps with sides, and she also helps serve a lot of the breakfast stuff on Saturdays too, and everybody else kind of tie it up, prepping stuff for Saturday. She's great. Love having her around.
This is for breakfast. Our breakfast tacos and for our biscuits and gravy.
I was also wow.
People coming in. Anything else?
Oh yeah, so we'll do breakfast from 8 to 10:30-ish, or until the breakfast is gone, and then we start the lunch at 10:45.
How we doing, brother? Good. Okay.
Brisket and ribs.
Yeah. On that brisket, you want interviews?
What drinks? Some water, tea, soda, and there's a couple that yeah, y'all sold out early yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Came and almost cried.
I was like, you better hurry, they'll be sold out by noon.
Thank y'all. Thank you.
Being able to making payroll, making bills paid, still having some left over, and getting to keep doing the dream every day is what makes this worth it.
It's a lot of improvising in barbecuing that differentiates us.
This is where we make our dreams come true. We put 100% of our passion into this place you may call a hole in the wall. The people who are searching for that bite of brisket, that bite of ribs, that bite of sausage could find that right here.
I definitely love and appreciate being the spot for some people. It's quite an honor.
Yeah, so we've been featured on quite a few good places, Texas Monthly, LA Times, Eater LA. Definitely the most meaningful one will be the Vice video. That one, man, has touched so many people that I couldn't believe.
And I got a lot of people to come over and try us out, and it's definitely amazing to see as far as how far out the barbecue community can get.
Yeah, so Ray's BBQ is located here in the city of Huntington Park. It's about a 10-15 minute drive from downtown LA. We're open from Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. or sell out, and that's the fun part about it. We don't know who's stepping in the store, we don't know what company's gonna order, and it's always great to see new people here.
When my dad started selling backyard barbecue, he remembered having folks having a hard time pronouncing his real name, which is Rene. Ray was a similar nickname to it, and it pretty much stuck ever since. He let people know it was Ray's BBQ, and it stayed from there.
On Fridays, we usually try and do, some special. Recent ones have been a crispy pork belly. Smoked chicharron, something I guess you don't find everywhere, but LA vibes with it. People will get it at their arcade market, a lot of Latino markets. Yeah, we're really trying to live a different take on something that's common here. More traditional rub going on with this one.
That's some secret sauce right there, huh?
Yeah, and it'll hit the palate on top of that crispy, crunchy top. We do ours smoked all the way. Almost resembles like a whole hog, which is one of my favorite foods in barbecue. Very fond of Carolinas.
Oh, nice.
That's why we like to carry cheerwine too.
Okay.
Because it's a Carolina drink. It pairs perfectly with our barbecue here. Bring that little, that little taste from over here.
Wow, that is like so incredibly sweet. Yeah, I guess because I'm just thinking about the pulled pork, I kind of understand the pairing. Yeah, it's literally liquid candy.
So what would you say is the drink LA barbecue?
I'd say a Topo Chico, I don't know,
That's so LA, it's like mineral water.
On a Friday night yet.
The salts just dry out the skin?
Yeah, it'll come off, so. And like you said, just dry out that skin. It's just days of early mornings and long nights. Definitely lots of patience and attention to detail.
Is there a specific shape or size you're looking for?
Yeah. If I put a small one, it'll just burn really hard. At least one that has its whole shape or chunkier log. We use white oak. We like the aroma it gives out, how it burns.
That's just the middle ground of good lasting wood alongside nice smoke, not too much of a harsh flavor. And I find it, after talking to some pitmasters too, that it is the wood of choice here in California without paying the Texas price of imported post oak.
So at this point, do you feel like you mastered the J&R?
I learn as I go, always. And I'm always tweaking it to see if I always get better results.
We're using 2 J&R Smoke Masters. We're loving our J&Rs. To us, they're our babies now. We've been able to pin it down, and there's no way we would rather cook off.
Right here down below, right here is the fire block store. Open that up. There's a little fire going. And, you can see right here, little air holes. That's where the smoke in the back will come up. Up top here is that fan. We'll blow it, blow the smoke around evenly. J&R has been around for 50 years, and it's been right there with the offsets starting off. I think they've been around for 50 years for a reason. Carolinas, they'll base their meats. Usually salt. Use the sauce, this kind of sauce, vinegar-based sauce. Because I can't do whole hogs with these J&Rs either. The belly is one of the best parts of the pig, so I figured, at least I can do that, right?
Wow. So you get You know, like it almost has the same elements as like a fried chicharron, but like you can absolutely taste like the barbecue aspect to it. It's like the perfect marriage. Yeah, that's a like top tier pork belly for sure. Yeah, dude, okay, let's go get a plate of that.
Yeah. So we started off as a pop-up here in the city of Huntington Park. At first, my dad started off with some pulled pork, moved up from there to some ribs. Ever since then, it was all support of the community to the point where we had to re-inspire ourselves to be like, okay, this is good, but we want to be great. So that was when we decided to make the trip to Austin, try Franklin's, and from there, Ray's BBQ was reborn.
But definitely thankful for the plentiful trips that we've made in those previous years to develop the palate that helps me cook today.
I'm excited to try it.
Seeing the hard work people put out and me eating their food and being satisfied and inspired from that. And you know, also from seeing my dad, I recall seeing him trimming and thinking, you know, I might have to do that at some point.
Slicing away at briskets, the knife work behind it, easily get into my zone of just trimming away.
The most popular protein would be that brisket. It was a very, at first, I was slow at getting at it.
When I first started though, and it took me like 4 times as long. That's just because sometimes you'll get some different, every brisket looks different, right? So learning how and what I want to trim off the brisket, there's a learning curve to that for sure.
You know, we stick with that Central Texas style. The salt, pepper rub, you know, oak smoke.
Yeah, just now it's more chill, just, you know, watch the tan, watch the smoke.
I mean, we try our best to live up to Texas barbecue because when we first went there, to us, it was a pinnacle experience, which is why we, you know, try so hard to try and bring it over here.
Another big Texas influence would be the jalapeno cheddar sausages, because those are definitely the ones that blew our mind. We never had sausages like this until we traveled to Texas for the first time. I mean, every time we take a bite from anywhere in the country, it is inspiring, whether if it's our chicharron, which is inspired by our Salvadoran heritage, which is a necessity for pupusas, Memphis-style dry rub ribs, North Carolina-style pulled pork with its mud sauce.
It's barbecue that has various influences, but ultimately, you know, as it's family run and we put our love into it as a family, we're honored to put food on the table for others and build a relationship off that with them.
Today was Friday and it was pretty packed. You know, out of nowhere we opened, we have a few people in line. Next thing you know, a bus load comes in where tables are jam-packed. So it could vary, you know, it's all a surprise here at Ray's.
You want it back to go though, right?
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Go ahead and take a seat, guys.
I'm the one who's supervising, making sure our customers are satisfied. I'll go say what's up, check up on them. And that's the cool part where, you know, I'm a people's person. I'll have to see what's up, you know. Master, I would say my brother's the lead pitmaster. You know, he lets me sleep a little bit more, so.
But he still does his thing.
You know, I obviously help him out. You know, I would never let him down.
He's always quick to get my back, whether it be some error in you know, in the front of house, and you know, I'm a little flustered. I'll do the late shifts, but he'll cover me later in that day to, you know, at least he'll get me some rest or something.
We got each other's back, which lets us work comfortably. As the kitchen lead, keeping quality control, the sides, I'll give all that credit mainly to my mom.
Yeah, my mom's definitely la jefa here. She doesn't take any shortcuts.
She's the one who built this business with my dad from the ground up. She makes sure we're doing things right, we don't slack off.
Yeah, she always, you know, makes sure that I'm doing all right. And it's nice to have someone like that, you know, to check up on you.
The pros of working together with parents and siblings is that we're each other's own bosses in a way.
Ultimately, we're not really tracking each other's hours or anything. We do what we gotta do.
I describe the customer base here at Ray's to be a lot of blue collar, especially from the lunch rushes we get here, sitting next to the most industrial city here in the West Side. Hit around lunchtime, man, we're pretty packed in here, and you know, everyone's on lunch break, so we're crunching down orders as fast as we can. You know, I always say come before 1 and we'll have everything. And if not, you're gonna be missing out on a little something if you come a little later.
The ordering of half pounds and pounds. That's a little new to some, but we're glad that people are open to it.
Keeping it going, and I mean they're bringing it up. This is Cali barbecue for you, and they're bringing it hard and they're bringing it fast, and they're doing what they got. They know their skills, they master the craft. As you can see, selling out like 3-4 times a week. Come on, Ray's barbecue for you, dog. Don't forget, Huntington Park, California. Building relations with our customer base, and they saw, we're just two young brothers just trying to make it work. They appreciate it, and they show us love for it. There's parts of this lifestyle where, you could feel overwhelmed, and there's parts of it where, you're just chilling and smoking away at some meats.
In the beginning of February 2022, we had to decide if we were gonna run this business or not after our dad passed away. When our dad was here holding it down, we weren't sure if it was for us. We were thrown in deep water. We've had zero experience up to this year. We hurdled up in a circle, me, my brother, and my mom, and we said we're gonna do this. We took a day off from mooring, still fresh after my dad's passing. I had no idea how I was gonna come here, take orders, and work like nothing happened.
The support of the community was insane. It was insane.
And that was when I realized, like, this is like our barbecue fam. This is why we need to do it. Not just to support each other and pay bills, but we have people that rely on us.
For me, it was like a way of relieving the morning a little. At the time it happened, where we took over, I look at my work here also as a way to honor him. And so I always try to put out whatever I put out, something that I feel like he would approve of.
Yeah, I gotta get me one of those like gloves right there.
Oh yeah.
That's clean.
Always gloves.
Yeah, dude.
Always gotta use it now. Saturdays, recently we've been doing beef rib. We'll go in early for that.
I always describe it as beef rib as like fatty brisket on a stick. That's the way to describe it to me. Like, it's like a brisket tomahawk.
Customers have been happy that we've been bringing those back. Yeah, me too. I mean, I get a beef rib every now and then, so it's something in it for me too. But yeah. Usually that's also, one of our busiest days. So yeah, we try to push out so that hopefully everybody who comes by on Saturday can get their barbecue fix.
I feel Ray's is so popular is because of the experience. We're just a small little joint of me, my brother, and my mom, and I come to a realization that, when I could either be having a bad thought or stress, whatever it is, there's someone out there waiting for us to open.
We're pretty recognizable here in NYC for making great food. But the only way that happens is passion. You gotta have passion, and you gotta have that care for what you're creating. It's really a lot of hard work. Everybody loves a story, man, like somebody just coming up out of nowhere. No restaurant experience. Doing food now. Go figure. We've received in a short time span quite a few accolades. I'm not too crazy about accolades, to be honest with you. It's not something I focus on. I just focus on making good food, and whatever comes with it, and that's about it. But I was on national television on the Tamron Hall show. We've done, obviously, our Vice segment. When the Vice segment went live and it went on YouTube, we saw a tremendous amount of growth. So after that, you can imagine the lines were just crazy. It was just sold out like in 2 hours. Eater has written about us as well. And there's probably a whole bunch of other articles I don't even know. Usually they get sent to me, and that's how I find out. Yeah, so. I was coming up with a name for the business. I was like, man, Santana's Barbecue. Reuben's barbecue. A family member told me like, hey, how about Bark barbecue? And I was like, Bark barbecue? And I was like, really? He's like, yeah, think about it. You know, bark from the tree, you know, bark on the meat. There you go, Bark barbecue. And I was like, you know what? Bark barbecue, let's go for it. Bark barbecue is located in Timeout Market at 55 Water Street, Brooklyn. So it's right near that famous brick road under the Manhattan Bridge that everybody takes a wedding picture, prom picture, just about any picture. We've been there since November, so we're almost about to have a year. We're open 7 days a week. There's no chance for a reset. 7 days a week and 11 a.m. till we sold out. On Wednesdays is usually a great day to pass by, but you want to know, things fluctuate every week. So like this Wednesday was crazy busy. You know, we're prepping sauces, we're prepping our broth that we do for our rice, all our custard for our mac and cheese. That's the main thing with this barbecue stuff, man, it's prep. Prep is the most important thing. So Bark is different from a lot of barbecue joints because we're open 7 days a week. First, we have the quality of being psychotic. So if you don't have that quality, it's gonna be tough. Julio's been with me since Smorgasburg of last year, and he's the one that mans the ships over there, and he's a huge help. And then we have Yanissa, she's our supervisor, works in the kitchen side of things to help with the recipes, making sure everything is consistent. And then we have Camila. Camila, she helps back of house and front of house as well. Samba, he's our lead cook. He's a machine. Yeah, my man gets everything ready. I have one of the most amazing crews out here. We're a band of misfits. It's made up of different cultures, different personalities, and I don't think Bark, as it is right now, would be what it is unless it had the crew that it has right now.
I'm going to start the cornbread, okay?
When I started Bark, I didn't know like what was the reception gonna be of Texas barbecue. But to be honest, a lot of people are fans of Texas barbecue in New York. Like it says on the awning, it's a Dominican Texas style barbecue. You know, people are just like, what does that mean? And it's like exactly what it says. You know what it is, bro? Us Dominicans are really known for like seasoning everything. It's oregano, chili powder, pepper flakes. Everything gets oregano except the sauces.
So it's like a very Dominican thing, the oregano?
That's so Dominican.
Okay.
Oregano is so big in DR. But I usually like using the whole ones and crushing them right when I'm about to use them. It's a little bit more fresher, but that's like our Lowry's, to be honest with you. That and adobo, sazon. Yeah, man. So I'm from Dominican descent. I was brought up mainly with my Dominican family. So we have a good mix of, you know, what you would usually find at a barbecue spot, which are brisket, pork ribs, pulled pork, and then you have our arroz maduros. Those are just things that when you go to a sweet 16 or a birthday party, you know, they have all the bandejas out on the table, and you're just putting a little bit of everything. And that's the beautiful thing, I think, like it just complements the meat and the meat complements everything else. All the pieces go well together and it creates this great flavor and experience when you go and eat at Bark.
You go, Papa. Oh.
When you're on the line and you come in order at the cutting station, you know, we're here, we're talking, wow, hey, what's up? You know, it's like, it's such like a chill vibe, you know? Like, we try not to take ourselves too serious because we want you to have a great experience. In DR, no matter how difficult it is out there, how much hardship they have, one of the biggest things is like, everybody's gonna eat, everybody's gonna have a good time, they're gonna drink their presidentes, and that's, I think, that's one of the biggest vibes that I wanted, you know, us to have at the restaurant. Our brisket is it's a Texas style brisket, but with Dominican flavors and seasonings. Then you have our pork ribs. Our pork ribs are also very different because they're not a very sweet flavor profile. It's more of a salty, savory type of profile, you know? And then you have our Dominican style pork belly, aka chicharrón. Also, we have our chicken. It's smoked and then it's fried, so you have that crispy skin, and because it's smoked, it just has that soft, juicy interior. It's like, oh man, I just love our mac and cheese. And that thing gets all the bells and whistles and seasoning. You have our rice. We do a 24-hour bone broth with our bones that we trim off the bone-in bellies. Our cornbread, we have cinnamon, anise, so it's a twist on it. And then you have our coleslaw, and we also have our plátanos, which is my favorite side. Even just eating on a regular basis.
No sandwich. You just want a chocolate? All right. Yeah. I mean, I'll give you a little bit of onions and coleslaw on the side.
The biggest thing that people don't know is the sold out model. And it's crazy. You know, people think like you have an infinite amount of meat and you can produce an infinite amount of meat, but it's really, really impossible. And we've tried, and trust me, we've upped the quantities, man, but we're still selling out. So it's tough. I think that's the biggest difficulty. I would have to say we're cooking about 5 days out of the week. I'm gonna start cooking our briskets, our pork butts, our big proteins, you could say. As simple as it may seem, man, like this part right here, and knowing how much falls, is very important. Because also, like, when you over season, like, that's when you have, like, the rub that it comes off. Like, you'll just see, like, it comes off like a little chip. I really like the flavor profile of our brisket. I feel like it's very distinct. And, you know, apart from, you know, really focusing on the cook, I feel the flavor separates it as well. I feel like it's different. So we have 4 pits right now currently, and we have a 500 and 3 1,000 gallons. We have our first 500 gallon. That's Big Red. The first 1,000 gallon is Hank. And the third and the fourth, we still didn't come up with a name. So they're like nameless right now. So now that you brought it up, I think they're feeling some type of way. The burn end, like the one that has the fat cap, you want it against the wall because that's where you're gonna have the most heat deflecting off of. So it kind of protects it on that side. This side is much cooler. It's not that we open it up a lot, but we do peek inside of there, which ones have a lot of moisture on top of, and we have to transfer it over to make sure it dries out. And also all the small ones in the back, and then we increment the sizes when it gets closer to the fire box. You know, it's typical stuff. In general, barbecue, I always used to barbecue at home, just like anybody else. And you know, I got my first wood chip smoker. So at that time is when I worked on the craft. The first time I did brisket was horrendous. I'm gonna work on fire management, see how good I can get, and I'll try to conquer brisket again. So for July 4th of 2019, I would have to say I did like a July 4th party, backyard party. We invited, it was like 30 people that came over. And I did the brisket. I was more methodical in the way I did everything. Well, started at precise time, had everything trimmed, seasoned, and stuff like that. And when I sliced into that first brisket, I was like, oh yeah, this is it right here.
Where'd you find that stump?
He gives it to me.
Okay.
Because every so often, you know, we lack precision, and we end up chipping away at it. So he gets that. We use white oak. The supplier I have is one of the best. Hartsdale Greenhouses. He can get me like 4 or 5 cords just like that. It burns really good, neutral flavored wood, so you can use it with any protein. It's just so well seasoned, burns great. And I've had a lot of people who borrow wood from me. They're like, yo, this is the best wood I've ever used. So I know for a fact that they're giving me quality stuff. Briskets right now, with the current briskets that we have, about 14-hour cook on a good day. Our ribs and our chicharrón, they're usually around the same time, 6-7 hours. So every day is a long day.
Today is gonna be like, it's gonna be a smoke cook. For chicharrón today is gonna be like 30 bellies. Yeah.
So what's a regular cook then?
50, 52. Cook today is gonna be like the refill for the weekend.
Our pitmaster, we have Goldee. Goldee's from Puerto Rico. He actually moved here from Puerto Rico. Man, he's been there since November. He's been really reliable, hardworking guy. and so friendly. Like, people love him at the restaurant because he's just a character, man.
I see what Ruben does in New York. I visited him, and that day was like, if we know each other for like 10 years, you know. Here we are 9 months later, puppy. You see like a lot of salt, but really is why I tell you, you know, this is gonna be fall apart. It's just to dry the skin up.
So yeah, chicharrón is definitely not a Texas item as we make it, but it is a protein very popular in Texas, which would be pork belly burnt ends. Yeah, man, that chicharrón is just epic.
This recipe of Ruben is fire, bro. That has a lot of spices. I work at the restaurant some days, seeing the face of the people when they try the chicharrón and the ribs. That's awesome, bro. That's the real feeling.
These are important, man. What people be gnawing on right now. A little rib tips, a little cartilage on the bones. I'll make sure every crevice is well seasoned.
Today is, as crazy as it sounds, is not a big cook. Just it's a very hot day, so we have to take care of the smoker. The best part, wait right now.
So he
Hey,
gave it to my noodles.
Hey, my man.
Accidentally, we fell into being categorized as a great sandwich spot. We had no intentions of that, but hey, when something's great, it's great, right? So we have our tres golpe sandwich, which consists of fried cheese, which is a very, very common cheese in, I would have to say, Hispanic households in the morning, you know, to go with your breakfast. Our plátano maduro, which is our sweet plantain, and our pulled pork. And then you have some bark sauce drizzled on that. So it's like a really good contrast of flavors in there.
Oh my gosh, this is so good.
Then we have our chopped chicharrón brisket sandwich. So we'd take some of our smoked chicharrón and our smoked brisket, put it together, mash it up, put it in a ball, put it in some buns with a little drizzle of bark sauce. And it sounds very simple, but it's just a great marriage, to be honest with you.
They're so different, but dang, I like this one too. Either one, I mean, this is the best barbecue sandwich I've ever had, like, easily. It's not even close.
Because not only does the cook take that long, but after you take them out, you gotta wrap them. So that even takes another couple of hours, so.
Doesn't break, Bobby. remember that sazon era of barbecue, Bobby. I never use the honey like Ruben does in the wrapping technique. It takes the rib to another level.
So this food's for the restaurant and also Smorgasbord?
Yes, sir.
Smorgasburg is one of the biggest food festivals in the nation. It's almost like a talent show. They go in there and they showcase their food, and if they accept you in, you're able to have a spot. So we're doing Saturdays in Williamsburg, 11 a.m. till we sell out. Right now, because of the restaurant, it's actually great because it falls in line with the regular production. You know, they gotta have their own checklist, make sure they have everything, because once you're at the festival and you forget something, that's it, it's a wrap, you know?
The first time I met Ruben, I swear to you, Bobby, the only thing that I use to get to Ruben is the music. When I get there, it's like dun, 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 dun. And I, okay. Ah, véralo allí. We don't have the reggaeton, Bobby, we don't work.
So meeting new people, seeing the new vendors too, also, man, everybody that's in their stories, like how they started up, it's really cool seeing them. But I believe that there's a culture gap in barbecue. It's because I'm in New York, and obviously there's just so much diversity, and it's just such a melting pot for culture and food. There's just so many other flavors and proteins that can actually come into barbecue and be just as amazing as that brisket, just as amazing as those pork ribs, but we just need people to be more open to it, and that way everybody, there's a lot of creative people in the barbecue community, man, and there's a lot of barbecue concepts right now that are really flourishing and adding on to that, so that's absolutely great and fantastic because that's what we want.
Yeah, what's up, Jace?
Good to see you, man.
What's up? How's your food crew been going?
Oh, great. Yeah, I'm adding on.
You're working on that pack.
Yeah, that's right. My one pack.
New York is a place where you can find a Michelin star hole in the wall. Hole in the wall that's in the basement of it. 10 minutes, you're in a very Hispanic dominant area. Another 10 minutes, you're in a very Jewish area, then Chinese area. It's just so much diversity, so much different food. That's why we have the malus, that's why we have the rice, you know, that's why we have the chicharrón, which would be pork. But there's something for everybody to be like, oh, to familiarize with and be like, oh yeah, that, okay.
Thank you.
Just take this piece with me, no problem.
We have our sandwiches, our chopped chicharrón brisket sandwich, and then we have our meats, ribs, brisket. So it doesn't have the full menu. You know, it's kind of a little nudge, hey, go to the restaurant, you want to try everything else, you know? So it's a little bit of advertising too, so, you know. The busiest day of the week is Sunday. Sundays are the busiest days of the week. We have extra weight when it comes to briskets, pulled pork, and chicharrón. Our beef ribs are sold only on the weekends, Saturday and Sunday. And beef ribs are just, I mean, come on now. Like, I never knew about a beef rib until I saw a Texas barbecue video. And out here in New York, it's tough to find beef ribs. So that was something that I had to offer. And it's only on the weekends because it takes a lot of space and it's a very costly item, you know. It's like another incentive to come on the weekends and dine in with us. So, and when service starts at 11, you know, we have a good amount of people that are already waiting for the doors to open. So, hey, you don't have to be at 11. You can be there at 1, 2. But after 3, 4, forget about it. It's non-stop. You're giving that tray to that customer, you feel confident enough to be like, yo, I provided the most highest quality possible and I put my heart and soul in this. Those who think that barbecue is a fad or even Bark Barbecue won't last, we're still gonna be here. And we're gonna be here for a while. Yo, my man, baby.
We consider ourselves a top tier brand. You can walk up and you can look at a rotisserie, you can look at an offset, or you can look at a San Maria and go, that's M&M. There's most people that build smokers and stuff like that, this isn't something that they've done for 15, 20 years. They've never really been in the back of houses like we have.
Passion meets skill and talent if the results are clear. I think we're about to the point now that we have it dialed absolutely to the nines.
So are we gonna get a chance to fire up some of these smokers?
We don't do that here.
Yeah. We have some pretty awesome names that use us. We have Goldee's, which is ranked #1 for Texas Monthly.
#2 Interstellar coming up that uses us.
And we also have Bird Bean, which is ranked #4 as well.
We have in Texas Monthly 3 of the top 5 using M&Ms.
Location. No, he's got 2 of ours now. The big one, Kevin Bledsoe. He's just won a James Beard Award.
So you have Kevin Bledsoe out of California, you have Andrew Munoz out of Moose Craft, and then you have Dayne at Heritage.
We're humbled to have these guys, just fantastic names at the top of the game that'll be using M&Ms.
We are in Toole, Texas, which 99% of people have no clue where that is. It's at about an hour southeast of Dallas.
And we started in a 30 by 40 shop, and then we moved over here. We thought we were gonna outgrow this thing in like 3 years. We had a 3-year plan, and we outgrew it in like 3 months. So we're having to try to figure out kind of what we're gonna do in the future, but that's a good problem to have. I am very much ingrained in Texas barbecue for a long time now. My background is in repair side. M&M was created. My dad, his name is Michael Miller. My name is Michael Miller. So at that point in time, it was M&M Barbecue Pit Repair.
Mike and his dad saw what goes wrong with barbecue pits and what costs restaurants money for 15 years.
And then about 6-7 years ago, we created M&M Barbecue Company. M&M still works, you know, Michael and Matt.
And that was a kind of an umbrella of everything, because we're not just repair. And so that is a short story of kind of how it came to be.
So are you like building anything today?
Yeah, I'm working on those El Reyes, the big ones, the one for Heritage for Dayne. I found out very fast that I was not meant for the corporate world. I decided I wanted to do what I always loved, which was build cars and custom fabrication and work with my hands, and I found a tech school. I made a call to check the school out, and I was signed up for that day. I was a speaker at graduation and picked this top outstanding student in every single one of my core classes. Landed a job at a high-end hot rod shop right out of the gate. I did that high-level sheet metal, metal shaping, chassis fabrication, you know, from $250,000 cars to $2 million cars for almost 7 years. Yeah, there's serious R&D in everything we do. All of it carries over from our background. We're a legit in-house fabrication shop, so that's the balance of us hiring and training people, is finding people that, if you don't like building and working things with your hand, because this is rough work, you know, grinding fabrication, but if you're not passionate about it, you won't last long here, that's for sure.
That's one thing that we advocate here. You know, we don't want when you come here that you just dread being here. We want to keep a really fun culture, but you know, produce some cool stuff.
So our wood fire rotisserie, basically, it's a thermostat controlled, castable, insulated, all wood fire smoker.
These are simple 7.5 amp, runs less than a hair dryer, and it can run the entire rotisserie. And so it has an actuator motor that's opening a damper on the firebox, producing oxygen and closing oxygen, producing the oxygen and closing it all day long. We've actually got 12 plus hours on one load before.
Instant savings in the most basic thing in wood. Anything we can do that helps people see an instant, you know, impact in their pocketbook going, dude, I'm saving $1,000 a week in wood.
We didn't come up with that concept. That concept has been around, patented since 1968. But what we've done is we've taken this base design that we know can work, and we just made it work better, last longer, and more improved.
Basically, we have a rear firebox or a side-loaded firebox, and that runs off pure wood. Once you get your fire established and it runs, all the racks, there are 12 racks inside of a rotisserie that turns, so it's self-basting, constantly moving, nothing static, delivers heat as absolutely evenly as possible.
So we have an MM240, we have an MM1000, and an MM2000.
It's our MM2000, which is our largest rotisserie. He's a veteran, so we did 30 millimeter rounds from a 810 Warthog. So everyone loves them. I think they look killer. 60 to 72 briskets is about the range on it, so nearly 2,000 pounds of meat. Pretty amazing.
It's like the capacity of two 1,000 gallon pits.
Yeah, very much so. It's pretty amazing watching the initial hesitancy for offset guys and hearing somebody that's as established as they are cook on it for a couple weeks. Learn the secrets. They're all a little different. Everything's different, and then getting the call and saying, I cooked the best brisket I've ever cooked, which is, I love hearing it, because all the offset lovers and other people that are anti-rotisseries, they can keep fighting it, but they're not going to be able to fight it for the long. Mocation, he's a ball energy.
He is, he's awesome. Mo called me up and he's like, Mike, I just gotta tell you this, man. He goes, I cooked the best brisket. I would put this against anybody in Texas. I'm telling you right now. And it came off that M&M. He's been doing Memphis and May competing about 7 years now. And that's almost a Super Bowl of cook-offs. He's never got that final call. And he's like, Mike, I want you to build one of your 240s for me, specifically for Memphis and May. He's never cooked on a 240. And he called me up and he's like, Mike, I got the championship call. I'm making the top 3. He's never got a globe like that. Never made the top 3. And he's super excited. I'm super excited. I'm like, dude, you're about to make me cry, man. Like, they're not only customers, they're friends. And we call them M&M family. Like, when they win, we win. And we help each other win. Like, can we put the best product out for them? But we love offsets too. We build them as well. And so what we try to do is say, hey, we're gonna build you the baddest pit no matter which one.
We have the Goldee's 100, obviously, which is marketed at 6 briskets. It'll do 8, but Johnny himself said we put it at 6 because 8 was a handful. But you can do it, but it's a handful. It's a little bit more to deal with. Then we go straight to a 250 gallon, or 500 and 1,000 right now. Is everything we own.
Okay, so the Texas traditional offset, you have firebox on one end, stack on the other end. The design is not as old as it seems. It almost feels like this has been around for 100 years. 1983 is when the kind of first official Texas offset came into fruition. And so with it not being all that old, really no one has done much tweaking to them. Kind of said, all right, well, here's kind of what we've done. Let's just keep rolling with the same thing we've done. Let's cut a big hole in it. Let's put a big firebox on it and let's roll. And then you burn the first 4 that you're filling. So him and I are going, no, we're gonna come together. We're gonna come up with a design that you can utilize 100% of the pit.
Our full setup, full castable bottom. So as this firebox heats up, coal bed's established, the actual bottom of this, which is castable refractory, will heat up and resonates heat as well, which helps maintain an even pit as it goes. The most unique firebox in the game, so we've patented a flat bottom, round top. For that one, honestly started it for pure function purposes. We like really big coal beds. So not only do you have your fire in there, that thing is a heating stone. You just have a constant warming heat source that holds heat other than anything. It doesn't drop heat as much as other ones.
You know, we want to make sure that, hey, this is a bad piece and this is awesome, but this thing is going to operate, this thing is going to run, and it's going to serve every day.
We've actually done a lot of study and practice on thermodynamics, basically moving heat around. But this has our patented bypass system, which basically allows us to function and actually cook and use door one, which is pretty awesome. So we've been working on this for a long time. The absolute lightest, smoothest doors in the industry. This is a 3/8 thick plate door setup, and this is our finger light doors. Pretty awesome. Yeah. There's some other smooth doors in the game, but not as light and smooth as ours. We've got that freaking dialed. The phrase we say here a lot is functional aesthetics. That's kind of like a core value focus of M&M. It's functional in the fact that everything we do, we don't just design or change something because it looks cool. We make it look cool. That's what we do. It's part of our style and our brand. It has that, twisted steel and sex appeal. But whatever change we made was specifically because a restaurant complained about something.
Everything is done by M&M. We don't outsource anything here. These are high-end, high-quality builds.
Been requested to do this biscuit test for a while now. And after many reach outs, we're going to do the biscuit test.
The biscuit test is basically the gold standard for looking at heat distribution in a pit. With biscuits, unlike barbecue, I like to get it up to like 300, 325. Yeah, and it basically, because they're light, supposed to be cooked hot and fast and fluffy, will let you know instantly where the hot spots are in your smoker. I think the ultimate test is actually cooking in a smoker with a live fire at 325, 300 degrees and still being able to say, look at that, there's a fire right next to this, and everything came out wonderful. All right, lose a good bit of heat loading it up, so we're gonna go ahead and throw one more log on it. All right, let it eat.
So whether it's an offset or a rotisserie, every single one of those fires ran through them, every single one of them goes through a QC check. We already have them seasoned before they leave the shop.
All right, so we're at about 20 minutes. The last log on it got her up to about 325, so it went a little quicker. She thought she was. This right here, this is literally on the wall, and it's just a golden brown. Second row, third row.
That's at 325.
That's at 325.
Flaky.
So we both were born in Dallas. So we actually met when we were 10, but we didn't hit it off quite yet. It was kind of competitive. Turned out we both like riding bikes, and
once we started hanging out, we were inseparable. 30 years now.
I've been calling him Old Man Mike since he was 12, so that's all right.
Yeah, I think everybody had.
Yeah, the darkest ones are at the bottom. That's right next to the firebox.
We like taking our equipment and just throwing it in the fire. Trial by fire, because then you get the best constructive criticism back on the plant when you have especially chefs and pitmasters that we work with.
Criticism and innovation are almost hand in hand. Here at M&M, we welcome criticism.
So El Rey is our first Santa Maria style grill. When designing that and wanting to come up with something unique, we came up with the cantilever arm design. So it's a free suspended, the arms are actually coming from the back and the grates and just the cables are hanging. And we're already seeing some people kind of trying to copycat around on the internet quick. It's crazy how fast it happens.
Within a week.
Saw one in Australia, someone whipped up that I thought it was something I built. I was like, holy shit, it looks just like something I did. It looked good. I was like, man, they look good. It's amazing how much red tape you have to go through this because how simple people can just divert here to change it. So I think it ended up being a design patent, basically for the aesthetics of cantilever style armor. That's also ETL NSF certified, completely kitchen safe, fire rated.
Yeah,
the most expensive roll of stickers you'll ever see in your life.
So NSF is that it's food safe. If you look at your refrigerators, to your stoves, to all that stuff, you're gonna see this little blue tag. Because that lets the health department that's gonna be coming into your restaurant say, hey, this thing is healthy for the public to cook on. ETL is UL rating. That is your fire safety. That is to let your fire marshal go, hey, this thing has been tested and it's safe to put in your building or safe to have XYZ. If you're starting a restaurant, if you're doing anything like that, I'm gonna look right at the camera. You want to make sure to have those certifications. It took a year off my life to get these NSF and ETL certifications. Because of our history, we know these cities want NSF and ETL. They want UL certified equipment. Last thing we want to do is have somebody buy a $45,000 piece of equipment from us, spend $100 grand, and then the city go, I couldn't imagine going through that. I can't sleep at night going through that, and I'm not the one building it. We will make sure these things are certified and ready to rock and roll. And we're gonna go to bat for you too. So when the city calls you, when all these guys call you, we already have everything ready for you. And we'll work hand in hand with the city, work hand in hand with the fire marshal.
This is a trend we're seeing that is an issue, and I don't see anyone fixing it, so we're gonna be the first ones to fix it.
These are the backyard.
Yep.
Okay.
So this is the standard size for now, our first one. This is the El Nino.
So our backyard model that we're really pushing on is our El Nino, which is our Santa Maria grill. Our base is basically a 36-inch by 17-inch cooking grate, fully mobile, but also an option to remove from the stand if you want to put it in a counter. And it is basically the little brother to El Rey that has our same patented cantilever, free suspended style with a really smooth gear and pawl. The Goldee's backyard is the 100-gallon offset, which is Goldee's design, built by M&M. We do have a prototype backyard offset, but we're just not ready to drop it yet. Some call it the dark horse waiting in the back. The other one that isn't ready yet, it's not finalized, but we do have a mini backyard rotisserie. That is an absolute monster. The first prototype has just been cashing checks and snapping necks.
We'll open it up real quick. It can fit up to 4 briskets in it. All thermostat controlled, 100% all natural wood fired as well. There's no gas in this, there's no heater elements in this, it's natural wood fired. You can get 6 hours, or so on a full firebox.
Not only do we build equipment, service equipment, and work on equipment, but we cook on our own equipment.
Yep.
So you go to any event, and from what I see, there aren't any other pit builders that are out there slinging and firing with all the chefs, all the pit masters, and we enjoy it. Like we're in the whole industry. We're not just builders. We enjoy cooking, and I like being around it. You get to work with some of the best people in the world at cooking. I'm learning from it too. So I think it's just the ultimate storm to creating the best product possible.
First part done.
Awesome.
For almost 4 years, cooked and ran a kitchen at a barbecue restaurant in college. Yep. I needed a job and ended up running a kitchen for almost 4 years at a very high volume barbecue restaurant. Learned a whole lot. So
fun fact, he's probably one of the fastest slicers in the game. Nobody's seen it yet, but he is fast. Hold on. Damn, we are blessed. Look at the people that we get to meet, the years that we've put in, and the hours we put in, and to see it all come to fruition.
Gratitude. I don't have to go do this. I don't have to do this. We get to do this.
When you have these customers that call you up and like, man, this changed my life. Made it to where I'm sane again because I was getting zero sleep. I just smile for the entire day going, man, I just love it.
I absolutely love the fact of seeing our product go from stock on the shelf to building an absolute workhorse that is a unique one-off piece that we can repeat and turn into something that actually goes out and works for people. It kind of started with we wanted to build pits to figuring out what business we were going to build to now we 100% know exactly what we're building and what we're after.
Hallelujah.
The end. The end.
food is a lot more approachable. Barbecue can be super rich and bold, but if you present it properly and you have the right types of sides and you balance everything out, just learn as you go. We want to show, and I think we've proven, we can hold our own with the best of them. Everybody says live up to the hype, right? It does have to live up to the hype, which I think that we do here. When we opened in 2020, we got the Orange County Register, we got Best New Restaurant, and the next year we got Best Restaurant in Orange County. And then we got in the New Discovery for the Michelin Guide, and then a few months later we got the Bib Gourmand. It's awesome. I think Michelin has been starting to realize that this is a respectable craft, and we're being recognized for that. It's a lot of hard work. I mean, I can argue that it's a lot harder work than, you know, being in a fine dining restaurant.
Is it like pretty hard to like wake up this early in the morning?
It was, it definitely is. You know what, even after doing it for a few years, it was still hard to get up sometimes this early. Morning shift when we first opened the restaurant in 2020, August, during quarantine. And yeah, that weekend I started up morning shift, and I've been doing it pretty much ever since. Working on 3 years this August. Right. The trick is to lick the grape.
That's when you know it's clean, huh?
So this morning we're gonna start on some briskets, our Creekstone Farm briskets. We're gonna go 20 of them just for tomorrow, nothing too big. And we're also gonna be smoking pork shoulders that'll go on. Kind of build a little wok in some briskets.
Yeah, that's smart. Those pork butts can take a lot of heat.
Yeah, exactly. They're
Nice.
way more forgiving.
Instead of doing a blocking log, you got a pork butt line. That's actually really smart.
Yeah, Chris is, he's just got such a great attitude. He's a very hard worker. He's proven himself to be super valuable to the team. He's somebody I truly entrust with, you know, our name, which, you know, Heritage might as well be my last name. You know, it's something that I hold near and dear, so.
It's a really gentle fire. You don't want every piece of wood combusting all at once, because what you're really going to create is it's going to be more of a convectional heat. You're not going to get as much smoke.
One thing that we're really proud of is just getting those offsets that you saw out there NSF certified for food use, which we're very happy to say that, you know, that we were the first, and which opened the doors for everybody else that you see in California that's doing Texas-style barbecue.
The briskets are looking pretty damn good.
Yeah, they are.
That's what we want right there. That's exactly what we want.
I am the butcher here at Heritage Barbecue, so I take care of all protein that comes through this restaurant. It's all encompassing. It's saving bones for stock, making sausage, rendering tallow, taking care of all the grind for sausage, burgers, anything else, any other daily specials. Every piece of protein goes through my hands at this place.
Lennon started with us for 3 years as well. Very talented guy. Creativity is something that like he excels at.
I was a butcher for going on 4 years at a retail butcher shop, working whole animal, so using the entire animal for a retail and culinary purpose.
You know, here we like to do things a little differently, and so, you know, I could bring them up, get a hog in and tell them to, you know, completely take it apart and you know, hey, make pate with this and do that with that and make sausage with this.
Crazy how you can do that without even looking.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, it's that muscle memory. Once you have the tension build up and everything, it's not going to go much elsewhere. You can, if you put on a little more tension, there's the risk of it rupturing for sure.
You can feel when it's about to do that.
Yeah, you know, you don't want to over twist them anyway, because there's going to be swelling and shrinking when it cooks.
And the guy is so fast.
He is fast.
Crazy fast, yeah.
It's that muscle memory. Just doing it over and over again. Aside from that, put on a good album and find your zone and work through it.
We use it mostly for like add-on briskets. So like if it's a chopped brisket sandwich or something.
Okay, got it. Is that going on today as well?
I believe they are throwing it on today, yeah.
So right now we have our pork belly char siu. The char siu is actually marinated for about 3, maybe 4 days before I pull it out and I season it and we'll throw it on.
That sugar or like a mix?
It's a mix. Okay. Yeah, it's brown sugar in it, Chinese 5 spice, 2 different things. It's gonna be about 10 to 12 hour cold smoke. We're gonna get mopped in this marinade, this mop sauce that we make up.
So how did it make the menu, or has it always been like a staple on the Heritage menu?
You know, we added it on pretty early, but our pork belly char siu is something that it's a staple pretty much at this point. It's always on the menu. That'll be pork belly for the week right there.
It's not really necessarily like a straight Texas style barbecue, but we are definitely inspired by the Southwest, but we take like a modern approach to our craft barbecue. My barbecue journey started in the backyard. We spent a lot of time in the backyard just cooking. So I had not been trained or taught. I remember one time cooking a brisket and a pork butt together and pulling them out at the same time, and you know, you burp, you could taste it like the next day, you know what I mean? That's how, but everybody around me said that they loved it, so.
Got some mad color on there. Mm-hmm. So we like to see. Ooh, the towel is just fucking going down.
There's definitely a lot of history here in this town. When we were doing construction here, we had to have an archaeologist be here and a native monitor, because anytime that they put a shovel or a backhoe into the ground, it had to be dumped out and examined. Actually, Chris Granado, I think you got to meet him. That's how we came to cross paths. He actually worked here as a monitor.
My shift is I'm kind of just watching the brisket, wrapping the pulled pork.
It's good to always have somebody that like comes from the community, and none of us are from this area. So he's been almost like an ambassador to heritage here in this town. Yeah, he's with us, man. He's a lifer, and he loves what we do. He's probably like one of our biggest supporters here in San Juan.
It's changing all the time as far as technique-wise. We're always trying to improve. Especially when it comes to the brisket.
He cares tremendously about everything, and if something doesn't come out right for whatever reason, he takes it very personally.
Yeah, every cook is different, you know, I mean, as far as, you know, when it's ready to come off. The key thing is actually the feel of the brisket. I think this side is still a little
tight.
So we have a little bit longer to go. Another 8 minutes, 5-8 minutes.
We sell more brisket than any other protein, so still our bread and butter.
I'm just not too happy with that mushy part on that one right there. That one. That's the only thing I was afraid of when I opened that one up.
He's one of those guys that'll come in the morning and say, like, while they're cutting the first brisket, like, how's brisket cutting? And he's been a valuable guy for us here, especially within the community.
So where did the Heritage BBQ name come from?
So when we first started out, Nicholas and I, our executive chef, he came up with that name. Nicholas just thought it would be a great name for something that we can express like where we came from and give some love to our roots and our ancestors.
That's an alarm at the mission. I always been here in the morning. I always joke around like, fuck, one of those kids got loose.
Yeah, it's a pretty big difference from yesterday to today. Yesterday, we were smoking briskets and pork belly, and yeah, there was no time frame yesterday. Today, we have to have stuff ready for service, so it's a little bit more of a jump in your step. We have pork ribs going on, We have chicken on, we have briskets on. Even though, yeah, it's a couple more proteins that we're getting ready, but they have to be ready for service. Nonetheless, you know, we're still keeping things going, not really pushing things too crazy. You know, we still want things to come out right.
My guys that I have in the kitchen, most of them have these really cool fine dining backgrounds. They're true chefs. They make these amazing dishes. Even though we have the new restaurant open and I can't be here all the time, I still get to see these things that they put out every day, and they just blow my mind, you know, when I get to see these specials that they put out.
About 8 o'clock, we'll end up wrapping our pork ribs up in aluminum foil.
Said, bro, they were gonna need you all weekend, homie.
And then we'll let them go for about an hour. And in about 20 minutes, we're gonna throw on tri-tips.
We sell a lot of tri-tip here. That's kind of an untraditional item for Texas barbecue. It's uniquely Californian, so we actually like to cold smoke our tri-tip, and then we finish them over live fire on the mill scale.
The before.
We've had friends that moved out to Texas, so we started making these trips out there to eat barbecue. That's kind of what really got my interest sparked in doing Texas style barbecue. We did pop-ups at breweries for about 3 years before we got our brick and mortar. The pandemic hit, and, you know, not being able to get a lot of the proteins that we needed to run a barbecue restaurant, we started to get really creative, and that's when we started bringing in a lot more vegetable dishes, things that were at a better price.
So these vegetables are for the salad?
Yes.
Okay.
This is a hot box asparagus that we incorporated in.
Morgan is awesome. Morgan came to us, I think, about a year into operating. But yeah, he's a very, very talented chef, cares about what he does, and he's a great leader. Personally, I think he excels in like doing those things that we want to do more here, which is like working with vegetables and like smoking vegetables and grilling vegetables and doing these composed dishes with them.
My in-laws are vegan. A lot of inspiration for plant-based cooking. If you give vegetables the same amount of time and attention that you do to meat, it tastes just as good. It can be the center of any dish.
That's somebody who I think a lot of people look up to, and just his work ethic is something that I think a lot of people gravitate towards him, and they, like, everybody kind of wants to work like Morgan because he's so good at working, you know?
Chef Nick has created quite the kitchen here. It's like no other kitchen I've been in, where everybody wants to say that they're family, and this place they really treat you that way, to where you might have a blow out with one kitchen cook one day, settle our differences and get working. It doesn't matter how long this line will go down the block, and it will never end until we sell out.
Yeah.
And he keeps it light and he keeps it fun.
Yeah, no stress.
He's not throwing shit, he's not yelling.
Yeah.
We're open to the public Wednesday, opening at 11 a.m. Could get everything pretty much done about 30 minutes before we open.
Yeah, belly out.
Can't just like videotape it, not try it.
Did you really put it in his mouth?
No.
Man,
I was thinking about it.
That shot would have been amazing. That's a love shot, man. You know what I mean?
Instant million views right there.
Yeah. He's like, when I was doing this, he put it in my mouth. He didn't even ask me.
We do things like tacos, and we do banh mi's, and we do, masubis and all these other sorts of things, and we're just a big melting pot. And so like that's what ends up coming out in our food, and that's kind of where we're at right now.
Dos tacos normales aquí y chico frijoles, chico mac. Todos aquí.
We always have this sense of urgency in what we're doing. We go about it in a timely manner. There's some places that they're unnecessarily slow, and that might be that they just want to have a longer line for whatever reason. They like the look of it. I think we just want to give them an all-around good experience, and if you just have, like, if you're efficient, your food's good, and this and that, like, you shouldn't need to wait that long.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, just right here.
All right. Well, trip around the world that we've got here. We've got the spares, are done with the white oak and with hickory now. We use a mixture of both of them. It's brought out a really nice sweetness in the pork. We've got the tri-tip you saw charring off earlier today. Today's sausage is a spicy Italian. Char siu belly is right underneath there. Banana pudding, make the custard every morning fresh. Sausage mac today, and it's got our Texas hot link that's ground up in there. We have our brisket beans as well. And then one of our sandos that Chef Max puts together is our chimie aioli sando. And then the Cindy salad, which you saw getting built up earlier. So I really hope you enjoy it. We got the fixins. I'm gonna go get you some sauces. And then you're
Awesome.
set.
Thank you, brother.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
I would love for everybody to work here for the rest of their lives, you know, to see like my team happy, to see them smiling, to see them, you know, joking around, working as a team, working as a family. They take pride in their work. Being able to have something that I love to do and share it with everybody. We want people to come back pretty often. We want them to feel like they were in a family backyard barbecue. That's what we want to send them away with. An amount of hospitality and like friendliness that making people feel good. Even if they were waiting a long time in line, 9 times out of 10 when they're leaving, but they're in a really great mood. I think that's what we strive for here.
So good.
Every time he would barbecue, I would take photos of his ribs or his process or whatever it was, pork butts or briskets. And I created a page and we were like, what should we call it? Like, I'm like, it needs to have a name.
MU, because my last name is Munoz, and my friends just kind of turned it into Moo, like a cow. And so it stuck. And so yeah, whenever I see some of like my oldest friends, they don't call me Andrew, they call me Moo. Some of the awards that we've got along the way, Food and Wine, they do like a kind of an annual like best barbecue in every state. From there, it went to like LA Times 101 list, and during the pandemic, it wasn't ranked, and we made it as a pop-up, which was kind of wild. And then this past year, 2022, they went back to ranking the list, and then they emailed us like, here's a pair of tickets for you guys. We're like, all right, and so we went.
But we're in the crowd and it's on like a big jumbo screen and there's many people around and everyone's like applauding and just like waiting to see what numbers and what names keep getting dropped, and they get down to 20 and I'm like, I don't think we made the list. 15, 10, 8, 7, Lou's Craft Barbecue. I still get chills.
I think the momentum of all of that just kind of pushed it into like this current year, and we haven't really had a slow day since January 1, so.
So our work week at Moose, it was funny. We get a lot of like, why don't you guys open 7 days a week? We want barbecue. We're like, well, our style of barbecue is very different. We're open 4 days. We have our team come in Tuesdays. We need to start getting our sausages ready, so the meat grinded down.
This Tuesday, right?
Yeah, I think so. So this is from the trim right here?
Yeah, this is from brisket trim. This is all deco. Gotta mix about like 150 pounds of meat and then stuff it all on Wednesday.
So you guys have 3 altogether types of sausage?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and what is this?
This is the hot gut.
Okay.
So we gotta mix this for longer than we do the other ones because there's no moisture in this. Yeah, so we mix it till like, basically till it looks like a can of tuna. Prepping out the cheese that's gonna go on the jalapeno cheddar because it doesn't really fit in the grinder that well.
And what are these used for?
These are used for the poblano Oaxaca sausage. Yeah.
So what are you looking for to know when it's time to pull them off?
Once they get like all black pretty much, there's not like any green. That way they're easy to peel. So they're basically like burning like the skins.
So would you say this is like the most popular sausage?
Yeah, this is one of the most popular ones.
Texas barbecue is what we do in LA. It's what got us started. It's what sparked that light and that love for interest in barbecue. And it's really what we wanted to introduce to LA, because one of the things that was kind of missing in our beautiful city that's a melting pot of great food, great culture, tons of diversity, was that there wasn't a lot of options in terms of like different styles of barbecue in Los Angeles.
We've been at the brick and mortar for 2 years in June, so we're in June now. 2 weeks will be exactly 2 years. And it's pretty much everything we wanted when we were looking for a restaurant space. Initially, I thought it was going to be too big, and you know, some days it feels too small. We have 24 taps that we use, and then if we wanted to, we have an additional 14, but that's kind of our sweet spot. We generally rotate between 20 and the full 24. Yeah, we have a great tap room that goes with it, so it's kind of nice because you know, beer and barbecue go very well together. But this is our dining room floor. So the bar seating here, we have these tabletops. This thing right here, these tables were here, and I kind of liked them because it reminded me of like an ugly drum barrel.
Yeah, totally.
With the top on it. And then here's our back lot, so our back patio. So
oh, wow.
This is kind of nice. It just expands the dining room a bit. Allows people to come outside and eat during nice weather, or just if we're packed inside.
Yeah.
And then that's our little fat stack demo pit that I've used one time since we've had it. Yeah, so this is our big fat stack. Probably still needs to be cleaned out, but it's from Sunday. I finished my cook and I was out of here.
I feel you.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a pretty big bit, pretty standard, 1,000 gallon. These are our doubles. These are cucaracho pits that we got from Fort Worth. And then this is just our, our BQ.
That's sick.
It's our hog cooker. So if we're not doing hogs in it, we'll do chickens.
That's awesome.
We're from this part of town. This is Lincoln Heights, which is
Used to be the original East LA. But,
the original East LA. So the fact that we're here and we were able to find our dream spot, like we're so grateful for it. This spot was waiting for us. It really, really was.
This is for the esquite.
Okay. I'm sorry, what is that?
For the esquite, the corn esquite.
Corn, okay.
Yeah, corn.
Now we're going into getting other things ready like sides. So we need to start chopping up potatoes, if we need to start chopping up parsley, the meat's grinded down for our burger patties.
Basically, I'm trimming up the mohawks. We cut them down off the brisket. So if it's fatty like this, I'll trim it off here. This part will go for burgers, and this piece will grind up for talos.
So are the burgers like 100% mohawk then?
We'll throw some lean trim in there too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they're brisket burgers?
Yeah, brisket, yeah.
All of that stuff happens on Monday, Tuesday. There's a lot of prep that needs to happen on earlier in the week to make the rest of the week successful and run smoothly for us. By Wednesday, we're finishing off everything. So we're casing all of our sausages.
So what are you doing right here?
Right now, I'm getting the casings ready on the horn. Then we're about to stuff the verde sausage. You need it to be wet when you do this, because if it's dry, it's gonna be hard to like move it around and stuff.
We're making all of the sauces, so we don't cut any corners at Moose Craft Barbecue. Everything we do that you taste on our tray is made in-house.
This is all the spices for the sauce?
Yeah, so these are 3 different ones. This is gonna be the gold sauce. This is gonna be our like classic sauce. And this one's for the Korean that we put on the Korean pork belly. It smells great. It smells really good. Yeah, this one's good. Super tangy and really good.
So that means our pickles, our pickled red onions, our barbecue sauces, our sauces for our burgers, everything we make from scratch.
Yeah, it's a process. So we do that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
We also get desserts done in those 3 days too. It started with the key lime pie, and that was the very first dessert we offered at Moose. But I mean, people love banana pudding. You love banana pudding too. A lot of people do. Now I can't get it off the menu because people are like, where's the banana pudding? So here I am, making banana pudding. Whatever ends their meal on a happy note, I am all for it.
All right, I got a sneak peek bite of the banana pudding. Let's see how this tastes. Smooth, that biscuit, man, so rich. Perfect bite.
This is gonna be really good.
We started in 6 years ago. In a couple of weeks, on June 12th, we're gonna celebrate our 2-year here. And it feels like it was just yesterday we were scared shitless signing a lease for this place.
This one we get rid of, so that when it's cooking, they're just not like burning up, you know. You're still gonna get a little bit of like crispness on the edge. At least it's not just like burnt, you know what I mean? Like even this is gonna be a little funky because it's like kind of separate. I could get rid of this rib, but I don't really want to. Even if this rib goes bad, then it's gonna protect this one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Take your time making the sausages. If you rush it, then it's gonna be a nightmare. Patience is key.
You don't have to say, but what is the rib roast?
Oh, it's main ingredient for this love.
Dang, dude. You're gonna make the people cry, man.
Oh yeah.
How much milk do you get to that?
About 9 to 5 ready all the way.
That's pretty strong.
My father-in-law had told me, he was like, if you ever go to Texas, like for meetings, like you should try barbecue out there. I heard it's really good. So they took me to like one of the top 50 spots at the time and I was blown away. I went back again a month later and I swear the beef rib was like the size of my forearm. And I remember ordering like spare ribs and brisket and I like had one bite and I was kind of hooked.
We're not Texans, we don't claim to be from Texas, but I think we've done enough homework and research and practice to, you know, stand pretty close to what traditional Texas barbecue is.
Party next one. Yeah, when we first opened and I was doing more of these cooks, like
you'd hear them.
There's like one lady who gets like super loud. So like sometimes when the moisture starts to pull out a little, the seasoning kind of runs a little. So I just like to touch them up on the edges just to make sure that it's kind of even. That's pretty much it. Some big pork loins. This one's a little trickier because it's a flat box.
Yeah.
But I started taking photos and I started posting his work. I started using hashtags to like gain followers and gain interest, you know, just kind of playing the whole Instagram marketing thing. And we started gaining followers. And I told them, I said, look, I was like, maybe we should like have a pop-up one day, like underground pop-up, and just invite these complete strangers that follow us. If there's interest, they'll come, and that'll let us know if they like the food, if they like what we're doing. And I got him to agree on it, and he was like, yeah, that's cool, let's try it out.
And I remember going out to the front to grab wood because the wood guy had dumped the wood on my lawn, and I had a cord of wood like in a big old pile ruined my grass. And I go to the front and grab some wood to take it to the back, and I see someone in the front. And I was like, oh, you're the first one here. And the guy was like, oh no, like there's a lot of people here. And our fence in the front, it's a brick fence and it goes all the way to the front and it's high. So I couldn't see past it, and I went around and the line was like 4 houses down, almost practically to the corner. And I was like, oh crap, everybody get in my backyard.
This
and
is not good.
yeah, so we did that one event and we were like, all right, we can't do this anymore. So from there we just kind of started doing breweries, and after the breweries we ended up at Smorgasburg, and
Yeah, it's just time's just gone by so fast, and we still can't believe that we've gotten here, but
yeah, like it was for fun, right? It was like something we both enjoyed doing. We never really did it thinking about like, oh, we're gonna do this to make money, right? It was just kind of like something to do on the weekend, something to kind of escape like the 9 to 5 and just the routine of things and kind of, you know, hang out, meet new people, barbecue.
Right before service, things that go on the smokers are like the thinner meat. So we'll do the ribs, we'll do the turkey, we'll do
pork belly burnt
the pork belly burnt ends. Once it starts cooking, it's like 2 a.m. Get the fire started, get the meats on. He takes the first part of the shift, and then Adrian shows up and finishes another 8 hours and makes sure that everything's finished for the day.
How's it going, man? I'm Anthony.
I'm Adrian.
Nice to meet you.
How's it going?
Belly's done, turkey's done, briskets are rolling, not starting done yet, but it's gonna be close.
Oh, Andrew's gotta come back tonight?
Yeah, he's actually probably fuck 10 shifts. I always give him a hard time, but once he gets going,
yeah,
he's still a beast. He's still a goat over here.
Yeah.
His bark is building up. I'm gonna come test him after that. Like for example, this looks pretty good to me. Then I'll come in here and see, you know, feel it, poke around. Feels nice and soft, that means the fat's rendering. And then I'm gonna split it open just in here. Most people stick their finger in it. I just like to split it and just look for that nice caramel color. And then that's gonna tell me that they're ready to go.
And then we'll finish off cooking and smoking the sausages just to give them that nice final blast of heat and smoke, and it gives it that snappiness that we're looking for.
And also the burger.
And the burgers too. We got inspired by some friends of ours in Texas, Leroy Lewis. They do a really delicious smoked burger. So we created these burgers, smoked, seasoned like a brisket.
So how many burgers are you doing?
Today we're probably gonna start with about 35. Let's see where that leaves us. Thursdays are actually pretty good. We get kind of a big lunch crowd. It's kind of weird too, like when we have this kind of weather, you would think it would work against us for barbecue. But people show out on these cloudy days lately.
Thursday's our first day of the week, it's go time.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
The people that come through the doors, honestly, that's what really makes it worth it. Like the awards, the recognition is cool, but that's not really why we got into it. We got into it because we loved what we do. She loved to cook, and I loved to barbecue, and it was kind of like the perfect combination of both of our passions.
Their reactions when they have it for the first time is very much to the reaction that I remember having when I had it for the first time. And that is so special. We want people to come to Moose and feel like if they've been to Austin or they've been to Texas, when they come to try our food, that they're like, hell yeah, like we found a spot where we don't have to hop on a plane to go to like I can get my fix at Moose if I'm in LA. I can go get that brisket, I can go get those ribs. At least that's our hopes.